Hello, everyone. Welcome back to round 11 of the Lichess commentary of the Candidates Open and Women's Section 2024. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and today I'm so pleased to be joined by my amazing co-commentators, International Master Laura Unuk and our guest commentator, Grandmaster Felix Blohberger. Hello, guys. How are you doing? What's the spirit of today? Laura first,
Okay,
maybe.
yeah,
You
again,
we
you
have
will
to
have to
we have to
specify.
alternate, right?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so excited. I just saw the pairings, and I think after the free day, this is like the perfect matchup. So I am really excited about today.
Yeah, I think so too. I think every matchup is basically like a very interesting matchup because almost every round the leadership of the both sections it's kind of like change, right? So every single result in every board really matters a lot to the overall standing. Felix, what are you feeling about today's games?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thrilled as well. It's great to be here with you guys. And the pairings are just great. So I'm really looking forward to tonight. I'm sure we're gonna have a great time.
I'm sure too. Yes. And without further ado, let's see what we have on today's pairings. But before that, let's go for the standings and update ourselves who is leading the open section. And we have a share lead between Ian Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh. Both have 6 points. And we also have shared for the third place, Fabio Nakarwana, Hikaru Nakamura, and Pragnananda. And three of them have 5.5 points. So just half a point away from the leader. And we also have Fidit Gujarati with 5 points, and Ali Reza with 3.5, and Nijat Abbasov with 3 points. And let's see what we have today on the pairings. It's going to be very, very interesting again. Pragnananda will play against Hikaru. And as we know, they are currently sharing the third place. Fidit will play with one of the leaders, Ian Nepomniachtchi. Gukesh will be playing against Fabiano. So it's like the share lead of the open sections. And Ali Reza versus Dijat Abbasov. So maybe yeah, the matchup between Gukesh versus Fabi and Fidit versus Ian Nepomniachtchi, I think they're going to be very, very important, as well as the match between Pragnananda versus Hikaru. Laura, which one do you think is going to be your favorite match of the day?
Oh, this is so tough. Okay, I'm gonna say Prague versus Hikaru just because they've both been so original in the opening section, and I think the games might develop in extreme way, but of course, all the matches that you counted, it's hard to pick one, yeah. So I wonder about you two. What do you guys think?
I don't know. I think I'm waiting for Gukesh to make kind of like another win again, but also I'm rooting for Fabiano. So this is going to be tough, yeah, because they're only half a point apart from each other. So it's definitely
Yes.
interesting. It's definitely interesting. This round is going to be very interesting and an important round for pretty much the top and midfield of the open section. But yeah, what about you, Felix? What do you think is going to be the most interesting match of today's?
For me, it's actually impossible to decide because basically all of the matches are very important for the standings as well. Arguably, Firuze against Abbasov won't influence the standings so much since both of them don't have that great chances anymore. But what's great about these candidates is that basically everyone can still win the tournament. So like every game is very important
Yes.
in this round.
And if we remember from the last candidate, it was a bit amazing how Ding Liren finished second place and eventually winning the match against Ian Nepomniachtchi because Magnus kind of gave up his spot. But it was one of the greatest comeback in the candidates' history, winning I think 3 out of 3 in the last 2 rounds and then putting himself on the clear second place. So, do you think we're going to see such a thing in this open section? Because we see something like that in the women's section, and we'll see that very soon. And Litinji, scored how many wins, Laura? 4 wins in a row?
4 out of 5. No, not in a row, but she had 3 wins in a row, a draw, and another win
Oh yeah,
before the
that's
free
right.
day,
That's
which
crazy.
it's still insane. This is
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah. She might actually win the whole thing at this point. Yeah.
That's possible too. Yeah. So what do you think in the open section? Will we see another comeback like what Ding Liren showed us in the last candidates, or you don't think so?
Okay, so I mean, your statistics that you brought up, I think, by Yasser,
Mhm.
was that the winner is always a person who is leading after half of the tournament, yeah?
Yes.
Which in this case was Jan.
Yes.
So I hope, okay, not hope, but I think this time, yeah, it will change. So I don't think we're gonna have the same winner, and I think just because anyone can win today and anybody can win, there's only half-point difference. It's not a lot. So yes, I do believe we're gonna have a change in the standings very soon. And at the end.
That's possible. What do you think, Felix? Will we see a really significant change in the standings?
I definitely hope so. I really like Jan. I love his playing style, but seeing another Ding versus Nepo match, I think most chess fans wouldn't be the biggest supporter of that outcome.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Still 4 rounds to go, and I think we will see the moves coming up soon. So let's take a look on the standings in the women. So yeah, Li Tingjie, as Laura mentioned, she had 4.5 out of the last 5 rounds. So that's a really great performance by Li Tingjie, and now currently sharing the lead with Tan Zhongyi with 6.5. And Alexander Goichkina and Katrina Lahno, they are following behind with 5.5. And Conor Humpy is in the midfield right now, having a clear 5th position with 4.5. Nurgul Salimova and Anna Muzichuk, they both have 4 points. And Faishali finally breaking her streak, her losing streak, and now she's on 3.5. So it was a good victory by Faishali, even though it might not be really affecting the top field very much, but still, it's a good comeback by Vaishali regarding her performance. So yeah, hopefully she keep coming back, and let's see what we have on today's pairings for the women. And Tang Zhongyi will be playing against Karina Lahno. This is going to be a very interesting match. Koneru Hampi will be playing against Nurgul Salimova. And in their first encounter, Salimova beat Koneru. So maybe for the second game, Koneru is looking to take a revenge. And as white pieces, Koneru is a more experienced player, and yeah, she has a really good chance to do it. And we will see Faishali versus Alexander Goichkina and Li Tingjie versus Anna Muzichuk. So which one, Felix, do you think is going to give us some firework on the board?
I've been always impressed by Tan Zhongyi's play in this tournament, so I think she's always going for fighting chess. So I will pick this game between her and Katarina Lachno.
And what about you, Laura?
Oh, I'm excited about Lei versus Anna just because Lei has been on fire and she has white pieces today. So I am very, very excited about this match. And you, Irene?
Oh, I'd like to see how Faishali will continue. Well, she didn't have the best game against Salimova before the rest day, even though she won. But maybe that will give her some boost in her confidence, and maybe, well, with white pieces, then she's going to show her teeth again, and then somehow, trying to ruin Alexandra Goichkina's chance to be the winner of the candidates. And as we speak, we have some boards. I mean, some moves coming up on the board. So which one would you like to look at first?
Felix? Oh, wow.
Hard to decide since already so many interesting things are there.
Oh, wow. Yes, I cannot. I'm overwhelmed already. So, Irene, please do.
Okay,
pick.
let me choose this one, FIDE versus Ian, because this is one of the leaders' games. And let's take a look what happened since the start. So it went with e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, Petrov, Ian's favorite. takes and d6 and knight c4. A very, not very, but this is quite unusual choice by FIDE. And takes and queen e2, queen e7, knight c3. Felix, what do you think of this opening choice?
Funnily enough, I checked the line today in the morning.
Wow, okay.
Because I was checking the Petrov, and all of these move knight c4, also knight d3 is a possibility instead of knight c4. Just aim to get the opponent out of the book early, leaving the main paths and leaving the forcing variations. So FIDE definitely has some ideas here and just wants to get a game.
Wants to get a game, but can you really get a game with queens off the board? Like, let's say in this position, I think you would like to take on this knight and then takes this, and then let's say, okay, I can play knight c6, not really forcing taking, but okay, let's take this. Isn't this just a equalization?
It's probably very little, but I guess FIDE has something in mind. Also, it suits his style, I would argue. Some positional, slow game with queens off the board. And maybe he could put the bishop to f3 on this long diagonal and try for some small pressure. But I agree, it's nothing much for white.
And where does this king go? To the short or to the long castle?
You mean the white king?
Yeah, the white king. Or you would wait until you see your opponent's king is also castle on that side, and then you will just follow.
Usually white castles long in these lines, but with queens on the board.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
without
But
queens
are
on the board, yeah. I would still castle long, but I'm sure FIDE will know it better than me.
Okay.
Do you think this is the right opening to play if you really want to play for a win? I guess this is not really showing the biggest, fighting spirit, right? Or do you think it's just like a different approach against Jan?
I think so, because Jan in this tournament, he has been tested in many main lines, and there he just knows all the forcing lines. And here, I guess FIDE is just gambling that he's not so familiar with the plans, and maybe he has some small ideas to get some small pressure. But yeah, we won't see that many fireworks if we have if we have an endgame.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
sure.
this is going to be, I would say, interesting endgame, something for me to really learn actually, because in my opinion, all these French exchange position when your queens is off the board, or Petrov, and pretty much without queens on the board, it's like there's nothing to fight for anymore. And maybe with the help of the engine and then the modern approach, that you can actually still play in the end game, but as long as you understand what's going on, as long as you understand what are you fighting for, I think this is going to be quite interesting. And I think this is the thing, that you need for yourself in order to not give up, because you're not giving up. It's more like to keep your interest going, because I don't know about you, but in my games, sometimes if I'm not feeling interested on the position, like, okay, this is such a boring position, then the quality of my game, or my part actually, decreased significantly. Like my move, sometimes I cannot explain, like, why am I playing that move, Like after the game, I analyzed my game, I was like, why do I play this move? It's nothing, nothing makes
Doesn't
sense.
make sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Same.
so it's more like to keep your interest on your own game, especially on the boring position. Felix, how do you deal with that?
For me, it's the exact opposite, because I love boring positions more than anything. So
Wow.
I get overwhelmed by some complications, and I really love some boring end games to slowly grind out something. So yeah,
If
not
Harry
the
was
best
here,
answer.
yeah, if Harry was here, I'm sure he would make some specific joke about Austrians again.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, guys, let me switch and direct you to the other game, because apparently Alreza has another B3 on the board.
Oh yes, I saw that and I was like, that's it. Let's go.
So maybe he'd like to test his fate against this opening, because he did it successfully against Gukash, no? Who did he play the B3 against? It was Gukash.
Nepo, right?
Oh, Nepo.
I think
Yeah,
it
Nepo.
was Nepo, and he was clearly better.
Yeah, that was the game about the shoes, yeah?
Yes, that
Yeah.
was the shoe game.
Yeah. So G6 already on the board, and yeah, so far it's still like pretty much in the opening stage. Everyone is still thinking, and quite surprising actually. Usually around this time we would already have like 10 moves, or even like, because everyone was just showing their preparation from start to finish. But maybe we already saw like 10 games, so maybe they already got out all their preparation for 10 games, and now they're coming back to kind of, how to say, like, I've already played this game, I've already played this variation, so now maybe it's time to think with my own brain or something. Because yeah, I don't think this is the still well, G6 is kind of still a usual move, right? But Alireza is
Yeah.
currently thinking.
Maybe he didn't expect it from Abbas, so I'm not sure what he expected from him actually, as I don't know his repertoire very well, but I think Harry or Felix said that he plays a lot of different openings, so it's very hard to prepare against him. Maybe that's why he played knight f3, b3 as well, just because he didn't know what to expect. Yeah, now this g6. Why is he thinking? I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah, he kind of wants to see if he wants to go d3 or d4 maybe in this case, even. What do you think, Felix? Are you an expert on b3?
Not that much. Not that much. There's a typical idea here, namely bishop takes f6, just to ruin the pawn
Okay.
structure, but I don't think it's great here.
Mm.
Usually white follows up by c4,
Mhm.
intending knight c3, but as long as black pushes d5 early, it's okay. So I don't know what Firuza will do here. Maybe just a normal Queen's Indian reversed, like bishop e2, short castle, but black is very solid.
Yeah, very, very solid game. But we saw against Jan, even though, not known as a very great opening, how it turned out in kind of King's Indian, but bishop was on e7, right, for black. So this is, how is that called? Some kind of, if I remember, checks, gambit or something like that. But okay, kind of King's Indian closed variation. And the advantage of white was very pleasant, yeah, due to space advantage. So
Yeah.
of course, yeah, I guess Abaso did prepare on b3, even though we did not expect Firouzja to repeat b3 in this tournament. At least I didn't, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So what do you think if we switch to other games just to check their openings?
Yes.
I think there's some issue with the DGT. We are still troubleshooting it. It's still okay. I mean, it's still good on Lichess end. It's nothing wrong with that. But it's just that because I've become very suspicious, it's very, very unusual for these players to think
Yeah.
too long. I mean, 10 minutes is too long for this. How many move? Like the fifth move or something like that. So,
By the way, yeah, before we move on, I see very interesting idea in chat. Chat wants to play g4 here.
ooh, G4.
Can we just, before we move on, can we just
Yes.
see that?
So if G4, if I play bishop G7, you want to play
Yeah,
G5?
let's go g5. Yeah, knight
here.
h5. And okay, maybe I don't have to go g5, but you know what? This looks fun. Bishop g7, knight g7. Felix, what's going on? Is
Maybe
this
no
okay?
H4 you want to follow.
It's kind of like this bullet opening. You always play
Yeah.
b3, bishop b2, g4, g5. But I'm not sure it will fit into the candidates quite well.
Yeah, I also don't think we will see it from Firouzja, even though at this point, I don't think he has anything to lose.
Yeah, and it would fit his style. So
It
maybe.
would. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I just received an information. Yeah, currently there is some problem with the DGT in the playing hall. So we are waiting for FIDE basically to troubleshoot the issue, and then so that we can update ourselves with the moves, because currently all the moves are not showing. It's just up to move 4 pretty much in every board, open and women's section. Although there's interesting, it might be quite interesting for you, Laura, because of this game. We still don't know the 6th move. It could be c4, and then we'll see your Catalan on the board.
Yes. We might, yes. I
might.
think that's gonna happen. Maybe Tan could also start with something like a4, because it's been very popular in these kind of structures. Of course, not this specifically, but it's an interesting idea in general. But I hope we see c4. I want to see what Lachno will play against the Catalan.
Yeah, so, but it started with knight f3 first, but okay, slowly it was transposing to this one, and after d4, yeah, this is actually the crossroad, yeah, which variation or which opening that you would like to play. Are you going to play d3 with this usual righty setup, or are you going to play the double fianchetto with b3, or are you going to play the English setup with c4, yeah? And here Tansongi chose to play d4, showing her intention that she's just going to go for probably just a normal Catalan. And after castle, yeah, this is where we still haven't got the moves yet. And yeah, most likely it's gonna be c4, but we'll see about that. The other games, I see some Alapin on the board actually, between Fashali versus Gorchkina. So it's a good sign that we'll see some Sicilian. I was keeping an eye on this. I was thinking like, oh, Sicilia is on the board, so we might see some, some blood again. But Fashali chose a very calm variation Alapin, c3, knight f6, e5, knight d5, and bishop c4, knight b6, and bishop b3, knight c6, and d4. Yeah, so which line? You're also a Sicilian player, right, Felix?
Yeah.
Yeah. So which line are you? But which Alapin that you play? Like knight f6 or d5 or both? I think I'm sure you're a universal player.
I usually prefer the system Goryachkina just played, so something similar like this is in my repertoire as well.
So if after d4, what would you play in this position?
I think black has to take on d4. Basically, that's kind of forced. Take back, and I think d5 is the move.
And then takes.
And I think no, not.
Oh, not in this
not
position,
takes
yeah.
Here. Yeah, not takes here. Actually, Hari had a game here, and I prepared it once together with him against Dominguez. And it leads to some sort of French Caro-Kann positions. I think knight c3 or something is the move, and then bishop f5. Something along the lines of this. And black is usually pretty fine, but yeah, it's a playable position.
Yeah, Alapin is of course an okay opening, but we've seen it also in the World Cup finals, Carlsen versus Prague, yeah? And I think Carlsen played it when he wanted to draw, is that correct?
Yeah, but I think it was Gukesh, right?
Oh, it was Gukesh? Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, I also cannot really recall. Irene was commentating there, not me. But let's put it to rest. But I remember Carlsen play that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great choice in a must draw situation for sure, huh? Because it's just such a safe opening.
Yes.
Well, okay, so but the game is still we're still seeing the position after d4.
Yeah, some problems.
Yeah, so let's check other positions that we have on the board still. Nothing much. I'd like to mention this, but this is pretty much like a symmetrical. I think they're going for Tarash if you go for e3 and then e6. So yeah, we still have move 3 on this Pragnananda versus Hikaru. Hopefully they troubleshoot the issue soon so we can see the new moves. Oh, I just suggest like I'm not going to reveal anything, but there was some discussion with a lot of us when I was visiting St. Louis, because there are so many grandmasters residing in the city, and then one of the topic was this position, and then Fabi was very generous in showing like what he was thinking and what was the idea here for black and so on. So it was quite surprising for me that he actually used this for the candidates, because this is such an important event, because I thought he was saving that idea just for himself, but he's actually going to play it. So this is still move 4, but I'm looking forward to what he's going to play for the upcoming moves, but also depending on what Gukesh will be
Yes.
playing. So I will definitely keep an eye on this. Sorry. Too much talking, Laura. This is what you do.
It's okay. Let me take over.
After 20
Okay.
rounds.
No, I just want to say I know this opening slightly as well, but yes, I was surprised when you said that Caruana just so freely expressed his opinion on it. My repertoire here says Bishop G5, yeah, which is a very classic
Bishop G5.
move. And then it kind of, it can transpose into some Carlsbad structures, like, okay, black can go C6, either Bishop E7, maybe sometimes C5 is an idea. I would just not now, I think, though.
Not now,
I
yeah.
really
This
not
is-
sure
it
about
looks a bit
because
too-
something on D5
Yeah,
might be
CD5
hanging.
and so on, yeah. Yeah, you have to be
At
careful.
some point. But yeah, I guess C6 is a very natural move. I actually prepared this against one of the best Polish one players, Olivia Kiolbasa. She plays this all the time. Like, something about that's fascinating to me is that players today play the same opening all the time, but have great score. Like MVL does that, and I'm surprised, but at the same time, it's great. Yeah, they don't they really know what they're doing, and they know their theory. So yeah, I mean, it's clearly a very solid opening by Fabi, and it's also very playable. So it's not like a drawish opening.
No.
Yeah, it's very playable for both sides, and this might develop in a very interesting game.
Yeah, I totally agree. Felix, what's your take on this opening? I know it's still too early. Usually I would ask your opinion when we have more moves on the board, but unfortunately we are stuck on this one until the issue being resolved. So what do you think about this opening choice?
I totally agree with Laura, everything what you said. Like, it's very solid, a very stable opening. It often leads to Carlsbad structures. And there's been a lot of development in this specific line recently. Usually the classical approach, as Laura said, is with Bishop E7 mostly. But in the recent months, especially, Black has tried some systems with Bishop B4 even. Slightly more optimistic, going for the spin. Which leads to sharper positions.
So we
quite
might
often.
see that actually by Fabi if he was preparing some sharp stuff. And if he wants to win, like we said before, he needs to get some wins in the back to catch up to the leader, of course. With black pieces, it's going to be hard, but I guess he will try. So we might see some sharp stuff today.
Yeah. I actually employed this as well because since we were analyzing it, and I was like, okay, let me analyze it further for my own self. And I employed this on my last tournament in March, so just last month, and it was okay. The game went with Bishop F4. This is a completely different opening. Then I went with what Felix said, that Bishop B4 has gained its popularity, so I went with that. And then the game went really well for Black. So it's really a flexible opening for Black if you are playing. I was playing against a low-rated player, and I was of course playing for a win, not a draw. And yeah, this setup gives flexibility for that one because it is both solid, but also with this little move with Bishop B4. It's not very little, but it's giving more fire to the board instead of Bishop E7. If White doesn't know what to do, it can backfire. So it is a really good, and if you want to play Bishop E7, you can do that at any time too. So with Knight BD7 first instead of Bishop E7, yeah, I think it's a modern approach these days for Black player to fight for not only equality but also just to get something out of the opening.
Absolutely.
Also agreed, yes.
So I think we've covered everything in the open section. We have another Italian on the board between Lichess versus Anna. Yeah, this is going to be
Classic.
Classic. Yeah, this A5 is always a question whether or not it is a good move. But again, modern chess these days, you can always get by with any idea that's being frowned upon in the past. And what do we have? Oh, we have the Catalan on Lahner game, and this one. Oh, this is this Slav,
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
With or without bishop e4, yeah.
Oh, yes, Felix, answer this.
Yes.
What's the best approach now
Immediately
in
bishop g6 or bishop
2024?
e4 first, yeah.
So I would say bishop e4 is goes slightly more for a fight since it provokes is f3, sorry.
F3, yes.
Yeah, so which is kind of a weakening move for white. It can be, but it can also be an asset for white.
Yeah.
With the immediate bishop g6, white has a more solid position. Black too, obviously. But the immediate bishop g6 is, I would argue, more solid and less theoretical.
Less theoretical, yeah, because this one you are trying to also undermine the pawn on h2, because in the end it will be like knight g, hg, and maybe with the queen on c7, yeah, trying to undermine this. But with bishop g6, immediately knight g6, hg6, then yeah, it's going to be hard to undermine this because now the pawn is still on f2. You can simply put it on h3 if necessary, yeah. So but what do you think in this position? I've only had experience with bishop e4. I haven't had any experiences with bishop g6 yet. And where with bishop e4, I always put my king on the long side and then castle and then attack the king side and something like that. So tell me more about the general view of this opening, especially as white. What white should do in this position?
I would say white plays for the bishop pair advantage in the long run. Also, one difference to the line we saw before is here white could play g3 followed by bishop g2, making use that the pawn is still on f2. So putting the bishop on the h1 a8 diagonal. And but even here, white often has the plan to castle long, since castling short can be quite dangerous with the open rook on h8 still. But there are many possible moves here, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I think you're very right about it. I remember some game that Goryachkina played. I don't know if it was with white or black pieces, but I have it in my heart because at some point there was a sacrifice on h2. Of course, I think this is in f3 positions now that I think about it.
I think that it's here as well too.
Yeah. And then you have some sacrifice and some queen comes in from c7 to g3 and some stuff. Yeah, it can get wild, especially if white doesn't know the theory. But of course, Connor, I'm pretty sure she knows her theory. And yeah, I actually play this with white and with black, and it's enjoyable position with both colors. So I am excited to see this. I don't know why people complain about 1d4. 1d4 is great.
Let's not argue about the first move choice, yeah? Unless you play like first move h4, a4, then or b4, g4. I think the rest of the first moves are fine for the pawns, yeah? So, well, still there is no news about when the moves are going to be updated yet. So, Laura, tell us about Slovenia.
Okay, just
to talk about anything,
you know what? I will first of all I will say I see YouTube, I see Twitch chat. Don't worry. If you have any message, any questions,
that's true.
You should ask right now while I talk about Slovenia. Because and then Felix can talk about Austria as well. But let me start. We had snow yesterday, which is crazy.
What,
because
in April?
Yes, and especially because 2 days ago we had 29 degrees. We were literally sunbathing on the roof. I have sunburns from 2 days ago, and yesterday we had snow and 0 degrees. So I don't know what's going on, but I feel like Slovenia is kind of going after Toronto right now.
What about where you are, Felix? Where in Austria do you base? Like
in Vienna.
In Vienna,
yeah. But we didn't have snow, surprisingly.
But was it cold yesterday or today?
Yeah, and the last week was super nice, very nice weather, as Laura said, sunbathing every day, and now we have to stay inside.
Oh
But
yeah.
no snow so far, and I hope it stays like that.
Oh.
Okay. Now chat has some interesting questions like, Irene, what's your favorite pizza topping?
My pizza topping is what usually Hikaru wears on his shirts.
Oh, wow.
Pineapple.
That's so controversial.
That's controversial.
Totally.
Maybe I
I
shouldn't go
love
to
it though.
Italy, yeah?
Oh, yeah, like I don't understand. I love it as well. And I live next to Italy, and everybody always says, "Oh, don't say that in Italy." And I'm just like, pizza is supposed to be enjoyed with all the toppings, I even love corn on my pizza.
Yeah, why not? Corn is nice.
Exactly. Yes, underrated. I agree. Okay. Yeah. Then there's some question about online lessons. Are you all coaches, by the way?
I
Both of
think
you?
the three of us, yeah?
Three of us?
You
Well,
do.
okay. I am not exactly a coach yet. I mean, sometimes when I have time, but I'm not really a professional coach, so I would not define myself as one yet. Of course, I think that's coming in the future with the experience as well. Oh, what about you, Felix? Are you a coach?
I do give lessons. I also make courses, so there's not always time for everything. But overall, I really enjoy like giving the knowledge to people that are looking for it, and it's a lot of fun.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. Do you have any Austrian courses or sorry, yeah, in German language, I mean, of course. Or do you do them in English?
Both. I did one on the Nightor for Black already 2-3 years ago. Now I recorded for Chessbase in both English and in German, which will come out later in the year. And I'm also working on something for Chessable right now.
Oh, that's great. Okay, you're very active in chess then.
Can you link
Yeah.
can you link it what you are working for Chessable?
Yes.
What opening?
For Chessable, it's Nimzo and Ragozin for Black,
Oh.
and for White, it's the Reti. So Knight f3, G3.
Oh.
Mm.
Interesting. I see. So
So
all the
D4 stuff.
D4
Yes,
repertoire.
it's like yes.
Kind of.
Please. Okay. Okay, that's great. Active. Irene, you're also active like as a player and as a coach, right?
Yes, do I limit the number of my students these days? Okay, depends on my schedule.
Yes.
It would be great if I can have everything at once, but I also travel a lot. It's taking so much time, and then being on different time zones from time to time, it's also hard because sometimes where I am, I can only be like in my morning or in my afternoon, but where my students will be, it's already like late evening. So sometimes it doesn't work so much. But yeah, I try to maintain the balance between everything, but everything involved around chess. Playing, coaching, or
Yes.
actually getting coached myself, because well, I have also to work on my my chess, right? And then being a commentator, this is also like actually a fun job to do because in a way I've been learning a lot about all these openings, and I can just totally try them on my own tournaments too. So and then analyze them. Oh, so this is the idea. Maybe this is only useful for like one-time use, and maybe not, like the making it as your lifetime repertoire or something. But always
Tricky, yes.
yeah, always tricky. And events like the candidates, even not only the games in the open section, but also in the women's section, it has shown so many interesting and fresh ideas too that I've never seen. So, and also because they're working with good grandmasters and very strong grandmasters. So it's always good to copy their repertoire. In a way, it's saving your time from finding all these moves. Yeah, you just have to say, oh, this is the idea, this is the example, and then you can just analyze about other approaches that that might be also
Yes.
critical in the lines. So it's good. Try to balance everything, and most of all, these past years, I'm trying and I've been learning to enjoy my life too. So not
Oh,
only about work,
yeah,
but yeah, you know, you
that's
ought to have
great.
some me time too. And then that's I think something that was a bit amiss in my youth. But
Oh,
now it's like, yeah,
yeah.
if I don't have this, if I don't have some me time or something like that, other parts of me will also crumble. So I have to have
That's
this
so
balance. Yeah.
important. I think that's so important for everyone, psychologically, mentally, and physically. Yes. Like once you burn out just because you work all the time, it's too late. Then you just have to rest for months to get back everything that you worked for. I mean, it happened something like also me. At some point, I was just playing, studying, playing, traveling, and I was so psychologically exhausted, and I just like at some point I just broke. I lost like 100 rating points like that. And of course that it teaches you, yeah, that it's really important to take care of yourself and your mental health and have the me time. Felix, what's your me time?
Yeah. No. Wait. Before Felix reply that, I think he mentioned that all of his me time is something that he shouldn't tell during the broadcast.
No, that was only for dealing with
Oh,
painful
losses.
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 Yeah.
Uh,
No, in general, but as you guys said, I think especially for chess players, it's often very hard to find a balance since chess is just super competitive and it doesn't get out of your mind. You always have it
yeah.
running in the back, so it's very important to find an outlet and find something to keep your mind off of things. For me, it's going to the gym and exercising, which helps
I
me
like
personally
that.
a lot.
Talking about gyms, oh man, last night I I watched a very interesting documentary on Netflix. It's called Come on Earth. So the way the presenter brought it to the show is a very in a comedy way, lots of sarcasm and satirical way as well. And talking about gyms, it was about okay, it was all about the civilization and so on and so on. And then there was a moment about Renaissance, about these painters and all these artists from Italy. And then we come about the Michelangelo's David statue, which was very famous,
Okay.
of course. Yeah, because it shows like really the detail of even the veins, the bones, all this stuff. And then, and then she actually mentioned a very, very important point. Like, you see how people built in the past, like their body was built like that in the past. It's proven that gyms are not working. I mean, there is no gyms in the past and they still could do like have a very toned body like that, like what David has. So
Okay,
and
that's
yeah,
interesting.
but
Yeah.
but these days, of course, gyms they're very popular, yeah, like for the youth to build their body in a good way, but also to maintain their physique too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, life is very different than was
life is very
before.
different, of
Like
course.
I actually read a study not long ago that sitting is the worst form you can be in. Like it's better to even lie down, for example. And as a chess player, I was like, okay, I picked the wrong job to do. I sit when I commentate, I sit when I play, I sit when I train, right? So going to the gym helps also your posture. The back muscles are getting weaker and weaker with sitting. Yeah, that helps. Also, when you drive, you're sitting. So yeah, it's like I really support Felix's idea going to the gym. I myself am excited that it's spring, so I can actually go outside and do some exercise. But of course, now that it's snowing, I might
Yeah.
need to go back to the gym. So yeah, okay. What's the best opening of candidates this year so far? What do we think?
Felix
That's a
The
first
tough
best
while I'm
one.
still
the
thinking.
best the best opening idea, I guess.
Yeah, okay, let's take it like that, yes.
Cool.
Um,
You guys answer first. I have to think.
yes, I actually have to think as well. Wait. Okay, the game that keeps popping in my mind is obviously F5 by Prague, but of course that's not a new idea. Just it keeps repeating in my head.
Same here.
But besides that, I liked Prague's Knight F7 against Nepomniachtchi. Oh,
Yeah, that was great.
that
Yeah.
I think that one was for me. That one was great for me.
I would also mention Nepo's Berlin endgame against Vidit. This knight h2 idea. It was round 4.
Wait, let me check back there.
Nepo's
Nepo
idea.
against Vidit.
Ah, yeah, I think I know this. Yeah.
That was also a great game.
Oh, yeah. I'm not a big fan of Berlin endgames, so I will trust you on that one. Oh, Knight h2, I see it. Yeah, okay. Okay, that one is a good one for sure. But yeah, for me, Prague, these candidates is just doing phenomenal job in this opening surprises, even though
Totally.
Firuza's competing very well at this point.
Okay, guys. I guess it's still okay. FIDE is still working on
Mhm.
the delay or whatever is going on in their system. Like I've seen that. Yeah, it hasn't been updated yet. And
Mhm.
yeah, unfortunately, I think it's good time for us to take a quick break until the moves are coming on the board again. I will keep an eye when the moves are updated. We can quickly reconvene and then resume the broadcast. So meanwhile, I think it's gonna take a few minutes for them to resolve the matters. Yeah. So yeah, chat, don't go anywhere. Keep staying with us. Stay tuned, both on Twitch and YouTube. While FIDE is still trying to solve the issue. We will be back very soon after a few minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back. Finally, we get all the moves on the board and I'm just looking forward to continue what we've been talking about. But before we do that, Laura, you have something to say?
Okay, I have a very important question for Felix because for some reason he did not want to say his favorite pizza topping, so I'm putting him on a spot right now. Felix, what is your favorite pizza topping?
Well, I will not be as controversial as Irene with the pineapple, but I will go with tuna. So
Oh, tuna's great. Yeah,
less
I don't know
controversial
what.
opinion.
I cannot remember when was the last time I had a tuna pizza. It's always either pineapple with chicken or something like that, or with beef, or I like pepperoni.
Okay, I actually made a pizza myself not long time ago from scratch, like all the dough, and I put tuna on it. So Felix, I got you.
Very good.
But what might not have pineapple in it is the game between FIDE versus ENF Omniachi.
Smooth, Irene.
There is nothing sweet about it. It's just all quite bland, like trade, and then here trade, and then okay, b6 and d4. But again, this is Felix's favorite. It's not my favorite. But what can be the idea? How could it be better for white instead of black? I like the pawn structure. I like how everything is like under control for black. Felix, can you try to explain it from white's perspective?
Yeah, I was quite surprised as well by Vidit's decision to take on c3 back with the b pawn, because now white's pawn structure is considerably worse than black's. Especially the a pawn is pawn on a2 could be weak at some point. I guess Vidit is trying to play for the light squares maybe, which are now weakened due to black's move b6. So maybe he wants to bring the bishop via e2 to f3 at some point and go to this diagonal. But yeah, black's position looks totally healthy as well, so I don't see any issues for Jan here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we can switch to a position that's more like Laura's liking. Let's see the game between Gukash versus Fabiano, because these two games, FIDE versus Ian and Gukash versus Fabi, I think these are the two games that we're going to focus more, because this is like the leaders games. And here we go. We see the position up to knight bd7, and so far looks familiar to me. Bishop g5, h6, and yeah, g5 and knight h5. It's all good. Takes, bishop g7, and castle. So I've had experiences in this position before, white and black, and especially for white, it feels more natural, I guess, to just castle on the long side and then put your queen on the diagonal on c2 and so on and so on. But at the end of the day, I just realized white didn't have anything. Although those setup is very natural, and on the other hand, black is just playing all the natural moves and somehow not only equalizing, but black can get something out of this position. So it's interesting for me to see Gukash chose the short castle with 8 minutes of thinking, and I just wonder what he has in store, like queen e7, rook here, and then bishop e6. So far so good. a4 and knight d7. Felix, what's your take on this one?
So maybe to explain to the viewers, this typical plan for white, starting with b4, a4, the minority attack. So white just wants to push the pawn to b5 and then attack black's pawn chain, possibly creating some weaknesses. But Fabi's last move prepares to meet b5 with c5. So I think that was a smart decision. And then the bishop on g7 could open up, which could already go quite wrong for white pretty soon. So we will see a very positional game. I think Gukash will, at the end, will try to prepare b5 anyway somehow, but it could still take some time to achieve that.
And b5 is the only break you kind of want to play for here. There's
e4. There's
nothing
also
else.
e4 actually.
Do you want to play for e4 break though? is a question.
That's
Sometimes.
I mean, having the queen on e7, I think this is what
Mhm.
maybe Gukas is currently thinking. Also, the question is whether you do it right away or you kind of like prepare it first, something like that. Or maybe you also want to throw in bishop f5, although I don't think that's a good decision. This is a very tempting move to make, but only with queen f6, everything will be fine for black. So yeah, Gukesh is still thinking. b5 is obviously the idea of this minority attack, but as Felix mentioned, b5 will be met with c5, which is a very strong reply by black if it's happening. So it is possible that not Felix, that Pavi, both of these players start with F. So sometimes I kind of like.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Yeah. So maybe this is what. Yeah, Fabi is of course now I'm losing words again. Yeah, Fabi is planning for c5, but yeah, I think it's also this is going to be very interesting still, very positional, and I just like the pair of bishops. I don't know why. It's always a slight plus for me if I have like a pair of bishops, but it's not necessarily all the time, because sometimes having a pair of knights is better than a pair of bishops. But this is going to be quite to Fabiano style, to be honest. But I mean, Gukesh is still having a very healthy position too. So anything can happen still, yeah. And let's also, I think, update ourselves on the game between Firouzja versus Nijat, because we saw it up to g6, yeah, on offering this bishop f6, but that's not really a good idea for white. And instead, Firouzja continued with d4, takes, takes with the knight, and then bishop g7, bishop e2, castle, castle, takes here, bishop takes, d5, and knight d2. Queen d6, preparing for e5, and here's c4, maybe not preparing for e5, maybe, if there is no c4, right? I think, or maybe I'm just mistaken.
No, e5 is logical, I feel like, but you have to be prepared for the continuation somehow. So, I mean, rook e8 is very logical, because now you kind of want to play e5 and take on c4,
Yes.
because the d file is going to be problematic for white. So that's why I was kind of surprised by c4. I would have naturally just went knight f3, but of course Firouzja calculated that c4 is the move to go for, I guess.
So what do we do here, Felix? Do we take on d5? Or how do we try to anticipate the idea?
I think it's kind of like a standoff, and the person who takes first kind of no one wants to take first, because then the opponent's pieces will join the game. For example, if black were to take on c4, then
Of
I could
course.
take back with the knight with tempo. And if white were to take on d5, then black's knight could come into the game, probably knight takes d5.
And after
the
I
square on
take
c3.
this, let's say, takes, and
think
then
g7.
knight here. I think it's everything is quite concrete here.
Yeah, because I would like to play queen f6, but I guess you have e4, right?
Yeah.
Making use of this pin. So maybe queen c7, maybe?
Queen
Queen c7, but now some kind of rook c1.
I give a check
Of course, check, yeah.
And then I put my rook on d1 or c1.
But I have knight f6.
Ah, you have knight f6, yeah. Okay, then I have to pull my queen back, maybe, something like this. But black should be fine in this position, yeah?
Yeah, it looks pretty equal to me.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool too. Yeah, even though white has these upcoming ideas, of course, with rook c1 and trying to harass the queen, but I don't think that's very significant. Okay, so looks like it's pretty equal. But the question is, with the remaining 4 rounds, will we see Abasov scoring at least one win or not? What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him anyway. No matter how hard he will try, the field is just so tough. So I don't want to say no, because anything can happen, but everybody's so strong, and at this level, draws are kind of easy and mistakes are rare. So I'm just gonna say it's gonna be tough. What do you think?
Felix.
I could see it happen because
Yeah.
most of his opponents will try to push for the win, especially against him, no matter what. So it could be that some of his rivals could overpush against him, and then he seizes the chances. So it is definitely possible, in my opinion.
Mhm.
But I was just going to put the standings because this is always a nice, not a nice thing. It is a nice thing, but it's just a very interesting something to discuss. So Abasov having 3 points out of 10.
Mhm.
Do you know how much he has gained in terms of prize money?
11K, right?
No, it's 21.
What?
21,000 because
Oh, wait. Oh, because it's for half a point.
it's for half a point. Yes.
3.5. Oh,
So
wow.
he scored 3 out of 10 so far, and he already gains 21,000 euros for this
Wow.
score. So it doesn't matter whether you make 2 draws or 1 win. Every half a draw, every half a point counts for 3,500 euros. So that's actually pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that I think about it, the Selimova game, yeah, before the free day, that loss cost her a lot of money.
That costs her 3,500 actually, because in
Yeah.
women's section every half a point worth 1,750
Yeah. I
euros.
mean, it's a lot of money.
It is a
Now
lot of money.
for chess game.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I just wanted to mention in this position before we move on to somewhere else, is White's idea maybe to close with c5? Is that something to think about here now that rook is on d8 and I want to kind of stop e5 in the future? Like queen c7 and
Felix,
I don't know.
this question
Yeah.
directed to you, so please.
Please,
Okay.
Felix,
Okay.
enlighten
I was
me.
waiting for you, Irene,
I have no
to give
clue
your
about this
expertise.
position.
So I think here it's probably a bit too slow because I think Black will be in time to push e5.
Okay.
Like queen c7,
And let's say
f4
knight
is
Uh-huh.
knight f3 probably, because f4 is not really a move I guess you want to make. It could be quite weakening. But I could see it happening too, because many of the other ideas will probably result in a very drawish position, a very symmetrical position, and this keeps some pieces on the board. But I think Black will manage to get e5 somehow.
Okay. Just
But
was wondering, yeah.
it's definitely an option, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. Well, we'll see which one that Firouzja will take. We talk about a few candidate moves here. We have c5, we have takes on d5. Is this a move like bishop going back to b2, just step away from e5?
I don't think it's necessary for now.
I don't think it's necessary.
Maybe just rook c1, I thought.
Just rook c1, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Or even like a move like bishop. Is it a move too? Bishop f3? Maybe this square belongs to the knight.
Yeah, I would feel like knight f3 is something we want to play in the future, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll wait which strategy or which move that Alireza will take on this position. Let's switch to the game between Pragnananda versus Hikaru, because we've only seen it up to move 3. When this symmetrical position happens, cd5, cd4, still symmetrical, takes, symmetrical, knight c3. Okay, you cannot be a copycat after knight c3, yeah?
Yeah.
You have to move the queen. So queen takes d4, knight takes d4, a6, g3, e5, knight b3, knight c6, bishop g2, a5, and knight b5, bishop b4 check, and after bishop d2, now Hikaru is thinking. So from my point of view, if I'm not mistaken, the understanding was if you already traded this bishop, you can play king e7, which Hikaru just played right now, because then it would be quite a risk if you play king e7 when the bishop is still on the board. So maybe I don't know about this now. Maybe eventually the bishop will be traded anyway so that the king will be safe, because I don't see the point of moving the knight back and saving the bishop. So maybe it's not really necessary for black to take the bishop right away, but black can save up tempo by playing king e7 first. So I'm just trying to make a reasoning behind king e7 instead of castling, for example, because castling looks normal, but it's already approaching the end game and you'd like your game to participate in the game, and then also to probably protect the central squares as well. Please, Felix, give me your validation.
I think no one could explain it better than you, how the position works. With king is perfectly placed on e7 here, and I think Nakamura solved all of his opening problems
Yes.
already, and I think black is very comfortable here.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
think so too. So, well, I think this has been Hikaru's approach to play quite solid in this event. Okay, there are a few games that he wasn't playing very, very solid, and especially against FIDE, taking this pawn sacrifice on e5, where I think he totally missed that there is bishop takes h3, and therefore the disaster started to crawling to his position. But yeah, after that loss, I think that might be his only loss, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, is it?
Oh, he lost.
There's
He
one
lost
more. Yeah,
twice
yeah.
to Vidit.
He lost. Oh
twice
yeah,
with-
he lost twice to FIDE. Yeah, the
But-
same person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was crazy, but I have to say I was very curious and I watched his recap that he did immediately after the game. And I don't know, of course, if it's true or he was already analyzing the game, but somehow that game, he saw bishop h3. He saw that sacrifice, but he planned something else to play on it. He planned to play the correct move by engine, and then suddenly changed his mind last minute and just played something else. Like he was not in the right mind that game. Like just by seeing his analysis, I was kind of very impressed how well spirited he was after playing that game. He was like, okay, just one game, I have to move on. It happens. It's too bad that it happened on Candidates, but you know what? This game happens once in a year or something like that. And he was just moving on very easily. And that shows how strong mentally he was. And I was kind of inspired by that.
Yeah, I think playing lots of online blitz also helps, because you have to quickly recover. You only have a few seconds to recover before the next game. And well, I mean, we know that Hikaru has always been a very strong personality as well. So yeah, I'm sure he bounced back from his loss very quickly, even though it's with the same person. And we see a3 on the board, so I don't see any other move than taking on d2, right? I think sooner or later we'll see this one anyway. And how to take it back, Felix? With the knight, I don't see if it's with the king. It looks a bit dodgy.
It would make sense with the king, I think, if white were in time to bring the rook from h1 to d1 or c1.
Yeah.
But after king takes d2, probably rook
Rook
d8
d8.
is quite unpleasant. And then it's not clear where the king would go.
So let's see, after bishop takes, you take with the knight. What could Pragnananda is trying to do is maybe knight c4, knight b6. This is one idea. But let's say I played this, and then you played this, and I played this. I think this is decent, yeah?
Yeah, these are some very healthy moves, and I almost could even feel at some point black would take the initiative just because of the weak b3 square, and white has not put the king anywhere yet, so I'm looking good for Hikaru anyway. Oh, my cat is here. Hello.
Hello,
She always comes
Schmutzmark.
for Hikaru, right?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Whenever we're talking about Hikaru's game, as if she listens to it and then, hey, I'd like to see it too.
Yeah, she's like, okay, this is now the moment to shine. Okay, I don't know. I like, what does white even play here? I cannot even go. Okay, I can go knight b6, rook a6, knight a4, but that's just miserable, right?
Yeah, I mean, knight c4 is just an idea, maybe because of this reason. After takes and rook d8, maybe you don't need to go for knight c4.
I like knight c4.
You like knight
You
c4?
like it, yeah?
But after
Yeah, maybe
bishop
after
e6?
maybe rook c1.
Just rook
Okay.
c1.
Simple, yeah. Oh yeah, and you cannot go rook c8 because knight b6 then is of
Yeah.
course very strong.
Mhm.
Okay, that looks good.
So we have this position on the board now, and I think rook d8 will come anyway at this point. Or bishop e6 first, but if bishop e6, maybe knight c7. That's what...
Mhm.
I don't know what to judge this position. Maybe this is fine. This is still fine. Takes like this. Oh,
Bishop h3. Yeah.
Just when I do it, I just realized bishop h3 is there. So maybe, nah, don't do that. Kids, don't try this at home. Or maybe just rook going here. But the rook belongs to the c file. That's why I don't like having the rook on d8. So maybe, yeah, maybe just play the other rook then, going to d8, and then just get ready for the other one for c8. Okay, looks like a very healthy position for both sides. And let's switch to the women's section. Just trying to look which one that looks more interesting. We have the same side castle between Conor versus Salimova, because we were thinking that, yeah, finally the pawn just moved to h3. This usually is not the case when you play with the other line, yeah, with the bishop e4, because then whenever you move to h3, there might be some check or things like that. So we saw the position up to h takes g6, and after bishop d2, I think the continuation is pretty normal. Here, you want to play h3, yeah, because the h2 was under attack. After bishop here, you can castle and castle, bishop e2, king b8, king b1. So in a way, it looks pretty symmetrical. But yeah. What do you think, Felix? Which one do you think is slightly better in this position?
I would pick white probably just because of the two bishops.
Mm-hmm.
They're not really great here, but they're always kind of a long-term asset. And white usually has this plan of pushing eventually f3, e4, just taking the center. And I think maybe king b1 was also one idea, to play bishop c1 next, and then f3, e4. But now with rook c8 just on the board, maybe Salimova could try for c5 at some point as well, opening up the c file. So many options for both sides here.
Yeah. I think depends also where this bishop goes. Like if you try bishop c1, let's say maybe it's time for the queen to go, and then somehow the knight goes here, and then now you can try to attack the queen side like this. So if the queen, if the bishop stays here, then maybe the queen will stay. Maybe I don't know. If I were black or white, I would step my king again to a8 and to b1, just to not have any. Okay, b1, no, a1 maybe it's not necessary, yeah, because black doesn't have a light square bishop, so it's not really dangerous. But for black, it might be some sort of, this idea might be dangerous in the long term. So yeah, I think it's safer to put on a8. But yeah, this looks interesting. When was the last time we see castle on the same side, on the long side, in this tournament?
Wait, I think we saw it between Tan and Harika, right? Was it
Harika? Harika is not here.
Sorry, not Harika. Humpy. I'm sorry.
Wait, Tan Humpy, which opening was that?
Wait, wasn't that when we saw that Queen A7 and only rooks and queens on the board? That was, I think.
Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah, there was Tan and Humpy. That's right.
It was Tan Humpy, not Harika.
It was
but Humpy,
coming
yeah.
from a Scotch opening. Yes.
Was
Yeah.
it? It was, I think.
It was a
I'm
Scotch
not
opening.
even sure.
Yes.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
I remember it because the game was kind of wild, even though it was equal all the time. It was wild.
With 3 major pieces in the end game. Yeah. It was queen and 2 rooks in the end game.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this one, and let's take a look on the game between Faishali versus Goichkina. Looks like Faishali is trying to stop black from castling. We saw the position up to, actually this happened. Felix mentioned this, that he prepared one of Harry's game in this line. Bishop c2 here. Oh, I don't like, Laura, I don't like trading this bishop with the knight.
Oh, but we don't have a choice right
I
now.
love this bishop. Why would
Wait.
we move it? Actually, Felix,
Wait, actually, yes.
give me some idea. Why do we need to play bishop
Oh,
c2?
bishop f5 is coming, I guess.
Exactly. That was still Harry's game, I believe, and the point of bishop c2 is just to prevent bishop f5, even at the cost of giving up the bishop.
But
That's
is
sad.
it that important to prevent the bishop on f5? Because I have no clue. Maybe because of that view, I would have played, let's say, a3 just to stop it. And maybe if you play bishop f5, at some point I will just exchange this bishop with this bishop, but not with the knight. So what is the drawback on that decision for white?
Well, now in this type of French position, when black manages to exchange this kind of bad bishop, the pawn on d4 could become quite weak, and without this bad bishop for black, I think black is quite comfortable. And but yeah, it's tricky to say, since in the game black achieved something similar. But yeah,
I guess it's still theory, yeah. Somehow.
yeah, this is kind of still.
I mean, anyway, we get into this kind of Caro-Kann French position. I would say more Caro-Kann position because there's no more light squared bishop. And I think we saw this G6 idea. Was it by Prague? I think it was by Prague when he played the French.
Yeah, it was the
Fabi,
game
yeah,
Fabi Prague.
And of course, we saw that Prague kind of hold on very easily with his preparation. But it's not easy when you push G6, yeah?
Yeah, it's quite weakening.
Yeah, very, very weakening. Okay, bishop f8.
Guys, there's a repetition. Oh my gosh, there's a repetition here. I mean, for Gerchkina, I don't know whether she will really repeat, or maybe after bishop g5, let's say, she will do something else. That's possible. But I think for Faishali, it is always fine, yeah, to make a draw, and because she's not really having like the best tournament for her, so maybe it's always good to gain any sort of points, even if it's a half point. So yeah, this decision, let's take a quick guess. Will it be, I mean, I don't know, in the long term it might actually still a draw, but will they repeat or not?
Well, I don't know, like if I were in Vaishali's position, I would repeat just because, okay, I did win a game, but I won it by accident, kind of, yeah? So every half point, like you said, it counts. If nothing else, it's kind of prize money. But I guess she would also like to get out of the last spot. So with white pieces, it's easier to play for a win. So you're kind of torn. But I would take the draw.
You would take the draw. Well, I think that is quite clear for Faishali, but for Gerchkina, maybe she will just try to do something else. Like after this, maybe queen goes. But if the thing is, if the queen goes away, right, then there's bishop f6, and then you lose your right to castle. So maybe after bishop g5, I think you ought to play bishop e7 again. And if you want to somehow not repeat, it has to be from this position.
Yes.
Felix, what do you think?
I actually think Vaishali wouldn't repeat. Because I think white has quite a risk-free position and just slightly better. Yeah, I don't know how she personally feels about her tournament, so that might also be of influence. But I think if white were just to take on f8, king f8, and then put a rook on the c file, I don't think white could really lose that game in the long run.
Yeah. So we'll see if Faishali is going to fight on this game, or whether she will just take a safer decision by repeating the moves and agree for a draw. Because again, we have 4 rounds to go, I mean, including this one. So after this one, we have 3 rounds to go. And we can also see not only from the women's section, but also in the open section, where not only that they're making mistakes. I've seen some pictures how Nijat was just staying on the board after he finished the game against Hikaru. I think he realized right away the move bishop e5, if you remember from 2 days ago, that that it just immediately stopped the attack of Dijats.
Yes.
Yeah, where he should have just exchanged that bishop first with bishop c7 and then going with the same idea with queen e7, and he will maintain his advantage, and that was just missed. He got the same idea, but somehow he just missed the bishop e5 move. So that's already showing us that these players are starting to feel the fatigue of chess and the exhaustion, and their moves are no longer as accurate as before. Yeah, and also we see many misses in the game between Fabi versus Firouzja as well. Any other day, Fabi would have found that sequence, that beautiful sequence with f4, and yeah, and other games as well. So sometimes, yeah, conserving your energy, it's really important. And so, yeah, sometimes you just don't want to push it. But I'm not sure how this game will continue. Big chance is going to repeat, but big chance as well, like Felix said, that Faishal will not repeat it. She's still young. She has many tournaments to play. I don't think she's thinking about the prize money at all in this position. I don't think she's thinking about gaining like a few $1,000 out of the drawing. But I think what she's really focusing on is yeah, whether she's ready to play for a long game or whether it is enough, you know, because we never know their condition, right? They might be actually not only tired, but maybe they're getting sick, because this is also like a very common occurrence toward the later stage of the event. So yes, we'll keep an eye on this, but I personally feel that Fashali shouldn't take a draw. She should continue because, as Felix mentioned, White doesn't have any race, but as we speak, Bishop g5 is on the board. Oh.
No, the thing is, yeah, when you lose 4 games in a row and you are
it's
on a
hard.
verge of losing the 5th game,
Yeah.
like she was really so close. Mentally, it's hard. Of course, she won that game. And of course, then it comes to the question how mentally ready you are to actually push for a win against such a strong classic player as Goryachkina. It would be better to place on 2200 at that point, yeah? To gain some confidence back, but you have no choice here. You have just hard match after hard match after hard match. So we're gonna see right now if her mentality is up to it. If not, I do not blame her, yeah? It's a very tough event.
It is very tough event, yeah.
And bishop h6 on the board, so...
So Felix, your wish doesn't come true. This is going
Well,
to...
there's still a chance, right? After
There's still
bishop
a chance.
f8. Maybe she just repeated once and
then now take
Just
on
to trick
f8,
her.
yeah? Do you
yeah,
think so?
maybe. Well, my predictions from the past haven't been quite on spot, so I will not make the mistake to commit such a yeah.
Yeah, but also...
not this time.
Not this time,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, but it's also very hard to keep being objective, like Goryachkina here, because she's playing against Vaishali, which is like the bottom in the leaderboard. So sometimes when you're thinking like, oh, my future opponent is not having a great performance so far, maybe I should, you know, offer push or something like that. And just based on that result, it's very hard to be objective. But Goryachkina here, she was just playing the chess. She's not playing what, you know, outside the chessboard. And I've been watching her in so many events as well, that she's just very, very objective. She doesn't care whether her opponent is having the best score or the lowest score or anything. She's just, okay, if this is an equal and there's nothing else for black to play in this position, draw is fine. Draw is a very good result. But here, she's thinking one more time whether bishop f8 is what she's going to play, because if there's no bishop's f8, what else can be done here, Felix?
Yeah, very hard to say. Hard to even come up with a move, yeah? Like White could even consider playing bishop g7 and rook g8, bishop h6 back.
Yeah.
Just to cancel black's castling right.
Let's say I move like something like this. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with the knight d7, but yeah, just to show Felix's idea like this. Can I trap this bishop, by the way, by playing g5? But
Oh.
yeah, I was scared too, but I thought I have f4 maybe.
Yeah, just f4. And then having the king in the center is always unpleasant. Yeah, you can always get some attack out of it. And also, okay, if something like this happens, then you can take, and there's pretty much it. The bishop is now quite safe. Yeah.
Yeah, and after bishop g5, maybe even queen f3. Nice little
Ooh,
trick.
as a trick, yeah, this is quite nice. That's true. Okay, queen here, here maybe just takes, but okay, this position is I think it's just better for white. Yeah, you can actually double up like this and then
Yeah.
have a better game. Yeah. Okay. So we conclude that there's nothing better for black here than bishop f8, and maybe Faishali not repeating the move by playing bishop g5, but maybe she would just take on f8 and then we get a game. But maybe it's also going to be the first game to finish in this round. We will see. Let's also update ourselves on the game between.
Could I just, sorry, briefly add to this position maybe? Maybe one possible idea for black is to bring the king over to b8, but it's probably not a correct approach.
Very brave.
But
yeah?
it's a very nice and typical idea for this type of structure.
Yeah. Well, I think if you're fighting for something that, you know, that draw is not an option, and rook c4 is on the board.
Rook c4.
What?
Okay.
Rook c4. Wow, aggressive Goryachkina.
Maybe we will see what Felix just said, but via different route. Like maybe queen goes to d7 first, and then king will go like this to b8. Maybe, right?
I could see that happening, yeah.
Yeah, that's possible. Okay, so this one is hanging right now. You cannot have bishop g7 yet because both of the pawn and bishop will get attacked, so you have to protect this one first, and maybe rook d1. And I think we can start the king journey by playing queen d7 first. And even if you do this, it's fine because my king, well, her king, not my king, will go to the other side anyway. So wow, my wish come true. We're gonna see a game, but to my surprise, it is Goryachkina who is initiating for this attack, not repeating the moves. So okay, this is going to be quite a long game, I would say. What do you think, guys? Shall we switch to this one, to Litinje versus Muzichuk, because this is the leader game as well, and we see a pawn sacrifice happening on the board, and then
she took it.
She took it, but let's see what's happening. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, f5, knight bd2. So far, so normal. Bishop e6, bishop b5. And then, yeah, this idea with the queen on a7 is very thematic. At some point, you can just actually... Yeah, there's this one very... how to say? Like, this idea, yeah, with this one takes like this, and then you kind of like takes this and then takes this. This is quite complicated, and both players didn't want to go for this one. And I mean, Litinje didn't want to go for that line, and she instead chose to play rook e2, and after a4, h3, preventing knight g4, and after queen a5 takes on c6, and knight g5, and now knight g3, and you come back. Yeah, because you don't want to take on this bishop, because then the rook will have also an eye to the f2 pawn. So the knight went back to f3, and after rook d8, bishop d2, queen a6, and here I just want to see like how long did it take for Litinje to play queen c1, and it was pretty long. Yeah, she took about 15 minutes to play queen c1, and it took Ada for about 9 minutes to take on d3, this pawn sacrifice. Yeah, obviously it is the intention. When you play queen c1, you don't have any other plan apart from taking h6. And that's what happened on the board. And we have, I think, our first sacrifice in this round.
Okay. How do we feel about it?
I feel joy.
Let's talk through the emotions right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. From Litinje's point of view, I don't know whether this is the risk that she should be taking. I mean, she's leading the tournament anyway, and she could get away with a calm, peaceful game and then at least get by with a draw on this round. But she took this risk. So I hope that all her past wins in the last 5 rounds didn't really blind her objectivity toward the evaluation of the game, because this looks like, oh, I'm in the I'm in a good form. I'm in a good form. I'm in a good mood. Everything worked perfectly for me, even though again the game before this it was against Gorchikina, even though the computer shows that it was a drawish end game, but turns out it worked for me again. Maybe this one will work. So I also had this type of feeling whenever I was leading a tournament or whenever I have like a good performance, like anything will work for me. So let's go for this idea, and then losing my objectivity, because we have an evil bar here telling that black is a bit better, but I don't see how, because after bishop takes h6, it's still like, at least I can feel it, there might be some perpetual, at least. So Felix, what do you think about this sacrifice?
Looks pretty dangerous for black,
Yeah.
So, and I would like to say I'm quite impressed by Lai Tingji's maneuver with knight g5 and then back to knight f3. So I guess that was her point, just to provoke h6, yes, and then to sacrifice the bishop. Quite a long-term plan and quite a beautiful idea.
Yeah. Well, Laura, after queen c1, Anna, I'm sure she's seen this idea of bishop takes h6, right? But she decided to play queen takes d3 still, and then not being afraid of bishop takes h6. What do you think is her idea? How would she anticipate this one? Because if you don't play anything, okay, queen g5 is coming, and then it's almost GG.
You kind of need to know immediately the response, because obviously she has seen bishop h6 in advance. If she hasn't, that's a different story. That just means trouble for her game, yeah. But of course, I think she has, and she evaluated that queen d3 is good, which I actually believe as well. Taking the d3 pawn, I think should be well, like exchanging it for h6. Now, I guess she wants to go something like knight h7, but after knight g5...
No, knight g5, there is queen g3.
She wants to take... Oh, just queen g3, yeah. So this
we cannot play
works.
knight g5.
I thought I can just take on h6, but of course queen g3 is even better.
I was thinking of knight h5, actually.
h5.
But e2, right?
Oh, e2. He's hanging, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe white has to just retreat the bishop, right?
Oh, just get the pawn
Maybe
and
bishop
retreat the
e3.
bishop, yeah? Maybe back to e3 like this.
But black should be quite comfortable. The king is safe on g8. And...
Yeah. I mean, knight h5 or knight g5 could be coming in the future. I would be slightly worried about that, like queen e1, rook d1, something like. But also, like bishop on e6 is strong, attacking a2, a3 is coming. So yeah, like I agree with Felix. I think black is comfortable.
But yeah, black's queen is kind of on the wrong side of the board, and it's not easy for black to put the queen on the king side. So that's kind of a long-term problem for black, I think.
Yeah, just to put the position on the board for our chats, this sacrifice, I think you cannot take it because of the idea of, okay, now the knight is being attacked. If the knight goes here, I think we have this with a checkmate idea coming up soon. And if the knight goes to the other side, then I think we'll bring... Is it a mate? Wait. If I bring this knight...
I still have queen g3, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, there is almost no mate. Because the king can just walk. So maybe the critical question is, can we take the bishop or not?
Yeah. I think after knight e8, somebody in chat says rook d2 looks nice. I don't know if he's or she looking at the engine, but I think rook d2 might be the move.
It makes sense because now on the next move you have knight g5.
Yeah.
So then,
but again, after
next
knight...
move, yeah.
Yeah, you have knight g5.
Chat is saving us as always.
But the thing is, after knight g5, I still cannot see the mate. Let's say I play this, yeah? And then you play knight g5. I still cannot see the mate. Maybe it's a long term because you have your knight h5 coming up soon. But even that, I don't see a mate.
Actually, that makes sense.
So after knight g5, okay, we have to come up with a move. Yeah, what?
I think instead of knight g5, I also have knight takes e5, which is a nice idea, but I don't think black has to take.
Oh, that's cute. Actually, that's adorable.
But black can maybe just play queen c5.
Yeah, I cannot take because after this you have check, and let's say I go here, and then you can take this. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to find if there's any compensation to this, but I don't think so because it looks like white holds everything, and white has.
Even this is not totally clear.
Yeah, even this one is not totally
Yeah.
clear. That's true. Okay, let's how to move this one. Let's say I move it here just to stop your knight from going to h5. With two bishops, anything can happen. Actually, okay, let's make a guess. What's the evaluation on this position? It is
Want to
messy,
make a
I know,
guess?
but what do you think?
You know what? I'm gonna say 0-0.
Okay, Felix.
It's gonna be embarrassing again.
Yes, so embarrassing.
Trying to compete with the computer. Who is better and why?
Yeah, it's
That's
so
the question.
tough. That's
Maybe
why I said 0-0, you know.
Plus 0.8.
For
Okay.
oh,
For white.
white, yeah. I think for me, I don't know. Minus 0.4.
Okay.
0.0.
Yes.
How?
Yeah.
How? Guess how? How is it like equal?
Yeah, I've been looking at engines for too long. I feel like Matthew Sadler at this point, you know?
Oh my gosh.
We miss him though.
Yeah, even oh my gosh, I just couldn't believe my eyes. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That was
Okay.
total bluff actually, just so you know.
So our conclusion is if white retreats with the bishop back to e3, I think the position is better for white, yeah? So maybe in this position, black is kind of forced to take the sacrifice, but it doesn't really give like a direct, well, white wants to give a checkmate or something like that, but it doesn't really give a direct win to white. In fact, the computer says that this is fine. Like after these takes, and then I think you can just play knight e8, and then
Can we just check rook d2, queen c4, knight f5?
knight f5, nice.
I just wanna see what's going on.
So if I take,
maybe you can just take in queen f4
queen
or
f4,
something.
yeah.
And
Knight
just say
g5.
Oh,
I take on f5.
that's
Then I have nothing, yeah.
You have nothing, unfortunately.
Okay. No, I just wanted to check. Okay, good. So this is actually gonna be very interesting. I
But
don't
practically,
know.
it's just so hard for black because you see you can take a piece, but you don't see why you can take a piece. So she will spend a lot of time trying to figure out if she can take it or not.
But she already spent quite some time to take on d3, and I think, I mean, this has to come automatic, no? Like you already made a decision with queen takes d3. You know that bishop h6 is going to come anyway, and you shouldn't think for too long because judging from the time situation, they have about 30 minutes difference. So Anna has to start playing faster.
Yeah.
And especially in the type of that position when you are trying to defend and prove that the sacrifice didn't work, you will need lots of time to think too, because then, yeah, the king will be in trouble, but there's always a move to save the position, and it's not going to be very easy for Anna.
For sure.
Okay, so we have two things to wait here. First is this game, whether Anna will take the sacrifice. Secondly, I'll just move back to this very, very quickly before we move to the open section again. Because after rook c4, we have rook f d1, but then bishop f8 and bishop g5. So are they going to make another type of repetition? We don't know, because this bishop g5 is also a tricky move. Maybe Faishali already sensed that Felix was whispering to Gorchkina, hey, you have to move the king to the other side of the board. And then therefore, after bishop g5, you cannot do it anymore unless your queen moves elsewhere. But then it's going to be quite weakening around this f file, because if the queen, let's say, move to c7 and then you're still preparing for this one, maybe I can play, queen f3, for example, or no, I have to play
Or
this
bishop
actually.
f6 first.
Otherwise, it's bishop g7, yeah. And after this, yeah, looks a bit loose to me if you start moving king d7, king c8 now, but maybe with the right time after this bishop e7, you don't know. But this is the moment of decision for Gorchkina to repeat or to move the queen, because then also if you move this queen, maybe now I can start doing something with this, yeah, after bishop f6, of course.
But she did it anyway.
She did it, queen c7. Okay, so queen c7 is already on the board. Maybe also saving up this square for the knight. I don't know, we'll see. But wow, so Gorchkina is in the fighting mood then.
Yeah, she came to win today. I see. No repetition for her. I would have been considering bishop e7, bishop h6, and then moving somewhere like king d7 or queen c7. Like I guess I don't know why she prefers bishop on f8 over e7, Felix. Is that better?
I agree as well. Like the bishop on e7 for black seems a lot
A bit
more
better,
natural. Yeah, because now the bishop on g5 is just very powerful.
Yeah.
So
Also
maybe
giving the
something
option
like
of
this.
bishop f6.
So something like this, then you can just play queen c7 here if you want, yeah, instead of bishop f8. Yeah, this looks more sensible to me. But I think the idea is to not have the bishop on this diagonal, because then maybe I have something like this and trying to hit this rook. I don't know. It looks like the bishop is protecting the rook. I'm just trying to find the reason why Gorchkina chose the other position instead of this one. Because now if you start moving with your king, let's say, do I have anything?
You could consider something like b3 at some point. Yeah, but knight rook c6 is just safe. Oh, another
Maybe
captain.
something like this, like queen h3. Let's say I have two ideas. I have bishop g7 taking on h7. I will also have knight takes d5. If you hide something like this, I think this is the blow, the big blow to the position. So having the bishop on h6 is definitely useful for white. Yeah, actually that might be the concrete idea of why she prefers the bishop to be on the other diagonal, because yeah, after rook c1, what do you play here?
Maybe king d7 and king h3, then maybe rook c8.
Rook c8. But then how do you stop me from taking this pawn? Actually, that's a good idea as well. Like, what happened after I just played it like this? How do you stop it?
That would have been my question, because king e8 is not a move I want to play now.
Yeah, of course not.
But probably I have to even.
Yeah, in that position, I think you have to. So after rook c1, I don't think king d7 is the right move. And I didn't put king d8 with the same idea, because I think it's just pretty much the same, yeah? Because this bishop cannot move anywhere anyway. Like, I just play queen here, the same thing. Okay, you have... Oh no, you cannot even move your bishop because they're in bishop, queen f6, and then I'm hitting the rook on h8. So... yeah.
Maybe that was also Goryachkina's idea, to leave the bishop on f8 so the pawn on f7 is defended.
That's true, yeah. I think that's the reason behind this sequence, like after rook d1 and bishop f8, and only then after bishop g5, then queen c7. So everything is defended. Here is defended. So let's say I play rook here. And
another point, I thought maybe she wants to play h6 at some point. And just ignore bishop f6, just move the rook and then knight d7. And then attack the bishop on f6.
That's clever.
And bishop on f8 is neutral in that case. Okay, I like that.
So something like this, and okay, rook c1, it doesn't make sense now because I cannot move my knight anyway. But you already lose this right to castle. But maybe it's time for me to move the bishop back, because that's my only idea, to make you lose the right of castling. Because otherwise, if I play something else, I think you're just going to play bishop g7 and then castle, yeah?
Yeah.
So I have to move this, and I have to move it back to g5. And what do you play? Knight e7 or h6? Yeah, now it's just tricky for black too.
Maybe h6.
h6, then I move my bishop somewhere, like here maybe.
And I could have ideas with rook c6 and then knight c4, but
Rook c6 and knight c4.
maybe.
I mean, black's doing fine if white's not really attacking on king side and black is safe on queen side. It's just okay, no?
Yeah, yeah. But again, I still like white's position anyway, just because the king is still in the center and then Grechkina has to work this out. Until the king is safe, then maybe I will be starting to like black's position. But we'll keep an eye on this, and queen c7 is already on the board. And I think, yeah, white has to play bishop f6 to stop black from doing bishop g7 and castle herself. So we'll keep an eye. And let's switch back to the game between Gukesh versus Fabi, because it looks like Fabi is taking a risk in his position. We see the position after queen e7. No, we see the position after knight d7. This position.
Yes.
And we're thinking which strategy or how Gukesh will proceed in this position, whether it's starting to play e4, rook e1, or the minority attack. But he chose something else. He chose to play a5 and then trying to weaken this pawn by playing a6. So that's why black stopped it by playing a6 himself, and knight goes to a4. This is also quite thematic, yeah, in this type of structure, to have the knight jumping to c5. And here you have a few options. Yeah, usually the knight is not standing here. We see many cases where the bishop moves back to c8. I think there was one game by Yusupov that I really remember that like it was the best move in the game or something like that. But yeah, we didn't have that plan or idea on this position. So Fabi chose to play knight takes c5, b takes c5, and allowing a long-term weakness on b7. And yeah, that's why I was saying that he was taking a risk, because then he had to get a compensation out of this weakness, because otherwise white is just standing fine. So he started with f5, trying to get an attack on the king side. Laura, what do you think of this position? You are a default player. Would you like to play this as white?
Okay, so the idea that Gukesh played with a5, knight a4, knight c5, I actually played this against Rasmus Fane, a very strong theoretician and grandmaster, and I lost very easily with white, just because I then learned that this is not exactly, you don't want to close the queen side like that. And when you said b7 is a weakness, I'm not sure that it is a weakness, because how can you attack it when I play bishop c8?
Yeah.
And saying that, black is just playing on the king side. And also that game that I played, I lost on the king side because I was just standing solidly thinking he cannot crush me. And at some point, all the pawns, came over the fourth file or line, however it's said. And I would prefer black's position just because I have experience losing something similar with white. How about you, Irene?
I will throw it to Felix. What about you, Felix?
No, I totally agree with Laura, because optically the position looks very nice for white. The pawn on b7 seems weak, but it can just be easily defended with bishop c8. And the problem with white's strategy is now he doesn't have any counterplay anymore on the queen side. So that's the drawback of this plan with a5, knight a4, knight c5. And the position seems already easier to play for black. I also think black could have ideas with h5, h4, for example, just opening up the king side. And in the long run, the bishop pair could also open up, and I think Fabi will enjoy his position here.
Yeah, so okay, I like black position as well, but I'm just trying to see it from white's perspective here. What if I just try to offer some sort of a trade here by playing knight e5? I know it's not gonna be good for my pawn structure, but I just like to open up the position. I just like to connect this weakness of yours with some sort of like an open position, so I can I can try to exploit your king. So if you don't take my knight, I will play f4 and then close it. But if you take my knight now,
Yes.
which is probably is a fine move anyway. I'm trying to get something out of like this square maybe. Because again, if you move something like this, then maybe I will offer some bishop c4. Just my idea is to open the position as much as I can. So probably if I were white here, I would seriously consider to play knight e5, because that bishop on g7 might might pose as a very dangerous bishop in the long run. So I totally like your idea as well. Bishop c8, and we have this very, very classical example on how you can just simply protect your weakness and then focus on your attack. But also, I think Gukash has a concrete response to this. And this is the thing with the younger generation these days, Kasparov, all these players would always say, they don't understand chess because they don't really have a belief in the classical approach. But these players, Gukash, Arjun Erigaisi, FIDE, and especially Pragnananda, they just calculate everything. They don't necessarily understand the position. They should have like good understanding of many positions, but they just calculate everything. In every given position, they have like a concrete approach. So maybe in this position, we are not talking about strategy or anything anymore for white, but more like there is knight e5, or maybe there's something else that I missed, by the way. Maybe it is knight, I don't know. I cannot think of anything than knight e5, by the way.
Yeah, 95 is very concrete, so it's really up to calculation at this point, because if I'm, like you said, d4, and if bishop c4, then again, you have to calculate king g7 or taking on e3, and then you have this terrible pawn structure with white. But if you're holding on, it's okay. So it's up to them to calculate if it works or not. And if it doesn't work, of course, white is still fine. Just, bishop pair and attack on the king side can be scary somehow. So this is for sure not a boring game.
This is not. Or maybe to support knight e5, maybe I can play rook b4 first, although there is bishop c8, but I can play something like this, and then knight e5 is still an idea anyway.
But now I could play rook d8 maybe.
Rook d8.
Yes.
So maybe
So I thought he has to play knight e5 right away if he wants to.
Yeah. Also knight e5. Okay. Additionally, you have this knight g6 idea. Additionally, but I don't think both players will miss that. So yeah, we'll see. Meanwhile, guys, we will see what's happening on the game between Lichess versus Muzichuk, because Muzichuk chose to take on h6. This is not liking. The computer doesn't like the black's position at all, because after takes, queen takes, and knight e8 was already on the board, rook d2 and queen c4. We talk about this position too, and we thought that black should be fine, although all these pieces kind of disconnected to the king. But how to proceed as white here? Because if I put the multi-board view, we can see the evil bar is liking white very much. I think it's close to like +2 maybe, or +2.3 maybe. Let's take a look. Yeah, +2.4.
Wow.
So we missed something.
We missed something. So actually, I'm just gonna check which move that it was bad for black. So it takes here, it is already bad. So we shouldn't take that one as a starter. So what could be the move then? You were saying knight h7. Knight h7 is apparently not also the best move, or maybe knight e8 right away? Maybe knight e8 right away. Yeah, and then just protecting it, because taking on h6 takes, and now knight goes to e8, and after rook d2, apparently queen c4 is not the best move, but okay, in this position, white is already standing better. I think you might have to resort your queen like this. I don't know. It's a long idea, but there's something wrong with queen c4 that's
well, 95 was a very good idea by you, Felix?
Yeah,
Felix?
but
Yeah, it was
maybe not the best,
maybe not the best, because after this there is this one.
Oh,
If you take this one, then I can take it easily with the
yes.
pawn, yeah? And then if you take with the king, I will just show it to the chat. I have this queen c5 taking with this, and then
Yes,
black is standing fine. So yeah,
that's
in this
very nice.
position, after knight takes e5, it's not good. So maybe, yeah, I think so. Right, so now it's even better for black. So we have to find a better move than knight takes e5.
Okay.
So I guess both knight g5 and knight h5. Knight h5 immediately there is queen e4, but knight g5 looks very, very logical, right?
Knight g5, yeah?
Okay. What did we say on that exactly? I forgot already. We have to remind ourselves at this point.
Did we discuss knight g5 here?
No, we
I think.
didn't. Did
What do
we?
you mean we didn't? I think we said something, but I don't know what, knight g7 or. Oh no, it was not knight g7. Oh, I'm just losing a piece.
No, I didn't come up with a move in this position. I just thought that
Oh.
if this was white to move again and after knight h5, what do you do? Like, I still don't see a mate in that position.
Ah, yeah, this was something that we discussed. Okay. Yeah, actually, what am I threatening? Nothing
I
yet,
like-
but what does black do?
I like this idea of you playing rook here and then just sacrifice your rook so that this can be disconnected, but it's a bit too far.
I see an idea for white.
Or maybe just rook here and then play b3, just to get this queen out of control with the bishop on c4.
Mhm.
I think after knight h5, you're threatening knight h7. The knight f6.
And knight f6.
That could be an idea.
That's
That's
nice.
very cute.
That's nice, yeah. Okay, so I have to be careful then. After knight g5, what do I do? Let's say I play knight g7, yeah? Oh, no, knight g7, I lose immediately.
Losing a piece, yes.
Yeah, losing a piece immediately like this.
Are you? Rook g8?
Oh yeah, rook g8. We have to calculate till the end, yeah.
But
Queen h6.
just queen h6.
Rook h8, knight h7.
Yeah, so rook
Okay,
g6.
queen h4.
Queen
Yeah.
h4.
That's fine,
Yeah.
I think.
This one is this one, yeah. I think white is fine, yeah?
I think so.
Okay, so I cannot play knight g7. But how to stop this knight h5? This is a very unpleasant position to play as black.
Yeah, and we see the problem with the queen on c4. It's just not coming back on time.
Yeah, probably knight g5 is the best move. Let's take a look. It is not, Felix.
Oh, I just saw somebody in chat and I had to double check the engine because I was like, there's no way that's a move. No, okay, guess a move. You have 3 guesses. I'm sure you will not guess it. For white instead of knight g5.
Oh, instead of knight g5, so I have to move back, yeah?
Instead of knight g5, there's only one move apparently, and I'm shocked.
Okay.
So if you had 3 guesses.
Just play some random moves. I see. I like this idea. I've been trying to play this idea, but it doesn't work. So I will play king h2 now.
Yes, it's king
with
h2.
The idea with b3. This is the idea.
Wow, that's crazy, right?
Yeah. No, I've been trying to work on this. That's why I mentioned about rook b1. I want to play b3, but now with your help, of course, because I can sense the move it's not usual. I mean, it's not like a common move to make, right? But yeah, king h2, you still have a very good idea with b3 coming up soon. And then I just want to get rid this queen, controlling the e6. So how to stop b3?
But still, I don't get king h2 at all.
Yeah, it's like in this attacking moment where you just took on h6, you're like, I have all the knights here, and you go king h2. What has chess become,
Yeah.
This is insane. King h2, and like, okay, let's say black plays a move like, let's say rook a7, just to demonstrate what's going on, yeah?
So
I mean, maybe also knight e5 is now a threat with the king on h2.
But there's no more check on f2, yeah?
Maybe.
Now you can take. Now you can take. Instead of b3, now you can actually take because this is hanging. So yeah, that's cute. Wow, King
That's
H2 has
true.
so many ideas. B3 is
Wow.
there, knight E5 is there.
Oh, but I think it's impossible to find that move.
Yeah,
In my
I would be
opinion,
shocked.
if she plays it, honestly, I think she's gonna win the candidates. That's my take.
No, that's gonna be amazing. I think she will find it. I have a
You
feeling
think
that she will
so?
find it. She
Yeah.
likes to play these little moves that sometimes you didn't expect. I remember her game against Vaishali, how B3. Did you remember the game with the
When,
idea
sorry, which game was it?
Littinger versus Vaishali when Littinger just won everything on the G7 and then there was like little move like B3 followed by bishop here because the queen was it was
Oh,
such a little move that
yeah, I'm going through that game right now
I
just
know
to
I know
check.
Littinger
Yeah.
likes all this type of hidden little moves, so I'm not gonna be surprised if she actually find King H2 because yeah, she's a good calculator and very and has very good understanding as well. But also, I'm not surprised if she's gonna play something like Knight G5 or things like that.
I think knight G5 is the most human move.
Very
Yeah.
And
human.
I still don't see how black can even defend that position. It seems very tough.
Yeah. If only this bishop can be transferred, yeah, but that's not gonna happen. Yeah. Wow. So we'll have a very interesting game then. This one. I like this decision. I'm starting to like this decision because I was quite worried of the tournament situation for Li Tingjie that she's leading, but she's taking a risk by sacrificing this. But now I'm starting to respect and like it so much. So yeah, we'll see whether she's gonna find this King H2 move or not as the best move on this position. Do we have another interesting position so far in the?
I think a lot has happened in Firuza
Oh yes, let's
against
go back.
Abasov.
Rook on D5. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see it. So we saw the position up to D5.
Wow.
No, castle like this. Oh no, it was something like this and D5 and C4 and
Yeah,
Rook D8. Yeah.
Rook D8.
So he took.
He took.
He took. So bishop F3.
Okay.
Queen here and then rook here, not worrying about E5. Knight E8. So if E5, I think it's rook C5, yeah? Or I'm trying to find what would be the move.
Something similar happened in the game, so I would assume that.
Yeah. But the knight goes to E8. The thing is, in this position, you can play knight D7, but...
yeah, but rook D5 just looks...
Yeah.
Rook on D8 is terrible in this case.
Yeah. Okay, so Abasov played knight E8, rook C5, E5, and knight C4, F6, protecting it, and rook D5. Ooh. Yeah.
And it seems like Abasov is lost already, at least according to the eval bar.
Is it? Oh yeah, let's show it with the multi-board view. Yeah, the current position, the angel likes the position for white. I think it's plus 2.3.
Yeah.
Exactly 2.3.
Oh wow.
Okay.
On spot.
Yeah. And
that's insane, I think. What's the problem? Is the queen the problem? I don't understand. What's the problem?
These pieces, I think they're being underdeveloped. So can you, okay, rook D5, I think you just take. You cannot play here because of E4. And you cannot play here because, okay, you can just simply take it.
Oh no, my queen.
You have to move the king. But then you can push this one first. And then, yeah, this is going to be a long-term, not even a long-term, just a weakness for now. Where does this queen go? First question. If queen goes here, the bishop, how can the bishop go? If the queen goes somewhere like here, there's bishop here. I mean, yeah, looks like just lost, yeah? If the queen goes here, you can just simply take it and go for this endgame without any worry. Like, this is just totally busted. Wow, so Alireza might score another victory.
Oh, and we were talking about Abasov scoring a point. Yeah, it must be heartbreaking. If he loses, it's another heartbreak after the other. So It's going to be really tough to end this tournament. I mean, he's not lost yet. He doesn't have any material less. It's basically just positional advantage, which Alireza has to convert. And we all know that these kind of advantages are the hardest to convert because one mistake and it's already back to equal, yeah? At least in my opinion. I don't know about you two. Maybe you two are like some strong strategical players, but yeah, bishop c5. Oh God. Look at all this domination.
Yeah. And bishop still has nowhere to go, yeah? If bishop goes here, this one, you cannot go here because of this one. If you go here, this one. So you're kind of like so cramped. What to do? And no choice of, okay, knight c7 might be there, but then you might fall to bishop here too. Like another sacrificing idea of, yeah, what to do in this position. I'm not too sure. Okay, so things are looking good for Alireza. Let's take a look this one, FIDE versus Nepomniachtchi. And we saw the position when they are trading so many pieces. And then, yeah, this is the, and then this one, knight e3, here c4, h4, c3. Wait, bishop here. So bishop e4. I was like, oh, there's a pawn sacrifice there, but okay, there's a rook sacrifice on a8. Okay, so naturally, I would play my knight, yeah? I don't know, maybe knight d7. Maybe long term also, I can start thinking of knight a6. I mean, just a different maneuver with the knight, but what else can we suggest in this position as black?
Yeah, the knight needs to get out somehow. But knight d7, I was worried about d5 a little bit, that the bishop could get trapped, but maybe not. Bishop g4.
There is, okay, I cannot take this one first, yeah, because then I don't have bishop g4.
Yeah.
So, oh, I also can play here actually.
That's nice.
Yeah, and then takes this, and I think this is a better position, so I don't think you can push d5.
Yeah, 95 is strong. But even to the end, after 95, bishop e2, where do you go? Just to d7, maybe?
Yeah, just to d7.
I thought your pieces are a little bit in danger to get trapped.
Yeah.
But
looks like it's safe because of the pawn structure that white has is pretty bad, yeah? And you cannot even play f4 here because just knight g6 and I'm attacking everything. This one is attacked, this one, this one.
Yeah, all of it works.
Okay, so bishop d3 is on the board. Yeah, I think so. Knight d7 is a pretty safe move. We still haven't seen any move on the game between Gukash versus Fabiano because I'd like to see knight e5 on the board. Alireza might be the first game to finish, by the way. Looks like it's just looks like Abbasov just decided it's done. Like yeah, in this position, queen d7. I don't think it's gonna be a long game.
Yeah, unless there's another shoe incident or something. I think Alireza should convert without any difficulties.
Right. And we haven't seen this game for quite a long time. Tanzongi versus Lahno. It was, oh yeah, we thought it was almost like a Catalan, but Tan.
So she didn't want to go for it.
Yeah, she didn't go for that one. She actually used this approach again. I thought it was, I think she played like this double fianchetto in one of her games, but I can't remember Tanzongi played against who. But okay, she used this approach again, and now looks like things have been equalized, but I like black position here. It looks very solid. Ooh, f5. And just to show it, it's not a sacrifice because after this there is d5. And okay, you can win an extra pawn, but this is a great compensation to to black structure, because now you don't have anything to go against this diagonal, and then the bishop just stands very strongly. So this is not really a sacrifice. White cannot really take it, and therefore after f5, white just give a check. King h8 takes here. What's the difference?
Now I think the king on h8 might not be that happy with the bishop on b2. I think that's why she gave the check.
Okay. Yes, that's right. So she was aiming for this one. And
Yeah.
now, since you're calling it, the king is not happy on h8. Okay, let me move back to g8 and h4. And this is the current position on the board right now. Whose position are we liking here?
I love the knight on e5. I
Uh-huh.
love h4. I love the bishop on b2. Of course, bishop pair, we love it. I mean, but if I were black, I would try to get this knight off the board immediately. So I would, in this position, without calculation, I would prefer white, but of course, this position needs calculation. What about you two?
Before Felix say anything, I like black. On the contrary, I wouldn't trade the bishop with the knight on e5, because even though it's standing nicely in the center, it doesn't really hit on anything.
Do much.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, maybe it is time for this bishop to move. There is nothing else on this diagonal, so maybe I will move it to e7 and put it on f6, and then maybe put my rook something like this, and then hitting on this knight. So maybe that's something in a quick glance that I would do. But that being said, I don't know. Something has to be concrete here, because maybe if I play bishop e7, at some point the knight will just go to c4, and then white has a better diagonal, and there might be something concrete with, I don't know, queen c7 or queen e5. So gotta think about this carefully. But also, and at the same time, white might also planning for doubling the rook on the d file. That's also going to be annoying for black. So gotta calculate thoroughly in this position.
Yeah, actually, your point about bishop e7, bishop f6 is very valid.
Yeah.
If you manage to do that, you're clearly better.
Yeah, Felix,
So I
what's
need
your
to
take?
do something.
Yeah, and the knight on e5, as nice as it looks, it can also be quite loose, yeah? If bishop e7, bishop f6 is on the board, then rook e8, and it's almost trapped. By the way, if we could go back to the moment she played king g8, just to demonstrate the danger of the bishop. If instead of king g8, rook g8 was on the board, then there's knight g6. So
yes,
just
takes and queen h6, and it's just pretty much. I should have paused on this position and then let the chat figure this out, right?
Next time, yeah.
Next time. If we see something like that, like mate into or some sacrifice with good tactic, yeah, we have to. I think let's come back to this game later and then see what Li Tingju has done.
Oh,
Knight
she played
e5.
my move. That's never good.
That's not good, because bishop f2 might be coming. I mean, that bishop is eyeing on f2 anyway. So whether it is the time or not, black will be thinking of taking on f2. So yeah, it's surprising. Knight takes e5, a second sacrifice by Li Tingju, but this sacrifice is not as good as the first one.
Yeah, bishop f2 now, and I think Anna will spot it. She only has 26 minutes though, but of course she needs to be very precise here.
So I was just thinking, Li Tingju must have seen bishop takes f2 anyway.
Yeah.
What would be her idea after this then? Like, okay, let's say takes this and takes this maybe. And then...
How does white even continue?
Exactly. Maybe knight h5? But queen takes e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then after queen g6, it's game over. But
and maybe rook e1 just to prepare it.
But yeah, this is the sort of move that you don't want to play. And I can play queen c5 now to also play queen f8 if necessary. Now it's just, I think you have to take with the king just to get unbalanced position, but after queen check, okay, the king has to move, right? Rook d4, de.
But hang on, do I have perpetual after rook f2 d5, queen g5 check?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
thinking the same thing,
I
but
think the king moves, yeah?
if you wanted the perpetual, you would do it immediately.
Here, no? I have knight d6 to stop the check.
I wasn't sure if I have anything else before, but
Let's say I'll put it like this and knight check. Knight blocks like this.
yeah. Bad news.
Yeah, bad news. Or third option, you don't take on f2. Yeah, maybe you just don't take. What about king h1? Because the knight is still attacking the queen.
d5?
de5, then okay, let me give a check first. You play king f8.
Yeah.
Yeah, protecting this e8 knight later on. Ooh, this is bad.
Yeah, that's tough. That's very tough.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Wait, bishop f2 should be the best move in this position, I guess. Maybe not. Because we have this position and then this looks like black has something apart from bishop takes f2.
Apparently it's a draw.
Oh,
Yeah, bishop f2 is the draw, but how is that a draw? I'm also checking the evaluation right now, and I don't understand, but okay, it's tough. Chess is hard. It's too many
maybe rook
sacrifices
takes.
for 0-0.
Rook takes, okay, we are on the right track. And after this,
Yeah, and here there's one move.
rook f7.
That's the spirit.
But it shouldn't be the best move, right? Is it? No.
I don't think
I
it
don't think
works.
so.
Yeah.
But
Rook a f1, I think.
just like this, yeah?
Is the
Yeah,
move.
yeah.
Okay.
Just being active.
So it's a
as much in-
long-term sacrifice
yeah.
then. You're not gonna regain your piece back anytime soon. But
I mean, you want to go rook f5 maybe or something, but okay.
I can play here, let's say.
Yeah.
And this is bad for black. Looks like very it looks like very just king maybe, yeah? Yeah. For some
this
reason.
king h2 is strong. Yeah.
So not gonna do anything. But okay. In this position, in the last position, Anna took on e5. So we don't have to be afraid of bishop takes the queen g5 rook d8, because in that endgame I think it's better for black, because I put the king on h7 in our analysis, like after check here. It's maybe better to put the king here so that I don't have to protect my knight anymore.
Yeah.
Like takes, queen takes, and now I can start attacking. What can I attack in this position? Maybe something like queen c5, or what else can I do?
Something similar.
Or like queen b5 even, attacking b2.
Also a3 is
also a3. A3,
right? Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. A3 is a very good move. Yeah.
Oh, she took on e5, by the way. She did play that. She listens to you.
So
Okay.
I think that's a very good decision by Anna. Not saving the bishop on b6, because that's an important bishop. Letting J plays too confidently in this position. I would say, like, very, very confident, like this exchange. I mean, another sacrifice on e5. I would have considered knight g5 if I didn't play king h2, of course. If I couldn't fight a move like king h2, I would have considered knight g5 instead of knight d5, just because of this. The resulting position is not to my liking. But what else can she be thinking in this one? Apart from queen g5 and rook takes, it has to be it, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't see anything else.
Yeah. Taking first or check first, doesn't matter. It's going to be a transposition. And after this, yes, a3. This looks just very dangerous for white position.
Yeah, this looks scary. Okay, I have to retreat like queen d2. But then you take and some queen d3 is coming, I guess. I don't know. Okay, it's not exactly because your knight on e8 it's still so out of the game that I could maybe consider still playing for a win, but knight d6 is coming.
Oh, I was thinking of bishop a5, but you have b4.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah, I
have
can just
one.
take. Yeah, I can totally just take.
Yeah, and now you can. I can hope for my a4 pawn, but let's be realistic here. Yeah.
Or knight d6 here. It starts for the
Yeah.
line. Yeah.
Looks good.
So we have this position on the board, and Anna has to decide quickly on how to proceed this position. She has 24 minutes for the remaining 15 moves. So a3 is one of them. Is there anything else that we might miss? Because queen always come to d2 anyway. If you play queen c5, queen d2, queen b5, queen d2.
Yes. I like a3. I like a3 very much.
Yeah.
a3 on the board.
a3 on the
Okay.
board.
Okay.
Wow. So okay. Li Tingji is in trouble. But maybe black can still hold. But yeah, this approach by Li Tingji is a bit too confident. It's a bit too much for the second sacrifice. It's not as sound as the first one. But we'll keep an eye on this. What has traded a lot was this game, and as I said, this might be the first game to finish. And we saw the position up to bishop c5. And Abbasov continued with queen d7. So Firuza just, yeah, going for the endgame is always a nice option in this type of position. And then black is cramped, right? Like queen d7 I mentioned earlier, but then how do you develop the bishop on c8? And Abbasov apparently just decided that it's done for him, and he played rook b8, giving up a pawn, and knight over here. And then yeah, see? The game has ended. This
Wow.
Abbasov has resigned.
Wow.
So I didn't like it that my prediction was right about this game, the first to finish, but it is how it is. I think the game against Hikaru 2 days ago before the rest day, it took like the last straw of Abbasov because he looked very devastated after the game. Like he I'm sure he realized that he missed his chance to score his first win in the candidates. And yeah, this game is really like beyond his level of playing. Yeah, I think it has something to do with his mental and his physique. Like it's getting tired and yeah. Okay, so 3 more games to go for Nijat, and I hope he can bounce back. But it's a very clean win and I would say very easy win for Alireza. This might be the easiest game during the candidate, like out of any games.
Do you think he was having a vendetta against Abbasov because of the shoe stuff? And he was like, I want to beat him as quickly as possible to take revenge.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it is that far.
Let's play the game.
Yeah, just play the game, and unfortunately, what we saw in the game, it's what happened today. Okay, so that means how do we see the standings now? So Alireza will be 4.5. Okay, it doesn't really change much, yeah, because the next rank is FIDE with 5. So FIDE will at least be, regardless what happened, FIDE will still be on the 6th place. Of course, if he wins, then it's going to be different. All right. A3 is still on the board between Li Tingji versus Anna, and the game between Gukash versus Fabiano. So instead of playing knight e5 right away,
Queen c3, which makes sense.
Yeah. Still keeping 95 as an option.
But we were talking about it was rook b4, so that's why bishop c8, and then you still cannot do knight e5. But now it is an option because then after that queen can go to d4. So here Fabiano play rook f7 and Gukash play rook b4. So still keeping an option of knight e5, which is, I would say, more accurate than what I thought. With rook b4 immediately or knight e5 immediately. I think I like this approach by white. Very, very solid, but also very threatening.
Agreed. Like
Yeah.
95 can come anytime now. So if you go bishop c8 95, I guess is the idea. Oh, hello.
Oh, schmack. And
Yes.
what happened in the game between FIDE versus Ian is exactly what we talk about. So knight d7, or not d7, the knight goes to c6.
Okay.
So it's even more forcing than knight d7, yeah? Because you are trying to hit this one and also you're trying to hit knight a5. So in this position, FIDE had no other options but to play d5. Yeah, we missed this, Felix, because knight d7, you kind of like, yeah, d5 is just an option, but we don't have to play it. But after knight c6, now d5 has to be moved, otherwise white will lose a pawn or two.
Oh.
So after d5, now we see this position after knight e5, but bishop takes h7. But this type of sacrifice in the endgame, and you have a long-term weakness again on the c file. So what if I just take, and then you take this, and I take it with, wait, if I take it with the rook, at some point you have this at some point. But also in this point you cannot do anything. With rook, I think it's fine. Compared to if you take it to the pawn, I don't see. Okay. What would be your choice, Felix, in this position? How do you take it?
Oh. Maybe with the rook.
Maybe with the rook, yeah?
I mean, the d5 square is weakened, but it seems more active because now white cannot really develop easily.
That's true. That's true.
I thought maybe king d2 is an option, but it looks a bit ugly. I want f4 and then king d3, but
king d2, f4, and king d3. Yep. And what about you, Laura? How are you gonna take this pawn on e6? As you speak,
Honestly,
f6 is on the board. So
okay, yeah, I like this structure because, like you said, d5 is weakened long term, and here black. Look at this pawn structure. Let's just compare a4, c4, c3. This is absolutely terrible. Okay, of course, might be playable, but I would 9 out of 10 games I would lose this with white just because of the pawn structure. So yeah, I mean,
it's hard to play.
Yeah, for
to
sure.
play with this pawn structure here because it's always easier to play as black. And I think what Felix said about rook e6 is also fine. I think it's just a matter of taste on how you're going to proceed with this position. We can check though. Which one is better?
Yes.
I just checked and it's exactly the same evaluation.
Yeah,
which is
exactly. So it's just a matter of taste once again. It's which one do you like, chocolate or vanilla? Both are okay. Yeah, it's just which one you prefer the most. So okay, so we'll keep an eye on this. It's going to be very instructive, especially from white's perspective in defending this position, because all I can see, it is always comfortable to play with black, yeah, because you have better pawn structure, you don't have any weaknesses in your position, maybe only one backward pawn, but it can easily be defended, so you don't really have any weaknesses. But again, the question is whether your opponent's weakness is enough for you to gain a victory out of this position. It's going to be a long grind. And I'm just checking if we have any other critical position before we move on to a break.
I love that transition. No, it doesn't look like anything much is happening right now. Also, they're not in time trouble yet.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
I think break is fine.
I need this approval by Laura. I think a break is fine. Okay, guys, don't blame me. Laura is
blame me. It's okay. I take the responsibility here for the breaks. Just blame me.
And after
sorry, chat.
And after this, Felix will open the show again. We have to put him into work, right, Laura?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so don't go anywhere. We will be taking just a very short break for a few minutes. Stay tuned because the games are getting interesting for both sections. So yeah, see you soon in a few minutes.
Welcome back, guys, to round 11 of the FIDE Candidates. And we are going to continue with the game by Shali against Goryachkina, where it seems like quite a lot has happened.
Yes, it's been a few moves indeed, and we saw the position after Queen C7. And here, Fashali continue with my idea, rook A1, having the bishop still on the diagonal. But that's what we discussed, right? I think White has to waste a tempo by playing bishop F6 first to get Black losing the right to castle. But that didn't happen in this game, so Fashali allowed Black to play bishop G7 followed by castling afterwards. Be free here, knight E2 and castle.
Yeah,
And-
actually, I was thinking that, sorry for interrupting, but the king on G8 is probably actually misplaced. Yeah, as we saw before, maybe the king on the queen side is much safer because now White could eventually start an attack with H4, H5, which I think even happened in the game, right?
Yes, exactly. So this thematic attacking move starting with H4, we've seen it in a few games in these candidates as well. And after rook C8, H5, rook C2, queen G4, and queen D7, take on C2, take on C2. And here, White to move. How should White proceed in this position?
Laura, help me out.
Oh wow, I feel outed right now. Well, first of all, I see the evil bar and it's giving huge advantage to White, but this is kind of similar situation as we saw in Firouzja versus Abaso. Like White is not up a material. In fact, White might be losing material. But so what if I just go something like knight G3?
Okay,
Just
let's
just to see, and after takes, I could go rook C1 just for the activity. I don't know if it works, but I'm just thinking out loud, what's the process? Like, how do I maybe knight G3 is not the right square, maybe knight F4, knight D3, knight C5 is a better idea or something. Or even taking on G6 and playing something like bishop F6 with ID knight H5, I like very much.
yeah.
I don't know which is the right approach. I would have to sit down, take 20 minutes and calculate. So, Felix, I hope you figured it out when I was talking this nonsense.
Actually,
White is at a crossroads, yeah, because if we look at the position instead of
Yes.
exactly this position, yeah. So I thought that White has two plans. The first one, as Laura said, is involving HG6, opening up Black's king's position. The other one would be to play H6 as Black, I think, just to restrict the king, which would lead to a more strategical, longer fight. So I would say maybe Rook D2 is an option, just not giving the pawn and exchanging this or offering an exchange of this active rook, and still keeping the option if I want to take on G6 or want to play H6 myself.
okay. Yeah, this is interesting. Let me offer my 2 cents on this one as well. So instead of knight G3, I will like this idea, but I think I would prefer to go F4 because I'm keeping
Okay,
an
yes.
idea of maybe I'll
Yes.
move my knight to D3 and C5. So I'm ready to give this up, but now I'm going to combine this idea of yours, Laura, with Felix's
Okay.
idea. Then I'll play H6 in this position. If you play bishop H8, okay, that's it, game over, right?
Yes.
White is playing with an extra piece, so you ought to play with bishop F8, and in this point, I think I can play knight H5. So this is
Oh wow!
this is the idea that I'd like to play, and after this, you can just safely move back the queen, and then you still have this idea with bishop
Yes.
to F6, and then this is gonna be just winning for White. So
Hang on, do I have F5 here, or am I blundering something?
wait, I can maybe it is fine. Let's see. At the very least, I have bishop D8.
Yes.
At the very least.
But then I also win the H6 pawn, King F7.
That's true.
Yeah, King F7 I have to play.
Or maybe I can play this one first, yeah, just to
Yes.
keep an eye on everything. I think it should be I mean, I have to calculate further, of course,
Yeah.
but I think this should be enough. And also, additionally, I might have this idea and going here too. So, okay, I think, of course, before you being committed on sacrificing your knight like this, you have to calculate everything. But this is just an idea, because now the knight will go to f6, and if you just move your queen, let's say, then I think black is just under pressure. So I don't mind giving up this pawn, but
Yes.
this is a very totally two opposite approaches. Yeah, like we like to attack. Laura and I, we like to attack.
Yeah.
Felix like to neutralize all the things and then win with a strategical continuation. Like, okay, what is the disturbance right now? Okay, they're going to a2. Let's get rid of it. And once it's done, white is just enjoying the position.
Yes.
I like that one too. So we will see. I mean, knowing Faishali, I have a very good feeling that she's going to go for the attack.
And maybe also with rook d3. This rook
Yeah,
swing could also
I
be.
wanted to say the same. However, I don't know how we continue.
This is interesting. Rook d3. And what
What's your
after
idea?
queen b5?
Yeah, I think this should be played, and now I guess rook e3.
Ah,
Just consolidating and yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, Faishali took on g6.
Immediately?
Yeah, immediately without anything.
Wow. Okay. I wonder what she wants to achieve now.
I think the same thing anyway. She'd like to move the bishop on f6 at one point. I mean, assuming hg, yeah? Assuming
Okay,
hg.
if the f takes, knight f4 is very strong.
Yeah, if this one,
Yeah.
then at f4, and then this is gonna be loose. So you have to take it with this pawn, and then maybe,
makes
yeah, eventually I think this is going to happen, like rook d3, rook h3, queen goes here, and bishop f6, those three moves.
But maybe she will consider fg6, because this looks very dangerous. And
Yeah,
after
let's
fg,
take a look. Fg, if knight f4, then you
rook
want
c6 maybe, and
rook c6.
rook c6, yeah.
at least I'm kind of defending for now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe queen f7, queen f5 maybe.
Oh, what about knight d3?
Queen
And
f7?
Queen f7, I go knight. Can I go here? It's
I
bishop
wanted to play
e5.
knight e7, but after knight c5, knight e7. Maybe.
Tell me about rook d3 instead of knight d3.
Yes, I think that's a better move too. Oops,
Because I want to
not
go
this
rook
one.
h3 or queen h4, and I wonder how you stop me. I guess queen f7 again. And
Yes.
somehow you play h5, but this looks tough, right?
Also rook f3 now.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, rook f3. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks horrible.
Wow,
Yeah,
so we have seen a few, not a few, like there's one game at least, yeah, between Tan Songyi versus Lee Tingji, where there was almost a repetition, but the other side tried not to repeat, and it was Tan Songyi who didn't want to repeat, and she lost. So Gochkina also had this chance to repeat the moves, and she didn't want to repeat in the last move, and then she might be getting her punishment now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. This is interesting decision by Goryachkina, but okay, it shows very nice fighting spirit. However, this game ends. I appreciate her rook c4. It's in my heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a fighter. So let's move to the game between Pragnananda versus Hikaru, because we've seen it up to castle, maybe.
No, we have not seen castle. In fact,
yeah.
we've seen
Takes,
here.
and
So
here
takes.
a4. Yeah, in this position, I thought it was going to be rook d8, but it didn't happen. So here, black chose to play a4, and then knight c4, bishop e6, and then rook c1, rook a6, castle, and rook d8. Yep, and knight e3, rook here, takes, and knight c3, bishop b3, Knight b1,
Hmm.
rook a6. Okay, what do we think on this position? It looks a bit weird to me how the moves were played, at least a couple of moves.
Yes, this is confusing, but also I don't know who's better. Is black better? Is it equal? What's the knight doing on b1? Can I go knight c4? I have so many questions. Felix, can you answer them?
I mean, optically, black looks very comfortable here.
Yeah.
But I guess it should still be around equal, with the pawn on c6 potentially being weak. But yeah, the knight on b1 is a big problem, and I don't see how to get it out in the near future, at least.
Okay, the previous position was like this. So knight b1, you want to take on c6, but then after rook a6, yeah, again, is knight c4 the follow-up move? Because
Probably. I think his main point of knight b1 was to prevent rook d2.
yeah.
And yeah, maybe now knight bd2 will come on the next move. So that makes a lot
Yeah,
of
knight
sense.
c4 first, and you don't
Yes.
want to trade because the bishop is a better bishop here. And at the same time, like, how do you defend this pawn on a5? Just king e6?
But even taking on c4 is probably a draw, right?
Yeah, of course, of course. But I mean, knowing Hikaru, he likes to just keep pressure on the board. And no, Pragnanatha didn't do that. He played f4.
Oh, wow.
So totally playing on a different direction. So I'm just trying to understand what's going on. So if e4, let's say, happens on the board, and maybe now, no, there's check here for, yeah, there is check here maybe, followed by e3 and then put the knight on d4.
Yeah, I feel like e4 is a bit risky going for that structure, but at the same time, what else can I do?
Maybe just take on f4.
Okay, rook f4, I would assume is the idea, or am I wrong? Might be also gf. So takes f4, how are we taking?
The rook, I'd like to take it with the rook.
Yeah, it makes sense to bring the rook into the game. I agree.
Yeah. And somehow I feel like knight f5 coming is strong.
So
Maybe.
you can play knight d5 here, I guess, just trying to get rid of it. Okay, if there's a check, just step back with f8. And both positions should be fine in this one. The bishop is holding on f7 in case of any double on f1. So I think should be fine. But it's interesting. Who is playing for a win in this position? Because both of them are actually initiating something. Ooh, e4. So we don't see... Yeah, we don't have e takes f4, but Hikaru push e4. So what is he gonna do after check here? King f8, and then e3. Or maybe just rook d3. But rook d3, rook e1, knight d4 is coming. Or knight d5. Ah, this is insane. Like here, maybe.
Yeah, that's why I kind of wanted... Yeah, that's king f2. King f2, I really want to go king f2.
This knight is so helpful.
Still, is knight d4 a threat? Can I go g6?
Okay.
Knight e3?
Knight e3, he wants to trick us.
Ah, and there's a check on g4.
Yes, knight b3, I have knight g4.
Cute.
So maybe I have to go like this then, takes, and then here. But still, yeah, I mean, bishop is better, and you have a pass pawn here, yeah? So
yeah,
it's not really a threat now.
After e4, I kind of want to go h3, just so I want to go king f2 immediately, and maybe this knight goes back to e3 at some point, or, you know, in case of knight d5.
Yeah, so you want to play h3 here?
Maybe even before checking, but even after it's okay, I guess. I don't know, I just want to see what you do after h3.
Also,
It's slightly passive. Sorry, it's slightly passive, but I kind of want king f2 really badly.
but also, can you play rook c5? I just want to be more active
Ah, okay.
and try to double up the rook. And then, okay, this is always an idea at some point.
I like rook c5 as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what Prague will do. What's the time, by the way?
It's 27 minutes for Pragnananda and 41. So, okay, Hikaru has a slight time advantage.
But 18 moves to play.
Yeah.
Okay,
Prague has
good.
to start playing faster, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is gonna develop somehow.
Yeah, so the game between Tanzongi versus Lahno looks like Lahno is in the driver's seat. So we saw the position up to King G8 and H4 and Queen E6, yeah? And here she decided to move knight to C4, allowing this actually, but this is not gonna, I don't think it's going to be quite good for, I think
No,
you
there's
have
some
to take
tactics.
first.
Yeah,
Take like this and
takes
this.
on c4.
Yeah, and Queen
And in
C7.
case of queen c4, bishop g7, I think was the move to go for.
Instead of
Queen c7, bishop g7. Wasn't that the idea?
yeah, but we can win even clearer here, right? Without
Oh wait, yeah,
Yeah.
we're just winning everything here.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. I wanted to be beautiful with with bishop g7, Irene.
yeah.
I wanted a compliment by you. Okay, yeah, so we cannot play like that.
So this is not a not a pawn sacrifice. So here, she played bishop e7 and rook c1. Yeah, with this pair of bishops, it's really hard. And queen c7, b5 attacking the knight. The knight has to go back to e5. But now the dream position for black to have the bishop on f6. And after rook c5, now black is currently thinking. But again, the knight looks good on e5, but it's like Felix mentioned earlier, it is loose knight. So how black will pressure the knight then?
What do I do after rook c8 now?
Rook c8.
Just
Queen a7 maybe.
checking. Oh no, my bishop on d5 is hanging at some point. Yeah, queen a7, and I wanted to take on e5, but rook d5. So I cannot play like that yet.
I was thinking maybe rook
f8.
fe8.
Yeah, attacking on e5.
How to defend this even?
That's a very good question. How do I defend this?
Maybe knight here, knight f4. Or like this. Maybe this was the idea.
Oh.
Okay, and queen f7, knight, I guess d5.
I can take this, it's fine.
Yeah.
Everything is defended.
That's fine.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Gotta be careful with that one. Rook f8 looks very natural, of course, but after this, okay, you don't need to take on b2, but is there any quicker way to win?
Rook d7.
Rook d7 looks like it. But if rook d7, how do you assess this position? And then take this, and then knight goes f4. It's a bit risky for black now. Okay, let's say you play here. I took on b. And
but maybe I take the knight, yeah?
If you take the knight, then my bishop is so strong, no? Like say, I don't know where I put it. Okay, let's move back. And then this rook comes, I think.
Yeah, but you will not get the 7th rank, I think. Rook e7, rook d7, queen e6.
Okay, I'll grab this pawn. I just grab everything. I mean, white king is really safe, and
is it f4?
You always have the answer for everything, Felix.
Oh, wow.
Okay, check. King f7 or king here?
H7, I hope.
Then I'll go here and maybe
Queen
queen
G4.
G4. Hmm. Man, that's hard. You want to play E3. So what do we do? Takes. Ah. Can I play here?
Queen H5.
And I take it like this.
You're a brave person.
Yes.
I mean, also maybe because I didn't put my bishop on the right square. Like after this, sorry, queen takes here. And maybe I should put it here in order, yeah, just here. I'm trying to grab as many pawns as I can.
That's
So
smart.
if A6, then maybe I'll just switch like this. So whenever you have F4, I'll take it with this pawn, yeah? Yeah, I think this is just safer. It's
But
not.
I have F4, EF, and still E3 maybe. At least as an option.
That's true.
What if after F4 I cannot go rook D7?
Ah, rook C7 or rook D7. Yeah, either rook. Yeah, there you go. I think this is the best move here.
Yeah.
By the way, rook FE8 is on the board, and the eval bar says it's now back equal. So
yeah, because of this knight G6.
yeah, so that was not the move,
Oh,
and
it's
I
not.
checked the move.
Okay, hang on. Let's think through it. Yeah. So knight G6
Because
is not the move, yeah?
No, rook FE8 is not the move for black.
Ah, okay. But in this
I don't know
position, knight G6
I don't
is the
know.
move.
I did not check that.
Okay,
I just
okay.
was curious back because I was not sure what's going on. And there's only one move here for black. Only one. Rook F8 is the second best move, and it's 0-0.
There's one nice idea, but I
Yeah.
don't know if it works. Bishop B3
Yeah, I
maybe.
was thinking of that too. Bishop B3.
Okay.
And then if you take, if bishop takes, and then hang on. You can play queen D7, right? Or is this okay? Is there any sacrifice on G7? I don't think so.
Oh, I don't think so either.
Okay, I can just take here if I want to. Maybe
Bishop
not. Bishop B6.
B6.
Mm,
Yeah, maybe that's the issue for white.
Okay, so after bishop B3, can I do something else?
this is a very complicated position. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
So I will leave it up to you too.
I mean, I can play here, rook here.
But what does that do?
Something to do with this. I'm not sure what this yet, but
I thought I can just take rook D7.
rook D7 and this one.
Everything is hanging again.
So maybe there's nothing actually. You can just take like this, but can I somehow sacrifice? But I don't think so.
After rook D7, I wanted to suggest bishop takes E5, but maybe to show to the audience, after bishop E5, there is rook G7, which is a nice geometry.
Tricky.
That's cute.
And after king here? Oh, can just take, yeah?
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. If taking here, then it's a checkmate like this. Okay. So what's the move then, Laura?
Okay, the move is F4.
F4.
Which is, very confusing because there are so many moves working for black, I feel like, in that position. Like bishop B3. I don't know what's the problem. I can check if you want to.
No, I think it's clear that you just want to play E3. You just want to open all your bishops like this and then create something. Or maybe... Yeah, why not, yeah? Because takes
seems
this.
strong.
Seems strong, and then...
Yeah. Queen h3 is
Queen
coming here.
h3, and then this is
Yeah.
not a sacrifice because can
Queen
you take, and then
g3.
king goes here. Are you sure?
Why not
Winning.
to f1?
You take rook d5, and then no, wait, sorry. There's no check on f3.
No, you can grab this bishop. It's fine.
Oh, okay, let
Like
us grab the
this,
bishop
and
then.
then let's say I don't know which one to move, but yeah, I can totally understand now. This is hanging, and then you can grab this one first, and yeah. So f4, huh?
f4 was the move, but of course very difficult to find. It makes sense.
But rook takes b5 is on the board, so knight g6 wasn't played. Oh, knight g6 was played, was it? Oh no, rook to b5.
No,
So it was knight g6 wrong then. It is okay.
No, it was correct.
It was okay. So both moves are fine. Yeah. Okay, so the bishop is not really under attack, yeah? What happened after I take this? Takes and then takes this. Just queen.
Can I go queen a5?
Queen
Is that the
f5,
move?
yeah, queen f5. They are just holding in this one. f4. f4 just take, yeah? Takes. I mean f4 takes d5. Yeah. So okay. Rook takes b5.
And Lachna only has 4 minutes. Okay, she's
in time trouble right now.
She's in time trouble. Wait, so what do we do here? So bishop b3 doesn't work, or does it work now?
Bishop b3. Okay, you can take this. Takes this. But you're just giving up a piece, no? Like no.
I wanted to take with the bishop, but then I feel like something on g7 will break. So bishop b3 is probably losing.
Yeah.
Maybe now f4 still works.
Oh. Actually, yeah.
But if she didn't do it on the move before, I guess it's quite unlikely that she
do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, f4 looks pretty good. So if I take this, you play e3. But now maybe because the knight is defended, can I try queen a7? Because now I can protect like that.
Maybe that's the issue.
Queen h3, rook.
Or you can throw in e2 first and then queen h3.
I wasn't sure how I do it, but yeah,
something
probably like
that.
this. Yeah.
Or this is also interesting to play bishop c6 here. You take and I'll take, and how do you defend this? I want to give a check. Yeah. If you take this, I can just give a check first and then play e2. Or I don't know, somewhere along the line it should be mate. Yeah. Okay, it's dangerous. f4 is dangerous. Oh, bishop takes b3 is already on the board.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said the position would make my brain explode, and I can relate to that.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, maybe bishop b3 still works here because after takes this, bishop takes, and the queen has to move.
Queen a7 or?
Queen a7 looks like it, yeah. And then, yeah, be careful with this idea. But okay, now maybe... Actually, what to do? Looks dangerous.
Can I go bishop a2?
Bishop a2?
I want to take the pawn, but... Maybe it's not a good idea.
Oh, double attack.
Ah, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, looks lost here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop is trapped, and also this is under attack. Oof, complicated. So maybe after this you have to be careful. Okay, is there anything else after bishop b3 apart from rook takes d8? I mean, you're not forced to take. You can play something else. Rook moves elsewhere, but it doesn't look appetizing.
Yeah. Taking on d8 seems very logical.
That's on the board.
That's on the board, yeah.
And look at the evil bar.
Ooh, white is better. Yeah, this is always a dangerous idea because I don't like this.
Oh.
I mean,
Why does she listen to me? Come on.
So
you know better.
Queen takes a7, you can take it totally. Oh, I hope they are not going to fall onto this type of trap because this knight c4 can easily be missed.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, this interception between the bishop and the queen. But if you go elsewhere, yeah, this is gonna be tricky. This one, let's say, I can play many things here. I can play knight d3, for example, going to f4 because you have to stop this, right? In fact, that might be better. That might be the best move, knight here.
Yeah, the bishop is also very loose on d5.
Yeah, also if you have this, at least I have this, and then again another attack on here and here. So, wow,
maybe I should go to d1.
D1, but this is not the. Yeah, I agree. Maybe you have to resort your bishop somewhere like this, but this is not. This is not.
We don't believe in that, yeah?
Yeah,
totally. Me neither.
Like,
I don't know how, but like even rook b7
rook
must
b8
work.
also. Just
Or even rook b8.
yeah, rook b7, rook b8. What else can be done here? Even queen here, maybe. I don't know. And then followed by rook b8. Yeah, maybe that's my idea. Here and then rook here. I mean, queen d4.
Rook
Yes.
b8, maybe bishop f6, and I'm kind of surviving.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
true,
so maybe
yeah?
we should still move the knight or something.
Yeah, okay. So maybe what else can be done here? But it looks really loose.
Yeah.
I want to start with queen d4, but then somehow after bishop moves, I have to still move the knight. Yeah.
Sorry, which move are you thinking, Laura?
I was thinking queen d4 and then move the knight, but
Queen d4, let's say I move here, yeah?
yeah. And now I have to move the knight somewhere. Let's say
b7 maybe, because otherwise bishop f6.
Okay, rook can still move to e7, but this
Maybe knight g4 was even stronger.
You think? Knight g4.
Than knight d7.
Knight g4.
You have queen g6. Oh, queen g6, rook b7.
Yeah, queen g6, rook b7. It looks just like, okay, bishop d1 is on the board, so we are on the right track now. Yeah, I think Lahna realized that the bishop cannot take on a2 or come back to d5. What would be the quickest way to win here? Queen d4 is nice. I like it. So knight moves immediately. There's anything? Is there anything with knight moves and then you just attack on g7?
It all looks so good.
Yeah, everything looks so attractive at this point.
Yeah, knight here immediately. Why not? I don't completely understand.
Rook is7.
Yeah, and then here my idea, queen d4. I'm attacking. Oh, but you're attacking rook d7 too.
Yeah.
But maybe we can continue.
King h7.
I don't know how stupid or crazy this is. This looks okay. Rook d7 is always the move, yeah. Okay, what else can be done? Okay, what if I just move my queen here, a8 or b8? I don't know which one. Let's put it that way. Oh, you take this one just like this. So that's also fine. Okay, so knight there is not a good move.
Maybe queen d4 is
Maybe
actually
just queen
best.
d4.
Yeah.
And then after bishop moves, then now at least there is no more rook e7, and you can move here with knight, yeah? Knight g4 or knight d7?
I thought knight g4 is very strong, but unless I'm missing something.
Oh,
Because now queen f7 also doesn't work.
yes, I was about to put it in the chat. Like, if queen f7 happened in this position, what is the best move for black in this one? So, Laura, you can keep an eye if there's anyone's. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take a few sips.
Yeah. Okay. Queen d4 is the lila move, so we are correct. Chat
Ooh.
is on fire, and queen d4, is it on the board yet?
Yeah.
No, sorry, knight c6 was played though.
Knight c6 followed by bishop f6. Okay.
Okay,
But
which
yeah.
is fine.
But yeah, there's also one chat, yeah, pointing out this one idea. Yes, this is what white was aiming for. But queen d4 wasn't played. Here, knight c6 was on the board, followed by bishop f6. Bishop takes f6. Should still be winning, but I like to keep the bishop just because of the checkmating idea on g7. Queen takes f6. Oh, Lahno is in time trouble.
Oh, big time trouble, yeah.
Big trouble, yes. And what? Oh, queen d7. Queen d7, bishop h5, rook f5 at the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this should be enough. Like here, and then bishop has to go here. You have to protect both things. And then after this... Oh, you don't really have any... Oh, you still have this one.
But the rook endgame should be lost.
Rook endgame should be lost with 2 pawns down.
Yeah.
Takes at least like that, yeah? Or maybe I can even pull up like this too. Like, okay, this is just lost for black. But oh, Lahno had the chances to win actually, because she was she had an advantage. Yeah, queen d7 is already on the board. Now we are on the right track to analyze this one. Nah, and bishop h5 is kind of forced, otherwise you would lose one of your pieces. But then after rook f5, there's nothing else.
Maybe I can make some tricks instead of bishop h5.
Okay.
Maybe queen a1.
But after check,
king h7.
I see you.
Oh, I always have.
Okay, simply queen e5.
Oh,
or queen e5. Yeah.
Queen e5 too. Oh yeah, queen e5.
Yeah.
Queen e5 is better move, yeah, of course. Yeah, and you're hitting this, and then this one as well with a check, and then some checkmate. Oh, yeah. This also this might end anytime soon. By the way, yeah, because I don't see a good follow up, and Lahno is not really close to the 40th move as well. We can see some resignation in a few more minutes. But it was a very tough position. I mean, Tanzongi was not really doing anything special. Black was just better, but somehow with only a few minutes on the clock, Lahno kept making mistakes one after another. And yeah, bishop h5 is already played. We can expect rook takes f5 anytime soon.
Okay, maybe she will try with queen a1, king h2, and somehow to play bishop f3 if possible, but
I forgot to see this one, queen a1.
Yeah, the rook on e8 is also hanging.
Yeah, so that's why she needs to either move the rook or go king h7 first, but of course that's lost. It's clearly just lost.
Yeah. So if bishop here, okay, I can take this one first. And takes this and then check here. Okay, and this is still on the board. And rook f5.
So do you think that, luck took some effect here, as Stan is clearly in good shape and is leading the tournament, but could you say that she had a bit of luck in this game?
No, luck. It should be luck. And also, given the time situation for Katrina, it's not into her favor, having low on time in quite a complicated position because there's so many things to calculate. I'm sure she missed knight c4 in that position, because otherwise, if you can easily take on a2 without any problem. Let me pull back the position. So taking this, bishop takes, queen here. Maybe she initially thought that this is a fine position because everything is holding together, and knight doesn't have really good discovery. Like here, you can play, let's say, rook here maybe, and then taking this. So, but this one is easily missed. So yeah. So come back to, yeah, Tani's still thinking.
Yeah. She might want to calculate the cleanest win, so of course, if she has 15 minutes, I would spend them all, for the cost of win.
Yeah. Okay, so we expect that this game also will end anytime soon, with Tanzongi emerge as the winner. Let's quickly update ourselves on the game between Gukesh versus Fabiano Caruana. And we finally saw knight e5 was being traded. Knight f3 was being traded on e5. The last position was rook b4. And here queen c7, rook comes back to b2, rook e8, and finally knight e5 takes. H5, f4, then queen d8, fg, queen takes g5. Oof, rook f3. Oof. How do we explain this to my future student? Yeah, like, Miss Irene, you're saying that we shouldn't, or we should actually think about our pawn structure, but Gukesh is leading the candidates right now, and he is having 2 double pawns. And look at, and the other pawns are also disconnected. And so 1, 2, 3, 4. So if Harry was here, he would point this out. You have 4 pawn islands for white, with 2 double pawns. So how am I going to explain this to my young student?
Yeah, honestly, I would still say, don't do it. I mean, do you think Gukesh is enjoying this pawn structure with white pieces? I would say not if I had to guess.
But Gukesh has something to compensate this, because
for sure.
white's bishop is standing better than black's bishop. So, and then all the pawns are on the light square. So again, talking about long-term weaknesses or pluses later, that's gonna be a problem. So what Fabiano cannot really afford is going to simplification, like lots of simplification, like having the bishop on the board. But maybe even if that was the case, I think it was gonna be hard to win still. I don't know. Oh, Felix, what do you think?
I think it's a draw.
0, 0, 0.
Yes. But I was curious about this move bishop d7, because I think one might ask, why not bishop c8?
Yes.
But I think here the problem is bishop takes f5 works. And in comparison to bishop d7, now queen takes e5 doesn't work, because the bishop on c8 will be hanging. So after queen e5, rook e5, bishop c8. So that's why I think he played bishop d7, since now rook takes d7 would be possible.
Right. Yeah, good point, actually. That's very concrete point as well, because you cannot miss tactics in this position. Yeah, so if you play bishop d7, just like Fabiano did, this one is still not, I mean, this can be taken, of course, but the resulting position is fine for black, because now the bishop is defended on d7. So let's say continue like this, there is a check, but that's it. That's pretty much it. There's nothing much that you can do out of this position. Yeah, but thankfully, the players didn't blunder anything like that, and bishop d7 was on the board, followed by queen b4, and now Fabi is thinking, but he has quite a lot of time, 30 minutes for the next 10 moves, so he should be on a good situation now.
Wait, how many? 10 more moves than 9 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's fine. There's some pawns hanging, but I guess they will manage to control it.
Yeah, what about it? Yeah, can we take on e5, or should we just? Okay, just one big question here. What do you do? Protecting b7 or take on e5?
Oh, this is very concrete position because if you go bishop c7, you have to calculate bishop f5, and if you take on e5, you have to calculate queen b7. So, Fabi, please do the job quickly because I don't want to calculate.
Just
Felix,
out
yeah.
of pure I don't know, feeling, I
Yeah.
wouldn't like to give the pawn on b7 because then the
Yes.
pawn on a6 would also fall right after it, and then it
Yes,
could become very
exactly.
dangerous. So bishop c8 seems like the way to go, but we
But you
need
have
to
to
figure out
calculate this, yeah?
what happens here. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I take back. I think Gukesh is enjoying this pawn structure. You know what? And somebody in chat had very, very, very good advice for you, Irene. Just like hide this game from the database, like make it non-existent for the students to find, and then it's gonna make your job easier.
Yeah, that's true. But these games will go down in many
Yeah.
chess books in the future, so gotta be.
Oh, bishop c8 on the board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gotta be careful.
this
Bishop c8
pawn
on the
structure
board.
for
So what
sure.
do we do after bishop takes f5?
I think I found the draw.
Oh, you do?
Oh,
Okay, show
wow.
us.
So I take everything on f5,
Okay,
and then I play rook takes e5.
okay, and you take and take,
You have
and
to
then take this.
take, and now queen g3.
Oh, queen g3. This one, yeah. You cannot
Maybe.
hide. Oh, after this, you can go here, yeah? Because if you do this, then I just give a check. I'll take this.
But after queen a6, I can take on e3 maybe as well.
Maybe, yeah.
Then here,
Yes.
or you still have this one at least.
No, yeah.
Or even c5 if I want to be very brave, but
Yeah.
maybe not.
So this happens. Oh, this happens. Felix, you're a genius.
I think they will go for it.
I think so too. They will go for this one too, yeah. Or maybe is offering a queen trade working? No. I think it's better to keep the queen on the board to get the chance alive, yeah? Otherwise after that. Okay, so here takes this one. So white has to be careful in picking which pawn that, or maybe they will just go check here, and then go back here again, because whenever the king enters the third or the sixth rank, then there is queen check here. So it will be just a few checks in the back rank, yeah?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is going to be my take, and then check here and back there again. So we see queen e5. So this one also going to finish anytime soon, which is not surprising. Queen takes b7 already on the board, and we will see queen takes g3. Oh, Felix found all this drawing line out of nowhere.
He's a GM for a reason, you know.
Yeah,
he has these drawing lines in the pocket, as you said,
Yes.
just pulling them out of everywhere. Okay, this is gonna be now.
So
3.
yeah, this is gonna be a draw. Fashali looking like having a very, very good position. I think let's quickly go there. Because finally after HG, yeah, because after HG, if HG, then it's just gonna be a disastrous position for black to play. So Kuchkina chose to take it with the f pawn, and knight f4 happened. And after rook c6, your rook leave rook d3, queen f7, not rook f3. I think because after rook f3, there's queen f5, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, but I thought even this endgame is very bad.
Oh, don't go to the endgame while we're attacking.
Felix, come on.
Keep the queens on the board. We're attacking here. Okay, just to show what Felix wants. Takes here and probably takes which. How do I take this? This one?
Oh, maybe she didn't like EF.
Yeah, EF also is interesting.
Yeah, because after GF, I thought knight h5 and the attack is continuing.
Yeah, and then you have this file for yourself too. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, why giving this up, yeah, when white is just totally controlling the position. So after queen f7, queen h4 was played, preparing rook h3, and after knight d7, rook h3, and knight f8. So just to show what happened if we play something like h5.
Maybe g4.
Maybe g4, yeah. No need to be afraid. Everything is protected, yeah. And after taking this, yeah, I can just give a check here, give a check here. Should be GG some point. But
Yeah.
At some point.
But where's the GG part?
I was thinking about knight h8 or something, but
Knight h8. If I
maybe you
take,
just
But
okay. Yes,
mm,
Felix, yeah? You found something?
no.
Okay.
Never mind.
No, so after queen h8, knight f8. Okay. Okay, we don't need to.
yeah, I mean, just get one move. Maybe like rook here or rook here. Maybe it should be fine. But
Yeah.
there is no check. That's important. And then you just grab this one and then put the rook on f4. I think this is just winning for white. So h5 didn't happen. Knight f8 was, and then after bishop e7, yeah, simple idea there to take on f8. But we could have taken this one, could we? No, bishop f8, king f8, yeah.
Or maybe
Okay.
g5.
Maybe g5 as well.
Oh, g5. Oh, yeah. That's
some
something.
counterplay with rook c1 check and queen takes f4 check, maybe.
Yeah. I want to play this, but unfortunately there's queen b1 check, yeah? And the queen is lost. Okay,
Yeah.
so she didn't play that. She played knight d3, yeah. And after rook c3, rook f3, queen e4, queen h3. See, Felix?
Yes, keep the queens
Keep
on the
the
board.
queens on the board. I mean,
I'm taking notes.
but okay, in this position it's for good reason, because otherwise you lose immediately after taking on e4.
Yeah.
Rook c6, and now white is thinking. But this looks already very, very pleasant for white. But how to continue here? That's the question. Also, queen takes d4. Is it a threat here?
Yeah, we have to take that into consideration. So,
oh, rook f4.
Yeah, rook f4 is logical to protect, and now
queen e2.
Gonna go knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5 seems
very reasonable.
Good. Yeah.
And
because then I threaten to take. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's only 3 minutes. Okay, 2 more moves to go. Should be fine.
By the way, all the games are getting wild at this point. Hikaru is, I don't know, doing what. Selimova is losing against Harika. Anna is better against Lei.
Not Harika, it's Koneru.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Koneru.
I mean,
I swear I'm a big fan of you too, but you know, apparently Harika is with me today. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Humpy. Yeah, Humpy. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So yeah, Selimova is not doing well either. Yeah, okay. So I don't even know which game to cover at this point because they're all so interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so Vaishali will play her move anytime soon, and then I don't think it will finish very, very fast. And when they're hitting the second time control, yeah, they will have another 30 minutes. So we can switch to the other game. Just to update ourselves on this one, Gukesh versus Fabi finished on the way like we expected, I guess. Queen takes g3, queen takes c6, queen e1, and then all these checks. And exactly on the 40th move too. And they agree for a draw. So, and okay, Koneru versus Salimova. You were mentioning that Salimova was losing, I think because of the pawns. There's so many pawns for white here. And we saw the position. Where do we see it actually? A long time ago.
very long time.
somewhere
Yeah.
like this, yeah, king b8, king b1, and then rook c8. And g4 was the move, okay, with the idea that you want to keep pushing with h4 and h5, and black stopped it, but now it gives some square for the queen now, and after this just simply take on g5, knight e4, queen back to f5, and queen f3, queen g2. How many queen moves then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 moves in a row, and after this knight takes, rook f1 and g5. Looks like black has some compensation, but with this f3, the position starting to open for white, which is good, of course, for white having 2 bishops and an extra pawn. And after rook e8, e4, bishop f4, and e5, now white has a pass pawn. And after queen b6 takes on the pawn, takes on f4, gf, and then queen f2. Yeah, this position looks very much simplified. And I don't see any problem with taking on f4 in this one.
Yes.
Maybe there's
Yeah.
maybe c3, but you always have this check. And after this, you can just take this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah, you cannot take this because why? Oh, is it double? Can I play rook d3?
Oh,
Oh, I can play e7. Just e7. It's simple.
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't have to be
think
fancy.
That's a nice.
Like here and e7.
Yes.
Yeah, this is pretty actually. Nothing to, yeah, you cannot stop it at all like this.
Oh wow. Yeah, I think this is pretty much GG's, right?
Yeah. So Conero already took on f4. So this game will actually finish quicker than we thought. c3 was already on the board, so we are going to expect e6 followed by rook takes c3, and it's a reasonable position. e6 already on the board, yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, if king here, does it make any difference? Or maybe just queen f5 maybe. Oh no, sorry. See, I blunder mate in one. No, I have to take this. If king c8, I have to take this. But after this, yeah, king c8 is already on the board.
On the board, yeah.
Maybe even just a queen retreat somewhere.
Oh, I was thinking about e7, but okay.
Also good, probably.
I have to calculate
E7,
because
maybe
takes on
takes.
f4. Yeah, I have to calculate, and then I don't know if I'm.
Yeah, I thought here
I
it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't need to do that, yeah. So
yeah, I don't think
king
that's.
c8.
I thought just some normal queen move.
So rook takes c3 is already on the board, and after rook d4, normal queen moves such as queen f3.
Yeah.
To stop the checks. Yeah, why not, yeah? And after rook e4.
Rook e3.
Rook e3. Yes. Yeah, as long as you maintain the back rank, yeah, just you don't need to win right away. Just trade one piece after another. Yeah, this is nice.
By the way, yeah, Lei sacrificed the rook.
Lei sacrificed the rook again?
Again.
I mean, another sacrifice by her? I think that's desperado. This position is already look lost. Wow, so Lei being too optimistic on her game. This one, yeah, the second sacrifice wasn't good at all because after this position, only black can win this one. And this, yeah, even see, I mean, usually would like to keep the queen on the board. Even in this endgame, it looks like if you trade the queen, it's just lost for white. So white didn't trade the queens, and white lost another pawn just to keep an attack alive. But unfortunately, everything is holding together for black. And after this takes here and check. Eventually, okay, this is just repetition just to get to the 40th move, and after king h8, it takes f5. Muzichuk has 2 moves to go.
But this is not clear how it's winning to me.
Okay. If I go queen e4 or something, is that a draw?
I think so. Queen h6, king
Then
g8,
after-
queen g5.
Queen
and
e4, queen h6,
Yeah.
king g4, queen
Yeah.
g5 again.
Yes, and after king f8, queen d8. Yes, so I have to stop this. I have to stop this.
And I cannot play this here, it's just the same. You have this. Okay, so we cannot play queen
So
e4.
if I go queen d1 though, don't I stop all the necessary checks? Oh, but then f6 is a big threat.
Now maybe even white is winning, right?
Yeah.
Better be careful. Yeah, you're right.
No, this is very tricky. It's not easy.
Okay.
But it should be winning for
F6.
black, huh?
Black played f6, and apparently this is the winning move. Because then the bishop can control with f7, like
Oh,
takes
wow.
here. Here, okay, you can go here
yes.
even, yeah? And after this you can go up. And if you have a check like this, what do I do? Just bishop f7?
Bishop f7.
But queen here.
Yes. And queen g5.
Yeah,
But-
queen g5 again. So
But
what?
maybe I go to e8, right? With the king. After queen f6 check instead of bishop f7.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, king e8.
I just give the bishop and should be winning.
Yeah. Yeah. f6 is a very good practical decision as well, given that the time was under a minute too, because you'd like to get more space for your king. If you cannot calculate everything, at least you're saving the king from the potential of getting checkmated on g7. So at least you're eliminating this idea. So after f6, what happened was queen takes f6, king g8, and queen g6, and king f8. So we are seeing this position right now.
Yeah, now my question was what happens after f6?
Yeah.
But I thought maybe bishop c5 or something like this. Just stopping.
Also bishop
it.
f7, right? After this, and I can just walk.
Okay.
And then
But then
queen
queen
f8.
f8.
Yeah. Maybe it's time to sacrifice the
bishop.
bishop
I can
f2,
do
right?
this, yeah?
Oh, like that.
Or just...
I wanted to go bishop f2 because I threatened checkmate, but
maybe like this, queen f2. And then the king at least hides here. This is fine, right?
okay. I mean, it's a bit risky again, but
No, this is almost mate. Queen f4.
almost, yeah. Problem that it's almost.
And it's hard to stop it. Queen f6 is on the board.
Yeah.
And they reach time control.
They already
Okay.
reached it two moves ago. So yeah, Anna is in a good spot right now. And she might be scoring her first win, right? She hasn't won any game in this tournament yet. And there's no better round than now beating the current leader of the women's section. So
Which will be scoring, yeah, okay. Lei might be losing, but her co-leader is going to be scoring a win here, and she's almost at GG's already.
It's almost over. A queen h8 is coming soon with a checkmate. But how we got into this position, I thought it was... and yes, Tanzomi already won. And judging from the game situation, she's going to lead the tournament alone again. So she's been leading this tournament again, like since the first round, right? Even when she didn't lead it alone, she's still leading it. She's sharing the lead with other people. So she's in a very, very good form. Like since the first round until the present round, she always leads the tournament.
Yeah.
So we saw, but where did we see it last time? Oh, in this position,
rook f5, yes.
And queen a1 check, king h2 takes on here, and you cannot take on this one because of the perpetual. And so that's why Tan played g4 and bishop g6 and h5. So whenever the bishop moves like this, you can take this. But in this position, you still have to be careful not to lose the perpetual. So king g3, bishop e6, and knight d4. Okay, the queen and knight is, we know that it's better than queen and bishop. Plus in this position, white has an extra pawn. And after bishop d5, queen e5, and the knight and the queen just going after the pawn on g7. And also because the king on h7 is very restricted, now we can go for some mating net. And after g5, you have to take it, otherwise g6 is a checkmate. And after this takes, and king h4, such a nice finishing move by Tan Zongyi. And now she is on 7.5 by herself. Because looking at the situation of the other game, it's almost like, I don't think Li Tingjie will survive on this one. Even if she survives, I think it's just going to be a draw. It's going to be very hard for white to win this position. So we'll have another sole winner after round 11 in the women's section.
Exactly. And talking about leaders, can we go to Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit? Because Vidit is apparently winning.
Oh, what's happening this round? The leaders just crumble like apple pie.
That's a very nice metaphor. Thinking about apple pie, I want to eat one right now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we saw this one, d5, and this happens, and taking with the f pawn. So king a2, rook d8, g5, g6. Okay, bishop g7 and a5.
Yeah.
Takes and rook here.
And this was looking very good for black at this point,
right? But is it good though? Let's see. 0-0-0.
Oh, well, surprise.
Takes and rook here, hitting on d6 and knight here. Okay, rook b8. Everything looks normal for black. And bishop here, check, e5. Yeah, looks like black is controlling the game, right? But where was the punching point here? So the king goes, and we cannot take on c4 because
maybe king d5 and king e6, king f7.
h5 is coming, rook h1, yeah. Wow, yeah, this is such a nice king maneuver here. But you have to be careful still, like after this maybe. Takes. Because whenever you go here, I have rook b7, but I think you have this, yeah? This is this deciding point. Yeah. This is the white's plan. What is the evaluation, by the way? Yeah, white is winning. Oh, this is so big advantage. Okay.
Wow.
So cannot take on c4. a4 was played. Rook a1, stopping the pawn. And after rook b3, king moves back. a3, bishop moves back. Okay, just to get the pawn out of the way.
Yeah.
And then after bishop a3, d5, and I like how FIDE played this. It's very clean. He's just getting rid of what might be disturbing white's position and still having this h4, h5 in the bank. So
okay, but this king c2 is apparently not a good move. Just because dc4 is coming and rook is now protected. So I think Vidit should have taken the d5 pawn.
So okay, let's see if d5, and what's the difference if I give a check here? I got this one, yeah?
The thing is I can stake with the knight first, so at the end I take king c4.
King c4. And that is winning because
I don't know.
Let's say it takes and then check.
Yeah, this endgame.
You go for this one and then get this pawn, and then you have 2 pawns.
Okay, and this is just good enough. I don't know. It's hard to calculate, I guess, if she's low on time as well.
The good thing is after this you have this, yeah, and then it's and
okay,
you can now take the pawn, yeah. Wow. Okay, so the current situation after king c2, which is a mistake, d takes c4 and knight e4 is okay. The game backs to equal.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
yeah, you know, we have this saying, right? At the end of the day, the winner is always the luckiest one. I mean, Ian was losing against Firouzja, right?
Firouzja,
And then
yeah.
he was losing also against. There's one more game that he was losing.
Prague.
Prague, yes, exactly. And he kept saving the positions, and he might actually, saving this one again. And now it looks like he's saving it. But again, yeah, the winner or the champion is always the luckiest player out of the field. Ooh.
Wow.
How do we make a draw here, though?
Yeah, how do we make a draw? Even though the default bar size is equal, like 0, 0, 0 again, but how do we make a draw?
Still seems pretty tough for black to me, at least.
Okay, so after a4, what's your plan?
Okay, a4.
You want to go... Okay, you cannot go knight c5, yeah, because of rook a3, I guess.
So bishop c5?
Bishop c5, knight c5, and then I guess knight d...
No,
Oh,
knight
maybe not
d5,
knight d5.
rook
No,
here.
yeah. Okay.
Or you can play
I guess
rook
rook
b5,
b5, yeah.
Rook
You have rook
b5.
a5 here. If knight takes, so
Yeah,
this should be
yeah.
fine.
Okay.
So you
yeah.
cannot take it. But the thing is, trying to understand this position from white's view, if you cannot make this h5 work anymore with the knight on f6, then white doesn't have anything, because that is the only thing that white has in that position that to keep the game alive. But now what white do is maybe just being stuck, just wait until this happens again. And also at the same time, black is also waiting, and also not to allow that to happen. So because previously I really want to push that pawn, but maybe there's never been a good time, yeah, with h5 rook h1. So in this position here, yeah, this one apparently is the best move, yeah.
Yeah.
This is gonna hunt with it.
Oh.
Because this is just pure calculation. You just have to see the resulting position in the end, and then try to judge that after king b5, you're winning with these two pawns versus the bishop.
But even after bishop d6,
Or you play this one and then c5?
I thought c4, e3.
Wait, c4 and?
E4, sorry.
Oh, e4.
But the problem is after c5, my point was bishop g3, but it just doesn't work. Like, or c6 immediately. I think anything works.
Yeah,
anything
c6 or
works.
d6.
Or d6, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, the game went with rook d1, so...
I played rook b5.
Yeah, so after knight e4, it was rook b5, not a4.
But now he can get the rook into the game.
A4
was
after
probably
bishop e7?
Much... bishop e7.
And it played, because, I mean, I don't see any other move. You have to stop rook d8, right? I think it's we're doing some waiting game here. I'm waiting for something like this. I think the idea of rook here is you want to play here and get the rook back into the game somehow. I don't know. Or just stay there and then somehow try to improve the king.
This is still tough, yeah. This is not very clear, even though engine says it's 0-0. This can turn around for anyone.
Yeah. So rook b5 was same evaluation as a4, right?
Let's take a look. So a4 is 0-0. Rook b5 is better for black. Sorry, for white. So yes, a4 is the best move. But rook d1, bishop e7. FIDE is one move to make the time control, so he should be fine. He can make any move basically. Yeah, I don't think any side can go to the other territory.
Wow, yeah. And we can also check Hikaru's game because he's
Oh,
also
yes.
winning now for some time, and I don't know how he's winning.
So we saw the game long ago after f4,
Yes,
e4,
E4,
and then king
yes.
f2. Oh, your move, Laura.
Immediately.
Yeah,
That's
and then
fine,
here
yeah.
knight c3 and rook b1 and rook goes back again. So it's clear that Prague doesn't have any clear idea on what continue here. f5. So yeah, black is just having all the initiatives. So takes, and takes this one. King takes here, cannot take on e4 because of why? Bishop e6 maybe? And then rook here, yeah? Something like that.
Yeah.
Knight e5.
Knight e5. Oh, I don't like this.
I can just tell you what's the move because
Mhm.
it's wild. It's rook f8.
Oh, rook f8. Oh.
Yeah. Tricky stuff. And after king d3, knight g2, and I don't know, it's some wild stuff again.
Then after this.
Um,
Oh, then you can give a check, I guess, like this. Because the king has to move like
I
this.
guess.
And then
Looks
maybe
quite suspicious.
very
Very
suspicious. Yeah.
suspicious. Don't know how it's winning, but yeah, somehow.
Okay. It's so long. So okay, cannot take on e4 because of that. Knight goes back to d5 takes, and now, ooh, the king is in the center. That's scary. The knight is being hunted, and bishop moves back here. Oh, Hikaru is playing very well. And knight is trapped on h6 now.
Oh, wow.
Takes, check here, king here. Yeah, the thing is, if the knight moves here, you get this one, and then the rook is not protected, so it's winning for black immediately. So Pragnananda is trying to get some compensation with the knight by giving it up like this, but this is not enough. But again, Hikaru has to prove it, but they already make the time control. Exactly, after g takes f5, it was the 40th move for Hikaru, and now how to continue, okay, one of the pawns will be taken, but which one should we give in? Maybe going h4 first, check?
That's a good question. If I go h4, I guess I go king g4.
Maybe this is unnecessary anyway to play h4.
I would just go after the a pawn. Maybe rook b8 instead of h4.
Yeah.
With a
Yeah.
check. Yeah.
So let's say I take one of the pawns, like here, check, and then let's say I go here, and then you take this one, yeah?
Yeah. This might be enough for the win.
Okay, let me continue with taking this. Or should I go here? I don't know which one. Yeah. Oh, give a check first. Give a check first, and then when you have to go up, then rook here.
Bishop e4.
Yeah.
And I give a check.
King f5.
Oh, I cannot take, yeah? Otherwise it's self-made. Yeah, I mean, there's so many calculations here. You have to be precise on which ones that you have to give, which ones that you are after.
Yes.
Yeah, so
he has to, I mean, I feel like many moves are winning, but you have to.
you have this
I
one
like
as well.
Felix's idea.
Yeah, this one is nice. You also have this one, let's say, but yeah, I don't know if this makes any difference going to e3 instead of, or you can even take first and then going to e3.
He played rook c8.
Oh, he tried to
instead.
protect this one then. Okay, what happened after rook takes here? Just bishop e4, trying to get the pawn maybe?
Maybe to c2 b3, yeah.
Mhm.
Also, you can go here and getting it here, but looks a bit passive. So after this, yeah, like this maybe. Actually, I like it from behind, like this and this.
Oh, that's also good.
Yeah, just to be around the king, it looks a bit safer. But okay, Hikaru, yeah, potentially winning this one. And if Hikaru wins this one, Gukash is already drawn. So at the very least, Gukash has a share lead with Hikaru, and it's gonna be up to Ian against Vidit how he finishes that game. If it's also another draw, then we have a 3-way lead again.
Mhm.
Like a few rounds ago with Gukash, Ian, and Prague. But if Ian somehow lost, then we have another leader. Hikaru somehow is leading the tournament with Gukash. Yeah, so gonna be very interesting. I see no improvement or development yet in this position because after Bishop e7, Rook e1, yeah, Black decided to just improve the king to g7, and both players already on the time control. Knight d2, hitting on this one, but I think that can safely be. Maybe this is the drawing sequence. Yeah, Felix like this, and then back here again, and back here again, things like this. We might actually see it on the board.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but what happened after f4? Let's say, just I don't know whether this is going to work or not. This sacrifice.
Okay.
Or you can play knight d7 because after this, I'm a bit
Oh,
worried
knight
of
d7
this.
c4 is hanging, so I
that's
would not
true.
want to go. I guess you have to go for this.
Bishop d6 was already on the board, by the way. If FIDE it once, FIDE it can repeat. But what happened after f4? Like this sacrifice. Then you just play knight c8, but c4 is hanging. Knight c8, knight maybe. Oh, maybe that's fine. Because now you have this passed pawn, yeah?
Rook f6.
Rook f6. Yeah.
Tricky.
No me gusta.
By the way, the piece on d6 was hanging as well, no?
What? Where?
After f3. In the line we just had.
Yeah, but then after you take on d6, I'll just play f2.
And then rook f6.
Rook e6. Rook f6, yeah? And I take
Yeah.
on d6?
You play immediately f2.
Yeah.
Then I thought knight e8 check.
Knight e8, yeah, that should be it. Yeah, that cannot be. So f4 is critical line then here.
Yeah. What do we do?
Okay. Do you think we will see it by Vidit? I guess he's ambitious, yeah. If it works, he will play it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, maybe something like rook b3, you might throw in like that. I'm not sure. I mean, the rook looks a bit awkward there. You have to get it into work.
Okay. Yeah, f4.
Or maybe you just take, and then after this, just bishop f8.
Yeah. Because what do we do now?
Yeah, now knight d5 is coming with knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think f4 is a unnecessary risk. Actually, let's check. Yeah, I think just takes on here, and after rook e6, bishop f8. Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
Okay, so it's now up to FIDE, yeah, whether he wants to repeat with knight e4 again or not, and then we'll see this repetition. And there will be 3-way lead in the open section. Okay, given Hikaru finishing the job well and winning that one. Oh, by the way, he chose to play bishop b7 then, this idea, which I thought was a bit passive. Yeah, but turns out, I mean, that's the quickest way to get to c4, right? Because any other maneuver with the bishop, you need an extra tempo to get to c4.
Yes.
So that's making sense. And this one still hasn't moved yet. Anna's still thinking with queen f6. Oh, finally, bishop f7, queen d8 check. So, but
Mhm.
didn't we say that this was a repetition?
This is now a draw.
It is a draw now. Oh my gosh, Anna having another
Oh,
winning position, but what didn't she like with King
Anna.
E8 then? The king has to go to the other side, and then you just simply have to sacrifice one of your bishop, this bishop, and then you win the position, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a mystery.
so hard.
So this has happened, bishop E8,
Oh,
and then what after this? What
I guess King G8.
Okay,
Still not simple.
and after this, I have F6. That's yeah. Usually after F6 you can go to E8, but now having the bishop on E8 itself, yeah, like this. How do you stop it? I mean, even in this position, like we can play Queen
Queen
F6.
F6,
Yeah,
huh?
Queen F6.
yeah. I don't think we have to complicate because then.
But I mean, even after F6, how do you stop me? I think this is winning for me.
I can
it's
play
not.
King F7 now.
Oh, King F7 and then go up, yeah? Okay. Then just Queen
But
F6.
what if I go King F7 instead of King F8?
So after checks.
So this one.
After Queen G5 check.
Yeah. King F7. Okay, let's think. Okay, now I go Queen G6, Queen
King
E6,
E7.
and F6, yeah? No, first I give you a check, I think.
Oh, huh?
Or no, right?
Sorry,
Queen
which move?
E6.
Oh, Queen E6, uh-huh.
And now I thought F7.
F6.
Bishop
Sorry,
C5.
F6. Yeah, I cannot push it to F7 yet. Yeah, and
I can take
F7
F2.
then.
I can give this pawn.
No, you cannot because
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But where's the checkmate?
Queen
I go
F4.
F7.
I
Queen
have
F4.
this. I have this. Well,
It's
depends.
Queen F4,
Oh
King
yeah, and
H1,
then
Queen
Queen
C1.
C1.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
If you take this, then I can just play this maybe. Just
Yeah.
or I don't know. Maybe this is more accurate even. Bishop C5.
I don't know.
Going to D6.
Okay. Okay, that's a
So-
very good question.
And after I think they're she's thinking right now. But after this, the computer is still saying that this is 0-0. So where's the draw, yeah?
Can I go Queen E7?
Queen E7, yeah.
Queen E7.
Yeah, this might be it.
This is it. I peeked by accident because I had it on and I was like shocked. You have to go. Yeah, it's this.
Because now you cannot give this up when the king is here. It's like defeating the purpose that you want to sacrifice the bishop as long as your king cross the other side of the board. But now if you're sacrificing this and having the king still on this side of the board, then this is just perpetual in the end. How many times Anna has been winning and then still cannot manage to pull up a victory?
And she played Queen E7.
E7, yeah, Queen E7 is on the board. Another save by Liting G2. Because she was also losing. Hang on, there was one of the games that she was losing, but she managed to make a draw.
And
But anyway.
was it at the beginning? I think
so, yeah. Yeah, Queen E7 is on the board. Yeah. Okay, but I'm even speechless right now. But Anna had like 20 minutes to think it over because she made just on the 40th move to make this one. Like after Queen G6 here and in this position, yeah. She had time, and then in this position she spent 20 minutes for this Bishop F7 move. I just don't understand why didn't she like with this King E8. It's simple explanation. You just want to get rid of the checks. And there's almost no checks. Like after this, you go here. Yeah. And then everything is perfectly, explainable. Like it's not even very complicated. But okay, Queen E7, and the game is back to equal. And okay, so I think Tan Zongyi will still lead the tournament anyway, but Li Tingjie will follow behind with half a point different. So we'll come back to this one. And meanwhile, what we're going to check out the other game that's also equalizing right now. Partially
Yes.
was winning, but now it looks like, even though the eval bar says that white is slightly better, but I don't think this is what Faishali had in mind. So what was the position again? Knight here, knight
Rook F-
d3, rooks here, here. Okay, we saw this position. Okay, this one. Bishop f6, h6, takes, rook takes f8. Okay, is this sacrifice necessary?
I had a peek before,
Mhm.
and instead of bishop f6, there was something much stronger, namely bishop d6,
Bishop
with the
d6.
point of rook takes f8. It's
Oh,
coming.
that's so nice.
Okay, you
And
just
it
want to
was,
take this and take on e6. Oh, that's nice.
yeah,
What was the time situation up before this? 1 minute. 1 minute.
yeah,
Mm.
we can't blame her.
Yeah, it's hard. But yeah, bishop d6 is very
Cute.
nice. Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
cute. What doesn't she like? Or maybe she was bored of this, but at the very least you have this. At the very least.
But
Yeah,
isn't rook
that's
f8
true.
mate as well?
I know, but I mean,
yeah.
I'm just trying to be in her position with only
Okay.
very low on time. Like, I'm sure she's seen bishop d6, but maybe she rejected it because of some quick reason. I don't know what. But okay, she chose to play here, takes, and then sacrificing this. But when this happened, she already made the time control. So okay, so she spent 10 minutes for the sacrifice, takes, and then takes this, and takes this, and after queen e4. Yeah, looks like from the practical point of view, you're fine taking this one, right? Because you have a check, knight goes to c5, looks like the king is almost get mated.
Mm-hmm.
But what is the drawback in this position?
Well, I guess the d4 pawn is hanging, yeah. So when you go knight c5, I guess I will want to take queen d4.
But it's mate, no? It's coming soon. The king, I think, has
So,
to go to e8
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
King e8, and if this happens...
Yeah. Now we think. Okay,
just
yeah,
take.
if you...
I don't think this
Oh.
is a big problem, because I take this and then you cannot take any of my pawns. I always have this perpetual.
Ah, that makes sense.
How's the pawn endgame after queen f6? I think it could be winning for white.
Wait, can I just take?
Yeah, this I was thinking, but
Or I don't
I
need
thought
even
I
play king
have-
f7. I can just start pushing, yeah?
yes, king g1. Yes, king e3. Okay, but now g4, g5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is...
No, I thought you have to play king f7 before pushing the pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And now b4. King f6, for example. a4.
F4.
And I thought I'm winning, but maybe not.
Yeah. You're winning. You're right.
Yeah.
After queen f6, black has only one move for a draw.
Okay, hang on. Queen f6. Yeah, in this position, black only has one move to draw. Oh, is it queen f5?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's sick.
Yeah.
Queen f5. So if you take, this one is lost maybe. But how?
King g3. Yeah.
Yeah.
King f4, king e6, b4.
d4 maybe.
d4 is, yeah, the move.
But still, I'm a pawn up, yeah?
Mm-hmm. No, this is... Okay, you have to play d3, otherwise you cannot.
I think we messed up already. Maybe we have to play a5 at some point. I'm not sure. I have not checked. I just saw queen f5, so...
But if you play f5, then I'm on time to win the pawn.
Yeah, I have to.
So you have to play this, and then this is quite forced, and b4.
Maybe immediately
Actually,
d4.
Yeah, d4 immediately, because after, yeah, king f4. No, before moving the king, even maybe.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So here you can
Or
play
king d7 or
f5.
something, yeah.
Like here, you can play f5 here is fine because now after this you have d4.
Okay, doesn't change much because you have a3. So actually, this is tough.
King d7?
Yeah, I have to go king d7.
Oh, d7.
D7.
And after b4 takes, king c6 is coming. The question is, what is after g4?
But now
Oh no, then I'm
e6?
just in d5. E6, yeah.
Yes, now e6.
E6. No, so, instead of g4, e6. Yeah. Pawn endgames.
Complicated pawn endgame.
Oh my God. How queen f5, if you calculate this is impossible to find.
Yeah, exactly. So this knight, oh sorry, king e8 is the last move. So knight c5 is the critical line, yeah?
But do I have to
Yeah.
take on c5?
Okay, if you don't take, you have to, what do you do? Give a check?
Can queen e1, king h2, and now
Queen
maybe...
f5, maybe.
No, queen e1 I wanted.
Queen e1.
Instead of queen b1.
Ah, I see.
And
You
then
take on
take on
f2.
f2.
Hmm.
But I don't have perpetual. Queen d7, king f8, knight e6. Take,
Yeah.
and queen h4, queen h3. And... No, this should be lost.
Yeah, if it takes this, I'll just demonstrate maybe like this. And
e6 will come.
e6 will come, yeah. Okay, so king e8. So we're gonna see whether Faishali will play knight c5 or not. But I think you also have an option of taking b7 in this position. And no, she tried to give a check first. Maybe trying to, what?
But king d7?
If king d7, then the same thing, yeah? King d7 and maybe now queen f7.
King c8.
King c8, and I think you can also... here, if you take then queen f8, and then you take it. But this is still draw, no? Maybe.
King d7?
If takes, check
I have
here.
perpetual, eh?
Is it perpetual? Can I hide at some point?
I don't think so. I have queen e4. Or queen
yeah.
d3.
Can I start with queen d6 instead of queen c5? Because then I take on e6 with a check. No,
sorry.
continue, knight c.
Yes, that's great.
Takes. Queen d6, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
and then
great.
takes check it. Yeah, that's good. That's right. So tricky. Queen g8 is a tricky move because you want to play this knight c5 without giving the chance for your opponent to make perpetual. So if king goes to e7, let's say.
Yeah? What now? Because
Maybe she just wants to repeat once.
Maybe just
I
want to
think
repeat
so.
once and then see where the king goes, yeah? And then after this,
I
maybe
think so, yeah.
eventually going to c5. And king goes to e7, yeah. This is happening on the board now.
Now she's going for the repetition, finally.
No, I don't think so.
No, Goryachkina wants as
Goryachkina,
well.
No, Goryachkina wants, of course, yeah. But white, I don't think Ashali will try to repeat. And Hikaru already finished the game and now officially leading the tournament for the first time.
Wow.
So after bishop b7, king f4, let's see it quickly. Bishop a6, king e5. This is a very direct approach, yeah? Because after this, let's say you don't do anything and then keep the rook over here, but then the rook will somehow go over, like, I don't know, maybe via here to here or via here to here. So here, Pragnanana chose to make some counter-attack with king f4, bishop a6, king e5, but tricky move, king g6. Actually, what is the idea? I'm still trying to find... king d6. Okay, so this cannot be taken because of king d6. Yeah, you go after this pawn. So king g6 is played. And after rook h4, king g5, and the rook has to go back to h3, and now you take the pawn. After check, king h6, e4, rook maintain the 6th rank, So there's no more check, and after this, just keep pushing the pawn, and finally offering the trade, and after check here and take here.
Oh, nice technique.
Nice, yeah, nice technique, yeah. Very, very nice. So in this position, after here, if I continue with this, you can just push this pawn, and luckily this bishop is controlling b3, so this pawn will promote. So in this position, if the king doesn't take on a4, let's say the king goes here, you can do the same thing, yeah, and then push this one. It's even worse. So very nice move, rook b3 before taking on g3. Yeah, at one way or the other, we know that Hikaru will win this game, right? Because of the end game. But I just didn't expect that it would turn to something like this. Like, it's very straightforward approach that what Hikaru did, going after this c4 pawn and then try to promote the c pawn.
So clean, yeah.
So
Such
clean.
a clean win.
Yeah. Okay, so therefore, yeah, right now Hikaru is leading the field together with Gukesh. And what about Ian? How is Ian doing? So after knight e4, bishop e7, yeah, FIDE could have repeated by playing knight d2 again, but he didn't. He played knight g3, rook b3. And now, is the situation change, or is it still okay for white? Because looks like rook has a purpose now.
Yeah, and knight a4 is coming. I would not be so comfortable. Like if I go bishop c1, knight a4.
Yeah, I think the critical point is to take on this one, yeah?
Yes.
Rook
Bishop
here,
d6.
rook e6.
Wait.
Wait, why can't I play? Okay.
You cannot play the moves.
Yeah, because after this one is still not really hanging because the knight is also under
But
attack there.
now
Knight
knight
a4,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is critical. I have to take this.
No,
a4 even better
A4.
for
A4. All right.
who knows?
Yeah, what then?
I have to play bishop c1, right?
I
Yeah.
have to play bishop c1.
Rook c3, king d2,
King
taking on
d1
g-
maybe,
maybe d1.
because I want to get this bishop out.
But here only black can win, probably.
If I played, I could also lose with both colors. So
Okay, so FIDE play bishop c1. He didn't go for this complication. Yeah, bishop c1. So if knight a4, at least you have bishop d2, and you're still but this is a better position,
that's
right?
passive. That's so passive now.
Yeah, because now the rook can go back. I mean, or here b7 is better.
I mean, worst case, I have bishop d6, right?
But bishop d6, I think he always intends h5. And then you cannot take because knight f5 check.
Okay,
I
that's
think
good point.
Bishop
that's his idea.
d6?
I think h5 is his point.
Ah, I see. Oh, tricky
Okay.
knight with the being on g3.
Okay. Okay, bishop c1 on the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it should be either knight d5 or knight here. But if knight d5, there's rook e5, so gotta check that carefully. Even though it's still fine. Like here.
Yeah, because rook is coming to d3, yeah?
Yeah, like here, and then this bishop d2 is the idea.
This is complicated. Yeah. Knight g3 is very risky move by Vidit. Like it shows that he really wants to play for a win. I don't know if I like it. Black has so much more activity than before now.
Yeah.
Even if I start, yes, with a4, like somebody suggested in the chat. Okay, I have to be careful about rook e5, yeah.
Oh, here, a4?
Yeah.
Rook e5?
And do I move the bishop? I don't know.
Okay, I think you have to move first if you want to sacrifice it.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
And something like this.
And let's say I play bishop g3 now. I just want to know what happens after 8. Ah, no, a3, bishop a3.
There's this one too.
Also,
This one.
yeah, so I cannot do that.
Because I think
So-
after this, there is this one. Right? And then I'm hitting this one too.
Now at least
Okay.
I get the same version like before with plus
One
a
pawn
pawn for
less.
white, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe a4 not the best idea.
Yeah, but this is complicated. But I like the spirit of it, that just like fighting. And Ian chose to play knight d5 instead of knight a4. So do we protect this or not? We can
I
play
think it's
bishop
in
b2.
Vidit's style to protect it somehow.
Yeah, we can play bishop b2. We can play bishop d2.
Huh.
Bishop d2 seems logical.
Yeah, bishop d2 seems logical because sometimes you want to go back here and then probably take the pawn. Yeah.
But what if I go a4 now?
Mm-hmm.
And
Rook
after
a5.
a3?
Oh.
The only thing to stop it is this one, yeah? Is there anything else?
Bishop
Yeah.
c1.
Ah, you want to start with bishop c1?
Check.
I thought king b1, but just rook d3 probably.
Yeah, rook d3. Yeah.
Now you can protect
Everything.
everything. Yeah, this is unpleasant.
So maybe protecting it.
With b2? Okay, after here... Yeah, that's I think that's the idea of knight d5, right? You just want to make way for the pawn to promote.
Ah, but maybe now I can... I want to manage rook a1, bishop c1, and knight e4. Somehow win this pawn now, but I'm not in time. Now this is hanging, and if I play knight e4 first, then you have rook b2, I guess.
Yeah.
Ah, but maybe now just king c1.
King c1, yeah. Wait, this is not over.
Still rook
I want to
b3
go
back.
knight b4 now, but
Actually, why not? Looks like...
I don't know. This looks a bit too much.
Yeah, because if you take here... wait. How do I do? Check or what?
Knight e3.
Oh, knight
maybe.
d3, of course. Here and... Check.
But white is
Maybe
still
it's
better.
nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Just simply take the pawn.
Yeah.
Oof, complicated. So if you want to be safe, then bishop b2. But it looks like the bishop is a bit passive. But you have this perpetual again, like here. Not perpetual, repetition. Knight here.
But
and
again, this
knight goes here.
h5, yeah.
Yeah, h5
Yeah.
after bishop d6.
Ah, so I have to play a4 then. Oh, but this is hanging. So
Yeah,
bishop
but then
d6, h5.
Ah, so maybe it's just bishop b2.
Is it that deadly, this attack? What if I play... Yeah, let's play a4.
Wait, what did we miss? Instead of h5, rook d1?
Oh, rook d1. Why did we
Instead
miss
of h5 already, right?
Yeah, instead of h5.
Yeah.
Yeah, just rook d1, of course. Yeah. Oof, so...
Because
Okay.
before the knight was on d2, that's why it was not working, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something was on the d file.
Oh god damn it, this is such a tough position for this hour. Okay, what about...
I really want to sacrifice on b4. But maybe that doesn't really work. Like here, if you take... Let's say I take and then you take here maybe. But if this happens, like what's the evaluation? Just better for white, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. But you can check.
Yeah, it is just
Yeah,
better for
okay.
white.
I was thinking about knight f4, knight d3 idea at this
Yeah.
point.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
yeah, of course.
And
Yeah.
after rook e5, bishop d6.
Rook b2.
Oh, just
Oh.
that. Yeah. See, tactics,
Yeah,
Irene,
just
tactics on
tactics.
fire.
No, I
Yeah.
have the same idea with knight b4. Like if you just play on e5, I can just take this one. But of course, that's a bad sacrifice. So this works actually. Yeah, I think if this happens, like if bishop b2 happens, then I think the move is knight f4.
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, when the knight is settled on d3, it's easier position for black.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm thinking to give my c3 pawn just to gain activity with the bishop on c1, then coming to b2. So if I go rook e5, rook c3, for example, I don't know, king b1, or I don't. Can I go king b1? Okay, let's say I can.
Rook
Even
b3.
though I would prefer to go to the other side.
I would
B
go to
or D?
b3,
B, yeah,
b3
first
maybe.
B, yeah. Because now after king a2, knight c3 is checkmate. So I have to go king a1 or king c2.
So I have to go here,
Okay.
yeah?
Yeah, let's go here.
Check, and then
Yes,
king
go.
here, or
Yes. Let's say e1. But yeah, this looks suspicious. Yeah. I don't like this.
I can even start pushing the a pawn maybe.
Yeah, or c pawn, any pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we cannot do that. Oh, why is chess so hard?
I mean, what else do you have in this position?
How is this 0-0 again, you know? What else can I do? Okay, I can go... Wait.
Oh, the game between Lichess versus Mazujukan already finished with a draw.
Oh.
So let's quickly check on that one. Anna couldn't escape with the perpetual. I mean, Anna couldn't escape the perpetual. After bishop h5, check here. Yeah, the queen doesn't like to take the bishop, and then just go with all these checks. And then yeah, the c6 pawn is a very important pawn for the king to hide. But Lichess just made the right call every move here, taking this, give this check, and then yeah, the king cannot go out from all these ideas. The pawn is just perfectly placed on this, giving the spot for the queen to give all this check on this. Yeah, all this one. Like, wow, but what a miss by Anna. She finally
Heartbreaking.
Huh?
Heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking again, yeah, because she had this idea finally,
Okay.
right, to give the bishop. But then she did it in the bad timing, because then the queen can take on c6, because otherwise it's yeah, and then this is actually the only move, I think, because otherwise this is just going to be drawn. Any other checks will be otherwise it's going to be winning for black. Any other checks will be winning for black apart from this one. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so Lichess is in the still in the clear second, because no matter what happens with Gorchkina, yeah, she still be on the clear second. And here, what do we have? So after queen g at check, king e7, check again, and finally knight c5. So check first and king h2. And how do we assess this? The rook is about to take on c5, or is it not necessary? Or can you just take on f2, right?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Can I just do that?
Because we had the position before with queen on g7 and king on e8, right?
Which is completely different, yes. But now after
like
queen
this.
g7, yeah.
Let's say this happens,
Yes.
and then we do these things, because that can also transpose to this position anyway. So what is white's idea? Check here?
Yes, and knight e6 we thought, yeah?
So that's the difference. So after this one,
yes,
if you play this, I can have queen f7.
Yes, exactly.
But if there is nothing, what else can you do? Queen g5?
Yes, I guess I could play that. I don't like it.
Yeah, queen takes
Because
f2
king
is on the
e8.
board. Like, why
Wow.
would Vaishali give that up?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think if she played queen g7, it was 3-time repetition, so she played knight c5. Is that possible?
Yeah, but how to... Okay, queen g5 is on the board, by the way. So, I mean, if she really wants to make a draw, she could repeat, but this position doesn't give any improvement to her position. It's only giving black's improvement. And how to continue, everything is under control.
Knight b7, maybe.
Knight b7, this is how you're trying to mud the
Okay.
water.
And queen g5 on the board, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, this makes sense. Queen d8 is a threat now.
If I just put my rook over here,
Queen d8,
Yes.
as
Queen
Lala
d8,
said.
knight
96.
d6.
Oh, this looks dangerous.
it is.
Yes.
Maybe here. I don't know.
Queen g8.
Queen g8, yeah.
Maybe you're living, yeah? Maybe.
Surviving somehow. Yeah.
Who knows?
The king somehow escapes. And you only
Yeah.
have checks over there, but okay, check here. What to do here? I can even go here, yeah? Even if you give a check, I can somehow escape. Can I? Yeah, I can escape here. Okay, so queen g8, sorry, queen g5 is on the board. Now black is thinking where to put the king. Yeah, to here, to here, to here.
I hope Vaishali doesn't overpush. I could
Mhm.
easily see it happen.
Mm-hmm.
That would be tragic.
Oh yeah, that would not be fun for her.
Yeah, and we left one game long ago, is this one. Konero versus Salimova. So we have 3 games left, and they are all equally exciting. And we left it until, I think, king c8, rook takes c3, rook takes d4, and queen f5. So I actually like Felix's move better, queen f3, just to stop everything. Because here I had a quick glance that things are looking a bit messy, that you have to be very precise, not to lose to perpetual or something. But eventually Lahno consolidated with a3, a4, and g5.
Humpy. We're both messing Humpy today. I'm Harika, you said Lahno.
Did I? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know, like it's something about this game today, okay?
Okay. King c7, g6, and after rook e5, queen f7, king b6, and okay.
And now black has this drawing idea with rook b5, and chat is asking how to stop it, which is a very valid question. So yeah.
So you have rook c2 at least.
Okay.
Or not?
After queen d1.
Yeah, and then here.
How? I mean, you mean in this position, okay?
No. Rook c2 if queen d1 in this one. Oh, which position did you mean?
No. I was talking about rook b5. But yes, you're right. Rook c2. Let's start with rook c2. And now when I play queen d3, you go king a1, I guess.
Oh, queen b3, I just check. I just
no,
take.
d3.
Oh,
Yeah,
d3. Yeah,
okay.
king a1.
Don't I have rook g5?
Rook g5, push.
Mm,
Or you play queen g3.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, queen g3. Unpleasant. Yeah, gotta be careful then. Okay, what to do here? King b6. What's the position after queen c4?
Take some. Rook g5, rook
Rook
g4.
g4, yeah, I have this.
That's pretty.
Maybe this is the
This-
safest idea. So I
Yeah.
mean, safest move in this position whenever.
But
Maybe you worry about this check and then.
no, but you have rook c1 after queen d1, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought too. I was just thinking if there's anything else. I don't think so. Yeah, I think you have to play rook c1 only move. And maybe white. Oh, sorry, black will hold somehow. Win here, maybe. I don't know. But you have. Yeah, you have. Do you? No. You have this queen here. Check first. It's a mess. I mean, there's still so many calculations, but white should be better anyway because of the pawns. But yeah, white has to be careful not to miss any perpetual, some repetition. Okay, let's go back to this game, FIDE versus Ian, because this is the most exciting and critical game.
Wow, you were right, Felix, about protecting the pawn, but we played knight e4
Yeah.
first, yeah?
FIDE decided to play knight e4, and then after this, bishop d2, overprotecting the pawn, actually.
And I wonder if that's the correct way. Yeah, bishop d2 immediately was also absolutely fine.
So what about a4?
Rook a1.
That's the idea, yeah? Here, maybe
Yeah.
back to c1. Yeah, and now you just grab the pawn. Okay.
But now knight b4 could really be an option, right?
That's what we like.
Okay,
Maybe you don't have to take.
Let's say I take it. Takes. This looks dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, let's see. Oh, yes. Black is winning. So, but if you don't take, the knight will go to d3. But maybe that's okay because you're taking this one. So the king, where does the king go?
Oh. d1 or d2?
Okay, let's
50-50.
Yeah, 50-50. Let's try one. And then
Looks like white just wins the pawn.
yeah, looks to me that way too. Okay, so cannot do that then. So a4 is not really good move in this position because white is just in time to stop it with rook a1 and bishop c1.
Can I just play king e6?
King e6.
Unless f4 is his idea, but somehow. Maybe f4.
F4,
Who
yeah.
knows?
Yeah, that's a bit annoying, having this f4.
Yeah, that's cute.
Okay, what else then? What can black do in this position? Maybe moving the knight back. Or can we play here now? No, you can just take it maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe Ian is thinking to play knight b4 now.
In this position?
Yeah.
And takes CB, right?
I think so, but after CB there is this
Rook A1,
one.
no?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately after this you have this one and then taking on this.
Yes.
So maybe you're forced to take it with the other pawn. But if we take the other pawn, it's
Seems slow.
slow.
I could even simplify with rook e3 maybe.
Yeah.
Looks winning.
So maybe, okay, so knight d4 is not an idea now. Yeah, tough. What to do here?
Okay, can we move the rook back so it can be active from behind?
Oh, Ian play a4.
Oh, he played a4, which is absolutely fine, yeah?
Maybe he's thinking after rook a1, which FIDE just
Mhm.
did it. It's
Knight
here.
b6, yeah.
Just knight b6 and controlling everything.
Okay, that looks like a very simple way to equalize.
And bishop e3.
Rook b5. Oh, but you always have rook b1. Oh, here knight d5 again. Oh no, you can take this. Oh my gosh.
Okay, 4, huh?
Yeah, I'm losing everything. So okay, if knight b6, bishop e3. So if I move a3,
Bishop c1.
bishop c1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that pawn is lost. Okay. So bishop e3. What to do with this position? Yeah, looks like black will lose a pawn because if this one, I have this.
I mean, maybe just the endgame, yeah. But it doesn't look
I know
so
maybe
great.
this one is the move. But I don't know how to evaluate this position.
I want to go king b2 here.
Yeah. Yeah, the knight stands very strongly on e4.
Yeah.
I think if rooks are being traded, I think white is better. So maybe
Could we
not
go
knight
back to
b6.
this line, which we just had?
Here, knight b6.
The endgame, yeah.
Okay, knight b6 is already on the board. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Bishop e3, rook b5, rook b1, takes, and knight d5. Because I was thinking if knight d7, then the king can just move up, yeah?
Yeah.
So knight d5.
But also black's king is maybe coming.
Ah, that's true. Okay, let's see the race. Here, yeah?
Mhm.
d5.
d5 or f5?
Maybe d5, because then I can play knight b6 next, protecting c5.
But I also like knight king here to go here and taking here.
But
Okay,
f3.
go f3. F3 stops everything, yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And now
So,
f3, knight b6.
Yeah.
Oh, and then just waiting move, yeah? Bishop here, because none of us can enter. So maybe this is the Felix once again find the drawing idea. Like here, yeah? Bishop just keeps moving to this direction, just not doing anything.
Probably I can't break through with h5.
Oh, h5.
Yeah.
Whoa, it's so complicated.
Yes.
What to evaluate after that position, right? It's still not sure.
Oh, knight
Yeah.
b6, yeah, played. Oh my God, I don't know. This is tough. I would say let them figure it out, and when the evil bar goes up and down, we check the engine.
Yeah, bishop e3 is on the board right now, so we're on the right track. Yeah, how to deal with
Okay,
this
good.
situation.
Yeah.
So many calculations to be made. Usually after every commentary, I wouldn't do anything but just sit on the couch. Like really, my brain is so bright, after all this
Yes.
tough commentary of 5 hours of chess and then just trying to figure out the best move of this game, a very high quality game. And we have actually rook b5 on the board. So
Yes.
we might actually see what Felix mentioned, like this one, and going for that endgame, because after rook b1, you're forced to take, right? You cannot play rook b1, rook b3 again, I guess. It's just you're losing this one. So you have to take, takes, and like this. And
Well, yeah, we could see that, but I don't know if Vidit will want to go for rook b1. I mean, but also why not, right? Okay.
yeah,
we
I
might
mean,
see.
the resulting position, white has some extra idea with h5. If you don't want to make a draw, you can think of it. But in this position, if you don't play rook b1, what can you do? Because now... But actually, yeah, white is better, yeah? A bit better. Oh, knight
Yeah.
back to
Knight
d2.
d2. Yeah, same. Oh, chess.
What's the idea? Maybe knight b1 and knight a3, and now the rook goes. That's not a bad configuration, yeah? The knight stopping the pawn so that the rook can be free.
I don't know if rook can ever be free, because then again, rook b3 is an idea.
Oh, that's true. Having the rook on b3 is annoying. Yes.
I don't know. Maybe it's just so complicated for them as well that at some point they will just want to have a draw.
That is a very high probability. Okay, let's take a look at other games that's still ongoing. Maybe this one, Vaishali versus Gerchkina. Yeah, Vaishali always has this perpetual in store whenever she needs it, but she's also she's quite reluctant to make a quick draw too. Like in this position, takes here, check here, and here, check here, and now, okay, if king e8 is totally a move, right? You cannot play knight here because there is this one, and yeah, she's gotta repeat. But if king goes here, maybe this is what Alexander is thinking, like maybe there is a winning chance, but shouldn't be it.
And black can never win, right?
I don't think so. Even if you win this rook, it's just perpetual. Because
Yeah.
I was thinking to give it check, right? Like this. Like this, check, let's say. I think this should be... Yeah, this is perpetual. Just check here. So black is not in any risk. But okay, Gerchkina repeated the move with king e8. So maybe this is it. Maybe we're going to see the end of this game anyway.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, Vaishali is down to 28 seconds. But okay, she has 30 seconds increment per move, so she can double check and...
So if I
check
go
again.
knight d6, what happens?
Just take.
Oh, and I'm
queen is
losing the
hanging,
queen. Yeah, okay, I have to give checks. Okay, yeah. I was testing you.
Oh yeah. Luckily, I'm ready.
And after queen d8, king f7, now knight d6.
Okay.
Now
Actually, we had something
d6.
similar, yeah.
We had something similar, yeah.
Yeah, I think we can take this and then check from... Okay, just like here.
F4, yeah.
E5.
I think this could work.
It
This
is
one.
perpetual, I guess.
Which part? This one or here? I think this is also equally good, I guess. Or maybe not.
G3.
Check here.
King G4. Or queen h4, yeah?
Queen h4. Yeah, queen h4 works. Yeah, I have to be careful. So what happened? So not here, but she gave a check on g6, king e7, and queen h7 now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now you can move away, yeah? King f8 maybe. Like avoiding all the checks with the knight.
At
Yeah.
this point, I feel like everything's a draw.
I was just about to say the same thing.
But maybe this is what she's afraid of, like here, knight here. But this is hanging. Sorry. No.
Mhm.
That's a bad move. Then maybe to continue queen h8. What happened? Queen. Okay, this has happened. Okay, still on this line.
Mhm.
Here, maybe queen h8. Because if this one, I have knight d8.
Yes. And I take and I think this is winning because queen f6 is coming.
Yeah, so I have to play here.
Yeah.
But then we see this again, yeah, this idea. And whether this is drawn or not. This should be drawn, but gotta check the
I'm
right
not sure.
way.
But maybe you can just play king g6 instead of taking.
Maybe, yeah.
Queen
Can I?
f6.
Can I go to h?
Or maybe both.
Yeah, this is actually tough. We're not used to their time zone, so I'm gonna blame that on on our blundering lines here.
Oh, king e8 is on the board.
Okay. What are we gonna see now?
I think this is a critical line, yeah? Here and then check here. And then knight d6.
I really wonder. Okay, I just wanna check because I really wonder. Yeah, she's gonna play that.
And you have to play king e7, only move, otherwise checkmate. On d8. And here, check here, and then knight d6. Takes.
Okay. Oh, she
Also,
didn't.
also, I wonder if I can somehow get away with this.
But now king e8.
Yeah, and give
Yeah.
it check.
King d7.
We don't want
You
that.
go to c6. Yes, you go to
Yes.
c6. Yeah, that's annoying. So queen g8 is on the board now. I think eventually they'll agree for a draw, yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Because now the king can only go here, or actually here. But whenever the king moves, you can have. Or maybe this is better, because now if king goes here, I can have this. And now you cannot take, because everything is controlled. Yeah,
I feel like
this is
yeah.
winning.
But we've already had this position
No, not
on
with
the
the queen on
board.
g5.
Yes,
Oh.
we have. I
Oh,
checked
you mean
it,
on the
yeah.
board? Oh, 96
Yeah.
then.
No, this position before knight d6 was on the board and queen g8 was played by Vaishali at that point. But maybe now she will try again.
That's possible. Yeah. What about this? Because then I think you only have one move here. With king d7. But isn't it winning? Check here. Yeah, it is winning. Oh no, it's not.
I'm running to b6.
Yeah, running to b6.
Oof.
Okay, but this looks interesting to keep going, yeah? Like this
Very
one.
interesting.
Why not queen b7?
Oh, why not queen b7? That's a very good point. Why didn't I put it there? All right, that's a better one.
Knight d6 on the board. Yes.
Yeah, so knight d6 on the board. So we might actually see this king hunting.
And still a draw probably.
Oh, but she took rook d6.
Wait, what? How? Is it
Queen
not?
h8 she has.
tricky. Queen h8.
I don't know if it's
I don't know
working.
either.
I mean,
King g3.
no other move, right? It has to be
Yeah.
because queen e7 is
The only move,
Yeah, the
yes.
only move. It's got to be it. So queen h8 and how the king goes to. If king goes back, then okay, it's gonna be the same thing. Eventually, I think you have to play king g3.
Queen c3 is
Yes.
forced.
Yeah, queen
Queen
c3.
c3, yeah. King up, I guess.
But I can always go here. Because I like to trade the queen now because the king is quite close to the pawn and then can
But
come
pawn
back.
endgames are always lost, I think.
Yeah, you cannot exchange the queens in this situation.
That's right. So queen, yeah, it happens. Queen c3 is on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, so eventually black will make this perpetual then. There's no other way to continue. Okay.
I'm not sure if it's so easy. Black has to be
No.
very accurate.
I don't think it's easy at all, but it's up to Vaishali. Oh, she's going for it. Yeah, it's up to Vaishali if she wants to play for a win or not. Yeah.
Yeah,
But she's
so
brave.
king g4 is on the board and maybe queen d4, yeah?
I think so.
It has to be because there's... Okay, there's queen b4. Hang on, there's queen b4.
What? Where?
Queen f4.
Ah,
Oh.
okay. Yeah, you cannot take it. But okay, at least white doesn't have any check here, so I can, I don't know, somehow play something. Like, for example, I can play queen here, maybe.
Oh, like that.
I have queen a4 check. I don't know if it's any good, but
What do you have?
Looks
queen a4 check.
Yeah. All the way to a4.
Oh, we see queen b4 on the board.
What?
And queen f4 on the board as well, so we are in the right direction now. Oops, sorry. Oh yeah, you have queen a4.
I think now she will lose.
So you're saying I cannot play queen e1, yeah? I have to play something else.
You probably have to play queen e1, but
No, not the only move. Wow.
it's still a draw, or
Apparently everything's a draw.
it looks very hard for black to defend.
Very tough. This is extremely tough. But okay, 4 minutes and 1 minute 40 for Vaishali. This can end in decisive result for sure.
Actually, I'm just going to check, like if I take and I play here, then you just play g4, yeah? Because this is still not, okay. Yeah, and black is not able to catch both pawns at the same time. And if I play king here, what do you play?
Even king e5.
And now outside pass pawn again, yeah. Like this, and then takes and then still winning because this, sorry. Even g3 I think is winning too, but of course we just play g4. d4.
Oh, Goryachkina played d4. And,
Yeah. So,
And you have to check the evil bar.
Oh, white is
winning
winning.
now. Yeah.
How and why?
I don't know, honestly.
How is it winning now?
Um,
Oh, maybe it's a3. Little move like that, you know?
okay, I guess I have queen c5, so maybe it's not so
a5.
so crazy.
Okay, a3, queen c5, b4, queen d5. So okay, how to win this position?
What about queen e5?
Queen
Okay,
e5.
king d7 or
King d7, queen g7. That was my point.
Maybe
oh, beautiful.
check first.
King f3.
Another check.
King e3.
Hmm. And queen e5 on the board. Nice.
Yeah. Maybe we could show to the audience
Yes.
why king d7 fails
Oh,
after
yeah.
queen e5.
Yeah, because of these checks, and then if you take, then there is this skewer, and
Yeah.
the queen is off. Yeah, if you don't take, then it's a mate. Is it? After this, then maybe no, it's not a mate yet, but at least after
Oh,
Just
we're
this,
d7.
queening, I
just
think.
winning.
Just d7.
After this is over. Yeah.
Queen c4.
King.
Yeah,
Queen
queen c4.
c4.
Oh, queen c4. Nice move. Yep. So okay, queen e5 is on the board.
Looks like Vaishali will be rewarded for her fighting spirit.
I think so too. Yeah. Somehow this
She
position.
tried until the end, yeah.
Yeah. She tried the other position with a different variation, and then when there's nothing, she come back to this one and try another variation again, and this works finally. So queen e5. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what Goryachkina will try to find now, but queen endgames, huh?
Yeah, I think the only practical way is to continue with d3, but then the king can always escape. Yeah, king. Even king here, right? And you don't have any checks here. Yeah, maybe even king g3. And there's no more check. Yeah, but after queen e5, this is nice. This is nice, fine. With check here and then check here. King f7 doesn't work because you can just play d7. And after this, oh, queen c7.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so wow, Vaishali is back. And this is going to be a huge result because Goryachkina before this round, yeah, she was on the 3rd place. And now, and she already suffered a loss in the previous round. So if she suffered another loss, then it's gonna be hard to catch up with the Chinese. Tan Zhongyi and Li Tingjie are just leading with very huge gap to the 2nd place. Oh, let's take a look this one. Salimova was under 2 seconds before playing the last move. So we saw the position up to, let's see, a long time ago, like maybe something like this. And then and
here,
then
queen c4,
queen c4 here, takes here, and then king moves, check, king moves, check again, takes, and this happened, but the rook is now on c3, so you cannot really protect g6. And now, okay, this is some technical win to be played. Maybe some outside pass pawn again in the end. But okay, so this one, and then king here. Where to win?
This is supposed to be quite an easy win, but okay, Salimova keeps fighting.
Maybe we could have a look at Vidit's game. I think quite a lot has happened there.
Yep. The king finally on a4. So we saw the position up to bishop somewhere. Here.
Yeah, bishop somewhere. That's a good point. Yeah.
Bishop e3, then rook b5, knight here.
Yeah.
So we saw this position, and finally the king improves. The king, that king is also improved, but f3 stops it. And after this, rook goes back. Okay.
We're threatening almost some kind of checkmate.
So you're giving up this pawn, but also at the same time, you're attacking this. So if this bishop moves, at least the king can go forward.
But what happens after knight c4?
Yeah, what happened after knight c4 now? Maybe just, what can we do?
just gave up 2 pawns in like 2 moves, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Um, and
E4.
knight okay, e4 immediately played by Anna. Okay.
Ah, okay. That's strong.
Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah.
The king will come all the way to d3 maybe.
And then we're getting checkmated. See,
Yeah.
this is how I lose.
Maybe this is also how Vidit loses.
Okay, we'll see. We're gonna see. They're both kind of on 5 minutes, so yes, anything can happen. E4. Okay, am I forced to take? Kinda.
Yeah.
I was thinking about f4, but knight f4 is...
Yeah, I think you can just
No.
take, and then maybe pull the bishop back like this.
What about king d3?
Knight. This is tough. Too hard for me. I offer draw.
I accept.
Okay, great.
Yeah, king d3. Yeah, black will just keep attacking. Well, yeah, e4 is still on the board, so but what might finish now? We'll go back to this one. Is this one? So I just want to see the continuation after where d4. So queen d5, d3, king moves to f3. I don't know why not king g3.
Okay, f3 is fine as well, I think, but
Okay, this one and moves because yeah, this is what okay.
Okay, yes, makes sense now, yeah.
This is what I was trying to avoid. This type of checks, and then here this is still winning though. After this,
Can just get a
under promote. It's funny if it was an online tournament and then you already have like auto promotion as a queen.
But I can also take a queen, no?
Why can't I take a queen actually?
Yeah,
I don't know.
understand.
Maybe we just worried about the perpetual.
No, d8 queen.
Yes,
Instead of
d8 queen.
taking, yeah.
I don't.
Hang on, what?
I don't.
Oh, d8 queen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, why not? I mean, oh yeah. Oh my gosh, I think both players just.
I don't understand.
I don't understand.
Did she actually take a knight or?
Yeah, because
Yes,
she took
because-
on this position. That's
Okay, it's
such a
also
weird
good enough.
decision. I mean, this is what chess does to you when you're already playing for 2 weeks and
Oh god.
oh
yes.
gosh, yeah. Like you can just promote as a queen. You don't have to worry. Everything is protected. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah. This is okay. Resign now.
But she won. Yeah. Okay.
But I would have continued anyway, like this. But okay, the king can somehow escape and just wins the game.
Yeah. Kind of hopeless.
Wow. Okay. All right. Actually, the time was fine. Yeah, the time was fine. Yeah, that's a very curious question. Why not just promote as queen? But okay, Fashali strikes back, and now, yeah, she's back and scoring her second win in a row. So it's a very good comeback by Fashali. It was a very good game too. I mean, she deserved it because out of the opening, when Gochkina not accepting the repetition, right? Fashali just played very well. And she was very close to winning too, but because of time trouble, she didn't make the most accurate move. So let's go back to this one because king d3 happens as Felix predicted.
Yes. Oh wow. Yeah, we can say that Nympho is playing for a win at this point.
Despite having a 1 pawn down, yeah, but the king is more active and the other king is quite restricted. although the default bar says that this is still like 000, but with low time on the clock, it's going to be very hard for FIDE to defend. He has to be very precise, otherwise only black can win this position.
Yeah.
Extremely precise. Oh, I don't even know what we play with white. We have to move the knight, I think. Only 2 minutes for Vidit as well. That's oof. I would not bet on Vidit at this point.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to be FIDE as well.
Oh, I would no, for sure not. I would resign just to save energy. Okay, I can go 95, but what do I do after King D2?
Yeah, knight e5, king e2. The thing is, you cannot play knight c6 because of check on a8. So you have to move the rook.
Yeah, okay. But then I'm losing c3. Wow.
Yeah, maybe rook e1 has to be played.
Oh, after knight e5?
Yeah, 95,
Like
king
after
d2, rook
this-
e1.
Here, rook e1 and takes. And you have
King
to go
a5.
up. Yes. And
Can I check with the bishop? Oh no, I'm not checkmating you yet. Okay.
Maybe you are somehow. Bishop
How?
d8, king a6, rook b6.
Oh,
And
whoa, whoa, whoa,
b5.
whoa. Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Knight
even
c4
like
is there.
this. Oh, knight
Bishop
c4.
c7.
No,
Yeah.
there's knight c4.
Okay.
We can have a repetition. Knight c7 check, king a7, knight b5.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna
No.
happen. They should be winning at some point. Yeah, but what else? Oh, what is it? Bishop g3.
Okay.
So wait, what? Ah, and still, I think this is the best move too, because the e-file bar still likes it. Because if you give a check, the king goes here, maybe.
Knight c3.
Oh, knight c3. Or maybe then king goes to b3.
Yes.
Yeah, and you cannot give a check again on b8. And now, yeah, knight e5 is coming, rook d1 is coming. Ooh, okay. Bishop g3, I think is the only move.
Maybe Nepo should take on c3 now.
That's takes like this, and going for the same game, yeah?
Should be a draw now.
And what do we do here? Maybe king here? Or no need to. Maybe just bishop here, maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking
Preparing
about
for
that.
this
Yeah.
one.
So I have to go something like king d5, yeah?
Yeah. And I pull back somewhere. Maybe here. Okay, at the very least just here. And then, yeah, it's gonna be drawn. But is there anything else apart from rook a8 and knight c3? Yeah, you have knight e5, but
Wait, so what happens after b7?
maybe knight check.
Okay, I got king d2.
Yeah, still very tough.
Yeah, still very, very hard to defend how to deal with this. Okay, so rook b7, let's say. What else can we do here?
And now maybe knight a5. Knight a5 maybe.
Knight f5 and after rook a7.
I thought rook d1.
And the king has
Okay.
to move e4, yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
But still. King a4. What do I do?
Knight c3 is coming.
Yeah.
Maybe very
But-
concrete. But also there's bishop d8, yeah? Like, let's say like this. I was thinking. But you have bishop d8 here. So,
Yes.
very shaky still.
But he played knight c3.
Oh, he played knight c3.
Oh,
Then I think you have to take.
Yeah, and it's probably a draw.
Yeah, king takes, bishop takes, king takes, and maybe bishop e5.
But FIDE still has to be a bit accurate, I guess.
does he?
King d5?
Yeah, we had that. Like, what did we say? Bishop b2.
And
Also, why
now-
not this one? Yeah? If white wants to make a draw, right? I think. Oh no, it's not. Sorry. The king is too close. I want to play bishop f6, where you can just
I
take.
think in worst case, I can go h5 immediately. If I want to draw, I go h5.
But in this position,
No, not in this position. Before bishop f6. So here I go h5.
are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. Actually, now I just take the bishop.
Yeah, just
Okay,
take
I was
bishop,
thinking if I
just to
take on
have this.
g6. I was calculating g takes h5. I was just forgetting what. Okay, bishop b2 or bishop
Yeah,
h8.
just bishop b2.
Yeah. Yeah.
King
Cannot
a3
play
is on the board.
Wow.
What? We don't guess anything anymore.
So that means he also thought it's dangerous, but
Wow.
this endgame would have been a draw.
Actually, let's check.
And
Yeah, this should be a draw, yeah? And then bishop b2. Yeah, this should be a draw.
okay.
But this one is also, but at least there's this little slight advantage, like 0.1 for Ian. I don't know whether it makes anything, but yeah, looks like a very scary position to defend at this hour.
This hour
At
for
this
sure.
hour, rook b4 now is on the board.
Wow. Yeah, this is exactly
Just knight
how I
b2
lose. King d2.
and bishop. Oh, I cannot play bishop f4, can I?
No.
I can't. I can't play that. King d2. It is on the board, actually. This is what happens.
Okay, rook h1, I guess now.
And this is now winning for Ian.
What?
Yeah.
This knight
What?
b2 was a mistake, apparently. Yeah, because now after king d2, yeah, it is now winning. So what could be the right move then? See, it is so hard to defend this type of position.
So tough.
Okay, let's just see the game for now. Rook
Yeah.
f1, and now how to c4. How do you deal with my c4?
I thought I can check you from side, but I guess you don't care, yeah?
I don't care. If you check me here, I can play bishop rook e2, yeah? And if you take this, then I can give it check first.
Yeah.
And I take this, and then this is hanging. So c4, maybe.
Wow.
Just sealing the move, like. And then if you do something like this, it's a mate, right? Just give it check like this. I mean, it's not a mate yet, but...
Rook a4 would be nice.
Oh, rook f4. Nice. Double checkmate. Yeah.
Cute.
Checkmate with double check. Nice. Yeah. So c4 is on the board. Yeah.
And
Wow.
we did under 1 minute.
Nah, this is already lost. This is already
wow.
lost. Wow. But what a game, right? I mean, also because FIDE rejected the repetition. There's some curse, apparently, Laura, in this tournament, that whenever you reject the repetition, you end up losing. And we've seen that in many games now, including this round. Gorchkina didn't want to repeat, and this one also didn't want to repeat. Rook f2 is on the board, but now king can just go
Anywhere.
yeah? King can just go
Right?
e3 probably is the safest move.
I
And then
guess.
no other good check for white. And rook f4 is still the idea.
Yeah, we can
Or
go
rook
find the
b3.
drawing move now. Or okay, we can wait this to finish and then we can try to find the drawing move.
Yes.
Because also Humpy, not Harika, Humpy is I think also winning very easily.
That has to be played. I mean, you have to create another outside pass pawn.
Yeah.
She kind of like delayed it, but eventually she got it. So
Yeah,
here, king. Oh, instead of king goes to e3, knight goes to e2. Just
Oh, okay. If he thinks that's winning, I believe him.
because if king here, stepping away from the check, what do we do?
C3,
Just
I
c3,
guess.
yeah.
Yeah,
This is good enough, and the knight is trapped. The knight cannot go anywhere.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Bishop e5 is on the board.
Okay, now I can play.
You can play this.
Okay.
Oh, you cannot steal because
can't,
this
yeah, because
one.
actually I can because then there's king e1 at the end, but
then
is that
takes
winning?
this, but then takes this.
Yeah, I think that's not winning. Yeah.
So what's the cleanest way to win this position then?
I would just go c3, I think. Yeah, I would just go c3.
You guessed it.
Yep, c3.
Yes. I am
So
young.
if you take this, I can just take this here.
Yeah.
And that's it. If you take this, then just give a check like this.
Yeah.
And you win the rook. So if you don't take it, there's nothing else.
Wow.
This discovery is imminent. Like, how do you stop it? You cannot even stop it.
No.
What a game. Showing a very nice tenacity by Ian. Like, okay, rook f7, one last try. But after... Okay, there's so many moves here. You can even take this if you want.
I was thinking the same thing. There's so many moves.
You can even push c2.
Oh wow.
Okay, you can play check
Just
here too.
move it back there, yeah.
Yeah, which one would you like to play, Felix?
Either c2 or cb2.
Okay, so the pawn move. Laura?
Okay, I'm gonna go rook b7.
Rook b7 looks safe. I was also going for rook b7, just
yeah, rook
safe.
b7 is also more than good enough.
Yeah, just this one and then there's nothing else. Here, if you takes, and then that's it, yeah? The knight check, let's say. King. Where does the king go?
He played rook b7 now.
Oh, he played rook b7.
I guess king d3 simply. Yeah.
Yes, king d3. And then this one, these two are under attack. So check and king a4, still fighting on. I can take, I can push.
Yeah, everything is winning. Yeah.
But maybe what he was hoping for is this one, takes and takes this.
Yeah.
So c2 was played. I think it's a good call for black, just not to go for that position. Although I think it's still winning, but yeah. Why making your life harder than what already is, right? Well, this is quite a long game actually. Maybe still that game between Gukesh versus Abbasov was still the longest though. But this is coming close.
They're fighting, yeah. I mean, it's day after free day. We expected long games today because they're ready to bounce back. And well, Nepo was apparently ready to extend the lead, yeah?
Exactly. And I was actually saying that Hikaru was officially leading, but after this win by Nepo, no, just when Hikaru was about to lead, Nepo won the game and clear first again.
Yeah.
So king d3, how do we continue with this one? No idea. And I think Rexination is already there because judging from the time, FIDE still play. Knight b2, king e4. Okay, so the game is still on. But maybe by the time we speak right now, the game has already ended.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that's for
probably.
Yeah,
sure.
because we have 15-minute delay, maybe on top of the other delay as well. We don't know yet. So king e4, no more check for the king. At least no more good checks, and you are attacked on e5. You are also how to save both at the same time. No clue. So maybe this is a good time for FIDE to resign. So whoa, Ian then managed to lead the field by half a point ahead of Hikaru and Gukesh. And we kind of like forgetting this a bit, but okay, he was already winning for
Yeah.
Koneru, making sure that I didn't pronounce the wrong name. Takes, yeah, finally, yeah, this is the winning idea. You gotta have like an outside pass pawn on top of what you already had. And king goes here, approaching the rook, and then now switching the task. The rook is guarding the other pawn, and now here, and the pawn is already too close. And now switching the other task again, and the king is just in time.
Yeah.
And after
On the right
this,
side as well.
and after king d4, black resigned. So Salimova is also suffering another loss after one round before. Wow, so it's looking like the leaders are. We have two clear leaders right now, both in the open section and in the women's section. Yeah, so Ian will be in the sole lead by 7 out of 11. Gukesh and Hikaru will be sharing the second place with 6.5. And then on the fourth place, it will be Caruana by himself, actually. Yeah, it's a clear 4 for Caruana. And followed by FIDE, Pragnananda, FIDE, Alireza, and Abbasov. And in the women's section, Litingje will no longer lead because she made a draw. Tanzongi will be leading alone again with 7.5. Litingje will be on 7 by herself. Clear second. Goechkina, Lahno, and Koneru will be sharing the third place with 5.5. Salimova, yeah, I think it's. Salimova will be on the 7th place. Muzichuk will go up with, and Faishali actually, yeah, because Muzichuk and Faishali will be with 4.5. So Salimova will be the lowest pointer in the field. So they change a little bit of the scheme of the leaderboard. And what do we have for tomorrow? Interesting matchups between Hikaru versus Alireza, Nijat versus Gukesh, Fabiano versus FIDE, and Ian versus Pragnananda. Very interesting.
Yes.
I'm almost in my last breath, but let's continue. Catherine Milano will be playing with Litinje. Anna Muzichuk against Fashali. Alexander Gochkina versus Conor Humpy, and Nurju Salimova versus Tanzongi. Woo, okay.
Yeah.
But what a day we have today. So many things going on, yeah. So many repetitions, but didn't end up with draws. They actually end up with decisive games. So what has been your most favorite moment so far, Laura, in this round?
In this round, first of all, I would like to point out there have been 3 decisive games in each section today, so only one draw in each section, which is very rare and also great fighting spirit. Oh, I don't know if I can point out one game. I was impressed by women's section today, so I actually liked Bishop h6 from Lei, but it turned out bad at the end, of course. Like also Lachno was better, but then Tan won at the end. So actually just the whole woman section today. You know what? I'm just gonna pick the woman today.
Yeah.
How about you?
I mean, they definitely show very interesting moments and games. I like the fighting spirit by Faishali, and also
Yes.
just letting J Bishop h6 is also a very good one. But yeah, I think she's a little bit too overconfident with the second sacrifice, which didn't work quite well. But she was saved by Anna's mistake with this. What was the mistake? Bishop f7, yeah? It has to be king e8.
Yeah.
In the men's section, in the open section, I hope Abasov can bounce back from all these losses because the game that he showed today against Alireza, it was kind of way below his level. So yeah, 3 games remaining. We might be seeing a clear winner, but we might also be seeing some tie breaks. Still a little bit long way to go. But what do you think is going to happen in the open section, Felix?
It's so hard to tell. I mean, Nepo is now the clear favorite with this great win today. But he has so many contestants. Just is it half a point behind him, and many of them. So he doesn't have an easy life now just because he won. They're just right behind him, so he cannot relax. He has to continue showing this great level of play. So it will be super exciting still. It's not like one person has a huge advantage over the others, but it's just so close. Everyone is next to each other. So I'm super excited for the next rounds.
Yeah, and we are also super excited to have you again tomorrow with us, Felix. And
Me too.
tomorrow is the last game before another rest day. So yes, the last rest day will be the day after. So yeah, make sure you stay tuned with us, guys, because tomorrow, round 12, it's going to be, I think, very interesting. And then there might be some change in the leaderboard again, both in the open and women's section. So stay tuned with us on Lichess, Twitch, and YouTube. Felix, Laura, and I will be back tomorrow at the same time, same place. So see you again tomorrow, and thanks for watching. Bye.
Bye bye.